Hey guys, Jeff from Home Renovision here. Today we got a doozy for you. It's a how to install and build your own IKEA kitchen. All of the information you need about what goes first, second, and third, flooring before you finish the cabinets, all these questions will be answered in this video, and you're gonna get all the experience of actually assembling and leveling and squaring off and using a laser level to get a professional finish. If you wanna learn how to do your own kitchen remodel and save thousands of dollars, this is the video for you. Cheers. So what you need to know about installing an IKEA kitchen is this. You need a pencil, you need it to be sharp, you need a level. I would suggest having a laser level for that situation. Something like this, right, from Firecore, brilliant little model. This drops lasers in every different direction to help keep everything level and square. What I mean by that is when you turn this on and hit the buttons, okay, I get a line this way, and I can add a line this way, and I can add a line this way. This gives you the ability to do just about anything you can desire when it comes to leveling and installing your cabinets. One of the benefits of IKEA, of course, is that they assemble really easy. So we're not really gonna cover too much of that. Matt's gonna assemble one while I'm installing the rails on the wall, and we're gonna show you all of that. But if you can't read the instructions and follow the IKEA cabinet installation instructions, maybe renovating your own kitchen isn't in your wheelbox, because this is not that difficult. They've made it so simple nowadays, so trust me, you can just follow the instructions. They're incredibly clear. We're gonna go ahead and show you the system for installing the cabinets and some tips and tricks so that when you're doing it, you only do it once. You don't have to go back to the beginning. You're not gonna run into problems where the feet won't work, where everything's gonna be off level and out of square. So let's just get started. So in order to install an IKEA kitchen, you really only need a few items. You need your cabinet boxes. At this point, you don't even have to pick out all your selections for your drawers and your door systems and how they all operate, because every cabinet box is designed to accept any finishing. So what I like to do is install all my boxes first, order in my countertop guy to come and do the measuring and get that in production, and then you can have a semblance of what your kitchen is going to look like. You can sit back and have a conversation about how things are going to function, what kind of drawer and door systems you want to install at that point. Then you can go back to the store and buy all those particulars or even have it delivered. Now, you need to have the feet with you in order to start. And for some reason, everything from IKEA is glued shut. All right, which means you're going to need a knife to open up the boxes. Now, these are adjustable leveling feet. If you've never seen this before, it's two parts. You stick them together, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but these are brilliant. Now the boxes, like I said, everything is glued together, so you want to use a sharp knife. Resist the temptation to cut through the surface. They pack these boxes with the finished product right to the edges, okay? Here you go, see that? There's your finished panel. If you start cutting the box, it doesn't take much before you're taking a chunk out of a finished panel. And you never really know if that's the part that's going to be visible or not. All right? Now, if you break the box, you're gonna have a mess. But if you cut it like this off the side, with a sharp knife, would have been a better demonstration if the knife was sharper, eh? Then you can open it up. Now you've got a working surface. This will keep your cabinet safe from all the dust and dirt and all that kind of jazz, right? So you just take this panel, you flip it over. That would be the back. You take this panel and flip it over. Now you can open up the book, follow the instructions, build it all right here. Piece of cake. IKEA comes with this brilliant rail system. And what you do is you attach this to the wall, and then there's hardware on the cabinets, so you actually hang the cabinets off the rail, and then you attach feet on the front in order to level it all. Now, in the instructions, it comes with recommended heights for the different kinds of cabinets you're installing. So you use the rail for the base and for the uppers, and for, let's say, they have these different height situations for fridges and stove cabinets, right? So all of that information is in there. Unfortunately for us, or fortunately for you, we have a really difficult house to work in because our floor is incredibly not level. Now, I have an option here. I could have primed it and put in floor leveler and then done the kitchen cabinets, but the truth is I'm on a bit of a time crunch here. The timeline on this job depends completely on getting the countertops ordered and delivered on site. The best case scenario is usually about a week, maybe 10 days, And in some cases, it could be 3 to 6 weeks if you are silly enough not to order and purchase your countertops in advance before you have them come measure. Now, before we can put this rail on the wall, I need to determine one quick little thing. Let's head down to the floor. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find my high point in the room. So I'm just gonna use this huge 6-foot level here, and I'm gonna throw it around in a couple of different locations. That's my high point here. The cabinet's going back there. That's falling away. So my high point is right here on my island, which means that since all of these cabinets on the island are sitting on these adjustable feet, I have a limitation, right? Here we go. I can only go this close to the ground, worst case scenario. If I set my cabinets based on the regular traditional installation system and I start in that corner and work across the room, I'm gonna be way too low when I come to the island for these feet to be even adjustable. So what I wanna do is I wanna find the lowest point possible for this kitchen based on the highest part of the floor. That guarantees that every other cabinet can have the feet adjusted down to meet the floor from that point, because we're hanging on a bar, all right? Just gotta think a little upside down here and make our life easy. So in the hardware that comes with the boxes, you get these mounting brackets, and they have a rail system that goes on the wall. And what that does, these brackets sit right in there, and your whole counter is hanging off these rails. And they're about 1/4 of an inch from the top of the cabinet, okay? So when we're measuring, we actually want to measure the screw lines that we want to use here, so we can set our location. So what I'm going to do, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, we're trying to determine the height that that bar sits at. If we consider the top of the cabinet is going to be our height, it makes the math really simple. We're going to be 1/4 of an inch higher off the floor than we need to be, which is plenty because we have all that adjustability in the feet. So we're going to just create a laser line now that represents the shortest point in this kitchen, right? Based on this. Now, if I had my laser on an adjustable stand, I'd be able to raise it and lower it until it hit this point. That'd be simple. Unfortunately, we're using this stand for something else today, so it's not available. So if you don't have a stand for your laser level, then you're gonna have to get creative like this too. Find something solid back there. Measure up to that line. 7 inches, okay? So now that line that's thrown across the back of this wall is 7 inches higher than where my rail goes, all right? So we're gonna take our pencil out and we are going to just mark that down. -7 inches. So from this point, I can just take my measuring tape now, run around the room on this laser line and make marks, and I'm good to go. Now, because these things are so long and they're made of solid steel and they have a contour detail, they don't warp, you can just make this mark at 2 points where you're going to be screwing the cabinets to the wall. There we go. I have a screw line here, -7 inches. Right there, right there. Now, in the last couple minutes we've been using the laser level. Matt's already done building this cabinet. A couple more details left. Make sure that when you're nailing these in, you follow the dotted line to set your nails, and always put these little bumpers on. That'll set the depth at the back, especially for upper cabinets. Brutally crucial here. All IKEA cabinets have a finished panel that go on the sides, so the cabinets themselves will be raised off the wall. That's normal, so expect it. Go ahead and finish that up. So when you get your rail, IKEA has all these little clips that are sitting in the rail like this. And the idea is you're screwing them in, right? That's nice. Resist the temptation to do that. It's actually designed to go this way. So take them all out. And you can put these in when you're ready to use them. They go like this for a reason. You can get that screw in the wall, and then you can still slide it left or right to raise or lower the bar just to get that perfect lever line. That's generally for people who are using, not using lasers, but the location that we're putting this rail, we measured, goes right to the top of this. And I want to put my screws through these holes into the frame. They should be measured off every 16 inches in a perfect world. So hopefully this works on my old house framing. What we're going to do, sorry, make this simple. I'm going to drop this down about 1/2 inch on my stud line. And this is why it's so important when you're doing this kind of thing. Install your cabinets before you prime your walls. You can still see all your screw holes. All right, now I know, because I did all my own wiring and mechanical, that all my wiring is not going to be where my cabinets are installed. I intentionally run my wiring from the ceiling or from the floor straight up, okay? Never drilling through the joists, so that you'll never run into this problem. And about a ½ inch below. All right. And we're gonna throw this on. Oh, yes. That is a good day. Okay. Now here we go. We're gonna slide that on, and you see how I can move that clip and adjust it, and then it'll sit perfectly where I want it. Okay, in the construction world, each of these screws carries 80 pounds. It's not a lot. So if you get enough screws in a situation, it's more than enough. So do the math for yourself. But if I get 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 studs on a rail, 5 screws is 400 pounds. If you're putting granite or quartz counters on there, you got 500 holding on the back wall, plus the feet. If you can't add extra screws, what you can do is this. You can also take an extra screw directly underneath, all right? And add additional support using the screw. And set it right there. Problem solved. Now you got 160 pounds per stud. That just made 1,000 pounds of strength on the back wall, plus the feet, which distributes the other half of the weight. So now you got 2,000 pounds on a, what is that, an 8-foot length? Yeah. The counters aren't that heavy, so you're gonna be fine. Check this out. Here my stud's offline, so I'm putting my screw in an angle so I can catch the back side of it. Right there, and I'll add one underneath for good measure. Nice. This is another good lesson. Why we install all of our stuff 16 on center. Because everything you buy and install is designed according to that. If you start getting too creative on your job site, you're going to cause yourself a world of hurt. Okay, so I mentioned earlier there's just a few steps. So step 1 is build your cabinet. Step 2, drop a laser line and put on your bar. Step 3, hang the cabinets. We're almost done. So the kitchen design here is like this. In the middle, we're gonna put a stove. We have a 36-inch stove. This is my center line. I've already marked it off, right? So 18 inches off of that. I need my clearance to here, right? So I'm gonna drop my laser line on here for the back wall. Bam. Now one thing to keep in mind, IKEA kitchen cabinets, there's always a full panel gable that goes right to the floor. Let me show you that. So here's our cabinet, there's the sticker, and it gets installed this way. It's good to know how these things get done. And you'll notice that this panel is a lot taller than the cabinet. Ultimately, when you're doing a kitchen install, you're always going to be measuring from the cabinet to the floor, translating that information and cutting the bottom off. But you need to know that that's going to be the ultimate width of the cabinet. So I'm actually going to go like this and then slide the cabinet over to into position. Now I've got my cabinet in position. I'm going to slide this one in position. Okay, perfect position. Now I'm going to put this away for later until I'm ready to cut it. You're going to see the really only limitation with IKEA kitchens is that when you're in a defined space like wall to wall, the cabinets that are available do not always come in the right combination of measurement to get close to the wall. In this situation, I've got 4.5 inches to the wall. I'm going to use just a regular panel to close that gap. It's not the end of the world. It'll look just fine. It's very normal in kitchens to have a couple of extra inches on each side, top and bottom, whatever, and we finish everything with a filler strip. So don't be worried about it because you're getting such an easy installation. The only way to take advantage of that space is to go to custom cabinets. As soon as you make that switch, you're adding thousands and thousands of dollars to the bill. So if you're going to use IKEA, it's because it's a price point, not because it's always the best option. But for most people, this is a fabulous quality kitchen at the right price. So I know what everybody's saying. They're all thinking, well, what about this thing in the back here? Here's what I do. I am not cutting this off until I am completely satisfied. I've got everything locked down, no more changes, no possibility of changes. I'm leaving these rails extended where the stove goes, and I'm just gonna take my grinder when I'm done and zip that off. It'll be a little bit ugly, but it won't matter because that end panel will cover it. That is the secret. So we're gonna just stay there for now. We're gonna get the other side set up. As soon as we have that done, we'll get on with the island. So the secret to doing a kitchen installation is keeping everything exactly level. Having center lines off the most important features in the room, like the stove, that's my center line. This line I could actually draw on with a black marker because I don't want that leaving ever. Now I'm gonna measure this off. We set this one based on the laser line before. And it's exactly 18 7/8 to the cabinet. Part of the reason for that is that the new Gable end, it's 5/8 thickness, okay? So you add that as well, and it leaves just a hair, like maybe a 1/16 left for the stove. So on the other side, we're gonna measure that over, bam, 7/8 right there. And that is right on the money. Now we have the same distance from the cabinets to that center line, and if we add them together, we have a 36-inch stove. 2 times 5/8 is 1 1/4. That takes me to 37 1/4, and that still gives me 1/4 of an inch between the stove and the cabinet, which is just perfect because my countertop can be measured to overhang that gap just a little bit, and it'll look really nice from the outside. Now, if we were to measure the total gap here, 37 3/4. Off the front, 37 1/2. Interesting, isn't it? 37 3/4 on the back, and 1/2 on the front. Now, when I add both of my gables, 36 for the stove, 37 1/4, that leaves me only 1/8 of an inch on the front, but it leaves me 1/4 of an inch on the back. My wall obviously has a bow to it. A lot of houses have bowed walls. So when you use these laser lines on this track system, measure the back, get both sides of the appliance installed, and then double check the front for clearance. Because if you only measure the back and you have a bow, you might not be able to get your appliance put in place after the fact. And that's one of those things that happens all the time in a kitchen renovation. People come in to do the appliance at the very, very end, and there's not enough room, and then you gotta go right back to the beginning. Oh, that's a nightmare that I've seen happen more than once on a job site. That's just poor planning. So to summarize, have a center line, measure from the center line to both directions, double check your measurement overall, adding all your materials, so your appliance plus your end gables, plus that 1/8 of an inch that you're looking for. Make sure that that gap is consistent all the way across to the front, all right? And if it isn't, make that adjustment now based on the front, and then the countertop guys can come and measure, and they can make that seam at the back fit perfectly. Now look at this. This wall has got a bit of a bow. When I put the cabinets together up front here, it opens up in the back. That's a telltale sign of a bow, okay? Don't worry about that. You don't have to force that close. The only thing you have to do is make sure that the fronts are closed and perfect every time. Whew, now, those cabinets are basically installed. We do want to get the feet on, but that's not as important for measuring the countertops. So we're gonna get into installing the island now, because that has to be done before they get here, or I get in a lot of trouble and I have to pay for the delivery out here. And then they're gonna make me wait another week before they come back. We actually took one of the light stands apart and saved this. It's a universal thread. The fire core, my DeWalt laser, they all have the same thread size, so you can stick them on top of these adjustable stands. This is brilliant, right? We just stick that on. Oh, nice guess. Wow. That's almost perfect. Okay, now here's the thing, Matt. We have Formica countertops going on the back with a build out, which makes it 5/8 and 3/4 inch and 1/4. The quartz on the front here is a different height. Huh?
What's that?
The quartz is only 3/4.
Oh yeah?
So I need to set these cabinets 1/2 an inch higher so that the countertops are the same height. We're gonna throw an extra 1/2 an inch on. All right? And if that's not a perfect 1/2 an inch, that's okay. So I know that the instructions don't call for it, but I always love to put one screw in these feet because we're gonna be flipping around, possibly lifting and moving. And these holes aren't always drilled with so much precision that the feet sometimes pop out. It's a real pain in the butt. So by doing this, it avoids that problem. When I'm doing an island cabinet like this, you have the option. Can I have one of these plates? Here, I'll show you. You can install it both ways. So these holes are here. You can install the plate to go across and bridge the gap, right? And you can install it this way or this way, and that puts the foot exactly under both gable ends, okay? Now you can cheat like this, right, when you're installing, especially along the walls. But in this situation, we want to put these feet on this way and this way, okay? Allow this little mechanism here to transfer the weight from the gable onto the foot and put 4 feet on each box. And here's why. The reason I want all 4 feet on each box, Matt, is because when I'm moving these into position, left, front, right, back, making adjustments based on the room, right? If one's sitting on the other, it's always falling over, chipping corners, causing damage, breaking feet. It's a pain in the butt. So let's make them completely independent. Throw in one screw every time you install one. You use a 3/4 inch screw that has a nice flat head on it, okay? So it has a definite stop. These panels are made of 3/4 inch. There's a lot of companies out there that make knockdown cabinets and you can assemble it yourself and it's only 5/8. But the IKEA 3/4 inch panel is a step above in quality. It's a lot heavier cabinet and it holds the screw a lot better. So, lovely to do. Love me some Phillips screws. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate Phillips screws?
I think you do.
Okay, so when you're installing the feet, this little base foot thing, it's kind of important, okay? Because it actually sets the depth for the toe kick after the fact. So don't throw these out. These are vitally important. And then there's a cap for the foot that snaps in as well. So install all of that, but just put the base foot right up near the top. And when all that's put together, then we'll flip them over and stick them in place. These little things here, it's part of a clip system. The IKEA come with toe kicks that have a track system that these actually, you slide it in and you turn it and it locks in place. And then that track system will actually snap onto the feet and they're adjustable. Okay, so you don't have to nail the whole fronts and you can pull them off to do maintenance or cleaning or get at your mechanical or electrical. It's brilliant to have. So put them back in the box. My #1 tip for working with IKEA, every time you have something left in the box, throw it back in a base cabinet so you don't lose your hardware. All right, so while Matt's finishing putting the feet together, I'll just discuss real quick why we chose Formica and quartz as a combination in this kitchen. One is the quartz on the island with the undermount sink. It is a design feature. It says wow, okay? But it's also kind of cool that the place where you're gonna be hanging out and having fun and cooking is a different countertop than the back because it really says this is a different station. The cab owners in the back, in order to save a lot of money, we're going with a Formica. We're doing it like a bar top, so it doesn't have the return backsplash. And it's going to have the same detailed overhang on the front. And it's going to be an imitation granite look, which is going to be awesome. Now we haven't selected the actual countertop yet. We want to see everything in place first. But the point is this, I'm going to save about $1,500 on countertops just by doing the back 2 stations that are really only there so things don't fall in the cabinets. You can put things on it and storage. Just, I don't want to spend that kind of money on it. I don't live in a house where I'm going to get that value back. So I'd rather put that money into awesome appliances than an awesome countertop that hardly ever gets used, because the action in this house is going to be all right here. Just another note, because this is an island, the back of this island, we're going to have a flat panel put on it. Now, I was out yesterday shopping for some stuff with my wife, and I forgot to communicate these bumpers. That's for when you're installing against a wall, as well as the brackets. So we actually have to remove all of those before we put these in place. It's nice to use the edge here as your nailing surface. Can't do that with the brackets and the bumpers in place. Matt, can you give me a hand with this? Don't actually hold the feet, flipping it. All right. And turn it around because the doors are going to open in. There we go. Put that one here. And the same with this one. Okay, that goes at the end. There we go. Okay, now, here we go. Okay, now we are installing a 9-foot island, and this one is 4.5 feet. The other 4 feet and change is going to be a dishwasher, that's facing this way. And then we're gonna have at the end here, we've got a 2-foot deep wine fridge facing this way into the rest of the room, so that it's accessible by all the guests coming and going and milling around through all of our multitude of house parties that we never have, but will when we're done this kitchen. Never had people over in the old kitchen. Oh, barely even wanted the family over here back then. All right. We have a design with a 10-inch overhang, which is the minimum that you want. 12 is more comfortable, but our room is not quite deep enough for that. So we're going with a 10-inch overhang. All right, and it's nice to have 40 inches between your cabinets. Everybody designs with a 40-inch distance between your cabinets. All right, the reason for that is just a comfortable distance, especially with the overhang. Remember, we're going to be adding doors, and then the counter will go a bit further than that. So if you stand directly behind me, we're going to be butt cheek to butt cheek using the kitchen. It's a little awkward, just a little. So because we screwed the feet to the bottom of the cabinet, I can do that. If I didn't, they'd fall out and the cabinet would fall on the ground. This is why we did it, so that we can get things in position. Wow, even with that, it's a little precarious. Now that's 42. That's a little closer to what I want. Now, pick up the other cabinet, slide it into place. Put that in touch with that. One of the questions I get all the time is, can I install my cabinets on top of finished flooring? And the answer is, yeah, sure. But if you wait until your flooring is done to put your cabinets in, then you can't measure for your countertops until everything is done in the entire room. And that'll delay your whole project. So although it might seem like you're getting ahead, you get the illusion of getting something done without actually getting anything done. Okay, and this just takes time and patience to do this, right? The traditional space for a dishwasher is 24 inches. And then usually you'd have an end panel. In our case, we're going appliance back to back with another appliance. So because we're putting out a quartz counter, we need to have finished panels in place for the measurement, because we're going to have a 24-inch dishwasher, which requires a panel, which is structured to carry the load. And then this side panel will go here, beside the fridge, which will carry the weight. And then we're going to have a fixed panel the whole length of the island on the other side. All that in place, they can measure the countertop with just these two panels in place. So we're just going to get a couple of L brackets, screw these together so they can get their dimensions. That'll be all we need for now. So Matt's putting the rest of the feet on the front of the cabinets. We can get those leveled off. Our trick there is our wall is actually sloped, the outside wall. It's a really old house. So setting it against the wall on that rail doesn't make the front level at all. So we'll have to use those feet to make that adjustment. But here I've got to add my 48 and 5/8, okay? 24-inch appliance, 24-inch appliance, plus a panel, 48 and 5/8, plus this, plus an end panel will give me my total measurement. It's a little bit crazy. So I'm basically looking at 54, let me do the math here. I got 54 inches in cabinets, 48 inches of appliances, and then a 5/8 gable end between the appliances, and then a 5/8 gable end at the end of my cabinets. Wow. All that comes together to make 90, 102, 103 and a quarter. All right, so that's my total measurement. Half of that is 51 and a half, 51 and 5/8. So my center line on my cabinets is 51 and 5/8, right? 51 and 5/8, but I have a gable end still, so I'm going to mark it at 51. There's my center of the island. So I've got the measurement of my cabinet, 54 inches. The measurement of my two appliances, 48 inches. I got a 24-inch fridge and a 24-inch dishwasher. I've got a 5/8 gable panel between the appliances and a 5/8 gable panel on the other end. That gives me a total measurement. I take half of that, 51 and 5/8. The gable end is 5/8. It's not installed yet, so I'm measuring 51 inches from there to here, using a marker to put my center line on here. That's now the center of my island. And the reason this is important is I have a pendant hanging out of my ceiling because I've measured and mapped out this already, and it's exactly center. So what I want to do now is take this whole thing and put it center. Okay, now I have a cross laser line. Let's look at the ceiling. I want to get that cross line right in the middle of that box. That is actually darn close. So now I've got my line exactly in the middle of that box, and it throws that same intersection on the floor because these lasers are in little windows off the side of the box. Okay, isn't that brilliant? Like, let's just face it, without that gizmo, doing this is a lot of work. You gotta get a plumb bob and a string and a ladder and hold it up there, and then someone else has gotta come by and put a dot on the floor. This is working on your own at its finest. Now the center line of my cabinet is 3 inches. I'm gonna transfer that information down here. Okay. So. Now the center line on my finished island countertop is directly underneath the center pendant light. The only other consideration now is that pendant light where I want it? Now, remember, I've got 10 inches to the edge of the counter. So that means when you're sitting here, the light is coming down in front of your face and lighting up your food. And from this distance, at 5 feet, the diameter of that light should be about 3 feet. Okay? That's about 18 inches. At 8 feet, it's a 5 foot, because light shines out of these lights like a cone. So I'm saying this is going to be perfect. I'm loving it. I'm at 42 inches cabinet to cabinet. After I add the doors on both sides and the overhang of the countertop, I'm still close to 40 inches, which is ideal. With this 10-inch overhang here. All that's left to do now, set this in place, adjust my feet so that everything is level. Whew, this is going to be very cool. So you'll see I got a 1/2 inch to go. I just reach down here and grab the leg, all right, and I just twist it until the cabinet lifts up. Okay. Don't do too much in the first round because it's a bit of a lever action and you'll go to adjust too much and then you'll be back there lowering it in a minute. All right, there we go. Now we can get a better look at it here. Okay, and we'll just work our way around the island. Every one of these feet adjusted to where they need to be. This is the benefit of this system because it doesn't matter how uneven my floor is at this point. My finished surface on my counter is going to be perfect. When you're installing quartz or granite, you need it perfect because you don't want the stone sitting flat and then falling down because that's going to be where it cracks. And any good quartz or granite guy, when they come to install it, will refuse installing it if you don't have your cabinets level. So once you got your cabinets put together, everything's leveled off, laser lined, you want to screw the cabinets together now. Now because this is IKEA, resist the temptation to use any of the pre-drilled holes because the same hole is going to be in the cabinet on the other side. There's nothing for the screw to grab and your screw is going to be in the way of any hardware you might add later on. So I know lots of people will show you put clamps on and all that kind of jazz, but I like to go about 3 inches down, 3 inches in, drive the screw straight, and just hold the cabinets in position. Now, this is an 1.25 inch screw. It's a flooring screw that I'm using. There's also cabinet screws that are 1.25 inches and they're stainless steel, they're steel. And there's also a particle board screw that you can buy that has a coarse thread. I like these because it has the coarse thread and they're so much cheaper. And I can also use them for installing flooring. Now, if the gap doesn't close up properly, take the screw out and then drive it a second time, and that will take care of the problem. Done. Now let's go through this. We built it, we've hung it, we've installed the feet, we've leveled it, we've measured our gap, we've got it all nice and leveled out for our countertop. The only thing left now to do is to put our 2 gable pieces together in the position they're going to be going and map this out, and then we're ready for the measuring. We got an hour to spare. Woohoo! If you've never done this before, install all your cabinets and get it all finished first before you call for the measurement. Usually the measuring guy from the cabinet company can be out there within the next day or 48 hours. So there's not a lot of wiggle room there. Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself. Look at this, they get a little hardware in here. Oh, isn't that nice? Cabinet screws, the right depth with the pan washer heads on it so I can screw these on. That's so nice. I'm gonna keep these. Just a little information about countertops while we're at it. If you are doing this for the first time, you won't have a regular installer, which means you don't have a relationship. So you're gonna be subject to their availability. I recommend, first of all, I'm gonna have in the link in the description a company here in town that I use, okay? But most people don't live in Ottawa who are watching the video, so here's what I recommend. Find yourself a cabinet or countertop supplier who can do the quartz, the granite, and the Formica. Get it all done in one place first. Find someone that has that material in stock. Now, the laminate countertops, that stock can be delivered even if it's not in stock within 2 days, okay? So that's easy, that's UPS. But the stone, the quartz and the granite, if that stone isn't in stock when you are ready to order or have your counters made, the process for ordering natural stone counters is as follows. A, you pick out which color you want. Now, if it's quartz, it's easy. It's man-made, it's very consistent, it's exactly what you want every time. If it's granite, you're gonna wanna go to a place where they've got the slabs in stock so you can pick your slab. And they'll actually let you go through their inventory, well, the good company will, and select which slab, and if necessary, even which half of the slab you want your kitchen cut from. That's the kind of flexibility you have when you're ready to order and put deposit down at the time you're shopping. Now, you can go first and shop and establish your slab. I recommend doing that first because you want to have that information when you go buy everything else for your kitchen. Secondly, your deposit's down, it's in stock, you're good to go. As soon as your kitchen's done, you can call them up, have them measure it, and they'll put it in the queue for processing right away. And it takes about a week before that product is ready to be delivered and installed. If you wait until your cabinets are all installed and then you go kitchen countertop shopping, you're running into a problem because then you're picking the stone. Is it in stock? Is it the right size? Are you gonna be disappointed? Are you getting what you want? If it's quartz, is it still in stock or do they have to wait for another delivery? You can be running 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks until you get your product. So I always suggest go shopping early in the process, pick out your stone, put down a deposit, hold that piece of stone for you. Now you've got the material that you know, so you can select your flooring and your tile and your paint colors and everything else. It's all in the video that we're gonna make about the whole process for shopping and selecting. So you can click this link right here, we'll have a card. You can check that out as well because that's gonna save you a ton of money. Always important if you're shopping on a budget to follow a process that helps you from the most expensive unit that will basically dictate every other decision you make. And that's the countertop. So the gable ends, you gotta go to the store and get some hardware. These little inside corners are all you need. Little L brackets. Now, I like to always have my stickers on the inside, so if you see your sticker, you know you're on the inside. Now, you don't really need 4 of these bad boys, do you? Traditionally, these panels are designed for being installed past the hardware and the rail to the wall surface, so they're actually wider than you need for an island situation. So you want to keep that in mind. You want to have this extending past the edge of the cabinet, the same depth as your doors and your drawer faces, which I have right here. So I'm going to put my panel flush with the front of the cabinet, and you can see there's my door. Right? This I don't want sticking past that. So I'm actually going to go to 24.5, so 24.25 inches for these panels. Okay. So I wrote down the width on the piece of tape for later. Once the guy for the countertop measuring is come and gone, I'm going to take this apart, cut down my width of my panel and the height of my panel. And in this case, it is 1 5/8. For the purpose of measuring, I'm going to install it here. But when I actually put it together later, I'm going to install it like this. Because I'm going to buy a 24-inch door to go on the front of this, on the front of that panel as a decorative feature. Okay? To make it look like a fake door. That way it'll line up a lot nicer. But for the purpose of measuring a counter, so that we don't confuse anybody, we're going to just attach this so that we get our outside measurements for the whole counter and they don't mess that up. Now, the way we're going to do this is just take some L brackets and tape. We're going to tape these in place nice and flush and run our screws all through the tape. All right. That's why that is important. I'm using soffit screws. They're just really tiny. They're 3/8. Not designed really for the wood, but if you push hard enough, you'll make good contact, and you don't want to come through the other side, which is the most important part of this. Remember, the other side of this panel is visible when it's all finished, so you don't want to take a chance of screwing that up. All right, now this panel goes here, and this panel goes here. I'm just going to use a little bit of tape to hold this outside corner together. Done. You're going to start screwing. Now this seems like an awful lot of work to go through to kind of arbitrarily attach this for now, but I know these cabinet guys. And they hate taking measurements until everything is in place. The truth is they'd rather all the appliances were installed as well. But I don't care, because every one of these guys does the same thing. They come out here, they'll do their measuring, and then they're gonna make me sign off on it. And they're gonna make me take responsibility for any of the mistakes that are made based on measurements. So if I'm gonna take responsibility for it, I would rather just say, add the other 51 and 5/8 that I've got measured on my wall, and I don't have to go through this nuts, but for the purpose of the demonstration today, I'm going to show you what you're going to expect from a cabinet guy who isn't going to be very nice and play ball with you like that, because then most likely not going to be very friendly about you having this in the wrong place. So here we go. Now I can establish my outside corner for the end of my island. So here we are. I'm putting this in position, and I'll tell you why. A lot of these countertop guys are bringing in a laser level system, and they want to have a position for the laser clips. They'll put a clip here, put a clip there, and so on, and then they'll turn on the machine and automatically detects the location of all those clips and does all the measurements and puts it in a diagram in their computer. That's why if you don't have the outside edges established, the computer's got nothing to work with. So I got to use this. And I've got to put a 5/8 something or other over there off the edge. And what I'll probably end up doing is grabbing a piece of plywood and I'll just screw it to the outside of this cabinet for now. That ought to solve that problem. And then the computer will automatically add the overhang. So that'll take care of it. So now I'm established. Actually, I'm ready to go because I've got 24 inches plus 24 inches plus this gable, which is actually going to sit in between the middle. This actually establishes the outside dimension of my island. And if I'm right, all of this, I'm at 102.5 right now, and if I add the other 5/8, 103 1/8, that's about as close as I'm going to get today. Now when they're measuring your countertop, they're going to throw an extra inch on each side, so you have a little bit of variance, a little bit of wiggle room. The important thing is here, now that this is established, we have one last chance to make sure that we're happy with the location in the room. Not just the depth here off the back wall, but also other features like when you're walking around the outside of the island. So, great opportunity to throw a box on your counter, 5/8 plus an inch, and add your overhang at 10 inches. Whoops. And then you can imagine what your room is going to look like all finished. So now you're coming in, you have lots of space, you're not feeling cramped. Do I have my 40 inches? 40 inches exactly to the wall. That is perfect. It's the same distance you want in between your counters, you want between your counter and your wall. That's cool, so then I don't have to do a great big sweeping corner on this thing. That would be brilliant. Now, if this is it here, I'm going to end up with 39 finished cabinet, counter to counter. Close enough. I'd rather have my 40 at the outside corners. I'm ready to go. Now, if you're installing a kitchen with upper cabinets, just remember, really the only secret you need to know now is use the same rail system. Set it so the distance between the bottom of your upper cabinet and this cabinet includes 18 inches, okay, for your backsplash, which is your distance, plus the thickness of your countertop. And once you have that established, you can hang all of your counters, making sure that you use a laser line off of things like off the stove to get your uppers and your base cabinets all lined up perfectly. And that's about all you need to know. So there we go. How to install the kitchen cabinets from IKEA. Whew, just in time to get it measured for countertops. Can't wait. Once they do that, we're gonna move the island out of the way again, finish all of the sanding, priming, painting, put the flooring in, put the cabinets back in, and by the time they're ready to come with the countertops, this will all be finished. And that makes this a 2-week flip. Way to go. Last steps, when you're happy with your location, lift these bad boys up here, get those feet in. Whew. Once you have your feet in, you take these little clips that come in the hardware packages. Now these clips arrive in the box with the hardware that goes on the back. So make sure you're not throwing little plastic parts like this out because it's key. The back of this is a half moon shape, okay? That is exactly the same as the hole here. So this round hole lines up above your hanging rail and it creates that half moon gap that's left. So you slide this in place, okay? And then you take a flathead screwdriver and you turn it this way. And that locks it in place. So this hole right here actually translates by going like this. Slides underneath the rail and it passes up. There's a gap behind the rail and it actually gets right there. That holds everything nice and snug together. You can also twist it with your fingers. And the screwdriver does a better job. Wow. Now the last thing we have to do is cut this metal tracking off that's in excess of what we needed. I've just put on a simple metal cutoff blade on my grinder. These blades are like $3. There we go. First, we don't need the screw in either. It's hard to tell if I cut through. Oh, there we go. There we go. That doesn't matter. We're going to put that panel here. That's it for part 1 of how to install a kitchen. We're using IKEA. I happen to love them. I think they're a great price point and quality is top notch for that price point. Today we are going to be covering the really intricate world of prepping your floor. It doesn't sound very sexy, I know, but don't install any of your luxury vinyl plank or laminate flooring until you've seen this video and you know how to prep things up. That'll ensure that you get the performance you're looking for without all those crazy sounds. Well, let's get into this. Laminate and vinyl flooring have one thing in common. They're what's called a floating floor. So you're not attaching that flooring to anything. So when that kind of situation comes around, you've got to prep your floor different than if you're attaching it, like doing a tile where you're cementing it in place, or using hardwood where you're nailing it all in place. The preparation for floating floors is crucial because A, it has to be super clean, but secondly, your substrate has to be incredibly strong because all of the strength of the floor is in the substrate, not in any of the material going on top. Now, most people today, the reason they're putting in a floating floor is they're ripping out carpet or they're ripping out a laminate and they're putting in a new floating floor. A lot of folks are upgrading to vinyl, and if your house is like mine, it's not exactly level. So we're going to show you today how to put floor leveler in, how to screw down your subfloor. So whether you have a wood floor or you're on cement, there's going to be great tips and tricks in this video. Tip number 1 is screw down your floor if you have OSB. Most homes, unless you're a relatively new build, and you'll know as soon as you look at it, you'll see the nails in the floor. If you have nails, you've got to throw a screw next to every nail to tighten your floor down, okay? Every one of these joints will have deflection. And what I mean by that is there's a floor joist here, there'll be a floor joist 16 inches over, and every time you step in between them, your weight is going to cause that wood to lift where the nails are. And when the wood lifts, it's going to cause the wood to go up and down over the shaft of the nail, and it's going to cause squeaking. So to avoid problems with squeaking floors, always screw them down first. If you're lucky enough to be in a new build, you'll notice that you have screws and not nails. That means they've screwed and glued the subfloor. So you don't have to worry about that step of the preparation. If you're on concrete, or you have a slab on grade home, then you obviously don't have to worry about that. The next step for preparing your floor, of course, is floor leveler if you need it. Now, if you're on a slab, in a lot of cases, you're going to have uneven concrete pour. Well, these guys come in, they make a frame, they pour the concrete, but then when they're finishing, they're bringing in equipment that causes it to be pushed around, and you get a bit of a bowl effect. It's the same if you're in a basement. The concrete actually has lower spots and higher spots in the room, and so in most cases, floating floors can adapt to those subtle changes, and it's not necessary to use a floor leveler, but in my case, it's an older home, and the middle of the house actually collapsed a little bit, so we're raising it all back up. And the way we did it is we actually took layers of plywood and screwed it down to build up until it was almost level, and then we primed it and added the floor leveler. We also installed some 2x2s around the perimeter of the room to contain the area that we're leveling, and this gives us a lot more control. On this type of floor, it's tongue and groove. And the particular manufacturer, every 16 inches, there's actually a hole, the tongue is missing. So when you put the floor together, you end up with these problems where the leveler will actually go down that hole, okay? And so what you want to do here is just stuff in some paper, all right? And then cut it flush. Right there, okay? Now you're set up, you can use the primer and you can pour floor leveler, and you're not going to have cement working its way underneath the floor. There we go. In some cases, that is all it takes. All the cement that you pour will end up going through that hole because it's self-leveling, and it'll end up in the ceiling cavity or maybe in the basement on your furniture downstairs. Lesson learned that one the hard way. All right, before you pour your floor leveler and install your flooring, especially if you've had a carpet, you're going to want to do an inspection on the surface for things like carpet staples, right? You can do that with a hammer. Put your hammer on the side and you can just run it back and forth. And you're going to hear that. You're going to feel the ridge. You can take your pair of trusty pliers, grab your staples, get them out of the way. Make sure your floor is solid and sound and you don't have any fasteners sticking up out of it. When all of that is said and done, you're ready to go. Now, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to do a good sweep of the room. And if you have a vacuum attachment that you can actually vacuum every square inch, it's worth investing the time to do that. Now, with floor leveler, it's not necessary to actually get on your hands and knees and wash it. I know when we're doing tile work, we always want to wash our plywood, but for floor leveler, you don't need to do that. The difference being is this right here. This primer is going to take care of making sure that this floor is ready to take on the cement. It's a special compounds. They bond well together. The primer goes right into the contours of the wood. So I'm using a product I just went down to the local Home Depot and picked up, because generally speaking, floor leveler is floor leveler. There's not a whole lot of options out there. If you're using leveler for the hardwood flooring purposes and you need to have your staples go into that leveler as well, then definitely go to a supplier for floor products. They'll have different products designed specifically to receive staples as well. This stuff, you just pour out, okay? And then use a little roller. Now, all you have to do is get the area that you want to pour your leveler damp, okay? And you can manipulate this stuff just fine. You don't have to put in a whole lot of it to get it to do this job. You just need the surface damp. And we're basically just going to paint the flooring in and around the area where we're expecting it to flow, okay? Now what this does, this primer does two things. Make sure that the floor has got a good bond to this concrete, but more importantly, it'll keep your leveler from cracking so that when you're walking around, you aren't going to get crunchy bits underneath your feet. Now, my dip in my floor is right around here. The center of it is over towards the stairs, so I'm expecting to get a fair amount of leveler here, which is good because I'm doing a 9-foot island and I'm getting appliances put here, so it'd be nice if this floor was all level. It'll make the installation of those appliances a lot easier. So I'm really making sure that I'm covering the area that I'm expecting it to go. Now, leveler itself can only be applied, and I would say 1/4 to 1/2 inch maximum in one pour. So if you're gonna go more than that, you can always put down wood first. Generally speaking, like what we're gonna do is we're gonna pour it here, but I know it's gonna overlap. Existing leveler does not need to be primed in between coats. It bonds to itself just fine. The priming is just for new wood or new concrete areas, so don't get too concerned about that. One little jug of this primer is enough primer for probably 5 or 6 bags of leveler, just so you know. You don't end up wasting your money buying a whole lot of product you don't need. Now, you want to make sure that this stuff is dry before you add your floor leveler. That takes about half an hour to an hour, and 20 minutes if you use a fan. Okay, you're allowed to speed up the process. It's just a water-based product, and so if you add a fan to it, that'll get you in business in no time. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, next up. All right, so the instructions for mixing your floor leveler are here. Follow it if you feel like it. I've been mixing this stuff for so many years. I know what it looks like when it's done. So we're gonna do a half bag at a time, which is about 2.5 liters of water, which is about 0.5 to 0.6 gallons. All right, there we go. I need more water, I can tell already. Now, the pails from Home Depot are not big enough to mix a whole bag. But if you go to a flooring supply place, they give you just a little bit bigger of a pail, and you'll be able to get it all done in one shot. Now, I like using a slow mixer for this kind of product. It takes a lot of torque. Nice and easy until those products are mixed together. It's just a sloppy mess, right? Primarily, you're mixing sand into water here, all right? So let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that's pretty all right. It is self-leveling, so it's gonna be somewhat fluid. All right? Okay. Now, what I do is I generally like to pour it out layers like this. Okay? We'll leave the pail there for a minute. Let it all run out. Floor leveler, you'll see there's a ridge here. Although it flows, it's not perfect. So you can actually use a trowel to smooth it out. You can help to manipulate it a little bit. When it's done, you can also sand it. So if you need it to be really smooth, you can accomplish that task no problem. Loving it. Yeah, I'll just mix the rest of that bag. There we go, let me see. About there. Okay. Ooh, yeah. This last batch, I made a little thinner on purpose. Then we're gonna just tie all the old together with the new. This batch I made a little thinner. Oh, did we ever? Yeah, I probably wouldn't have killed if I mixed it under 30 seconds, right? But you can just mix it up right here on the floor. Look at that. So that's the advantage of the last bag you roll. Make it nice and thin, and then it'll self-level right into perfection. And here we go. So now we're gonna have a surface that's incredibly level for the rest of the island to be built out on, so that nothing is gonna look funky. I'm gonna go to do all my finished carpentry and install my end gables and everything around the island. I'm gonna be dealing with a flat level surface instead of scribing up and down all over the place. Last thing you need to know, depending on how sensitive the installation is that you're doing, you can actually sand this finished. Okay, boom. So you can take the ridges off around the edges and make it absolutely perfect. This sandpaper here is actually 150. I would recommend going with an 80 grit to do this application. But for the purpose of the video today, I just want to demonstrate it can be sanded. Now that's pretty much a level floor, which means I can finish all my carpentry, island installation, appliance installation, no more issues. Welcome to my kitchen renovation. Now we are at a process right now where we have got almost everything completed. We have all of the drywall done and the ceilings are painted. I've drilled all my holes. My wiring is about to be done, but I'm at a point where I'm done making a mess. I love it when I'm done making a mess. Now everything I do from here on in is just finishing work. Wiring up the lights and the plugs and the switches, but today we're putting in the flooring. We are gonna show you an amazing product that we've come across. I've got an amazing deal to offer you at the end of the video so that you can get it too. And we're gonna show you all the tips and tricks for installing this product because it is the simplest vinyl floor installation on the market today. You're gonna love it. Stay tuned. So let's talk about the products, because on this channel we've installed vinyl plank already in two different situations with two different products. The first one, we're going back in time about a year and change. We did a vinyl plank with a cork backing, and that was a good quality product, but man, you paid for it. That stuff was $5, almost $6 a square foot. And it was tricky because it had a tongue and groove locking system on the long side and the short side. So if you remember that video, or if you haven't seen it, you can click here to watch it. The idea is that you would have to lay the planks and then hammer all of the joints together because it had a hammer lock system as part of their installation. That's what happens when you got tongue and groove. Now this product is the same. We just did this product in our bathroom video, the one with the floor heat. And yes, you can have floor heat under vinyl. And if you want to see that video, you can click this link right here. Now this product here has a tongue and groove as well. So it has the difficulty of having to install both ends simultaneously. So you needed to kind of lock them in place. This little groove here, it's very frustrating. This plank, this groove is a different material. It's not the same density as the vinyl on the top or the bottom. And so this one tends to just break off real easy during the installation. Wasn't a huge fan of the fact that this Mohawk flooring had a tongue on it that was kind of, I don't know, it just didn't really float my boat. But you know what, it's holding up well. It was a little difficult to install. So as far as my own personal rating, I'm gonna say it's still a 4.5 out of 5 because it's still a quality product and it locks together nice. But if you're looking for installing vinyl flooring in your house and you're a DIYer and you may not have a lot of experience, then what you might have tried before is a laminate floor. Now I'm going to answer a lot of questions in the video today about flooring that keep popping up in all these videos. Yeah, there's a difference between laminate flooring and vinyl plank, okay? Laminate flooring traditionally means a hard surface laminated with MDF or HDF, medium or high density fiberboard. It's no good in water. This, although it's got different layers and they're laminated together, is not a laminate floor, it is a vinyl plank. And every material that's used in this plank does not get damaged in water. Now that does not mean it's a waterproof floor. That's one of the other most popular questions. Yes, water can still work its way through the joints and the gaps and the cracks, so it's not a waterproofing system. But if you have spills and that sort of thing, it's not going to damage the floor like it does a laminate floor. I want to show you something, first of all, because there are two different kinds of cores in the market. One is a soft and one is a hard. We're going to just go that way, okay? Now this plank, if you look at them comparatively, they're both the same width. This one's a little bit longer. Longer planks give you a better look in a larger room, but to be honest with you, 4 feet long is still a nice long plank. Now I'm going to do the old hold it out and hold it test. Now it's only fair to do this at the same distance, so I'm going to hold it here, I'll hold it here. And I want you to see, right? This plank is a pretty soft core. Now it's still relatively rigid, but it's pretty soft. Comparing to this product, okay? Like, this is incredibly strong. So, I like the fact that this floor doesn't have a lot of flex to it. What that tells me is that the locking system is going to hold the floor together really, really well. And it's necessary because in this situation, everything is tongue and groove, so it can afford to be a little softer and flexible, which is nice in older homes where you don't have a lot of leveling going on. But as you can tell, in this kitchen, we poured floor leveler in all of the low spots to level it out. And you can watch that link right here. There's the video. We used a floor leveler. So we're gonna go ahead and use a more rigid plank this time with an underlayment, and that'll give us the flexibility of having some sound transmission control. People can come and wear their high heels, do a little wine and cheese party. It's not gonna sound like a hollow basement, all right? Whew, that's a lot being said. So now we're done showing this flooring. The reason this has to be so strong and the reason this is going to be so amazing for you is because it has a European overlay locking system. This is not tongue and groove. This one just sits over top and locks. That's it. Now the tongue action coming from the other side holds these joints together. It's so simple. So if you have a flat floor or if you have an existing tile floor in your kitchen and it's ugly and you want to put in vinyl, this is the product for you. Now, at the end of this video, I'm going to show you where you can get this product because we've actually arranged for a special deal for our viewers from the manufacturer. That's right, from the manufacturer. The price is amazing. It is the lowest cost vinyl product available in the world right here on this channel. We're going to give it to you. Now, let's show you how to install it first. All right, so before we get into installing the floor, the first thing, of course, is prep, right? Make sure you screw everything down if it's not screwed down. If you only have nailed subfloor, add the screws. You don't want to be making that squeaky noise later. It's too late to fix it. So sweeping, and of course a scraper, because I did all my construction work. I want to get all the mud, paint chunks, stuff like that off the floor and out of the way. And then we're going to vacuum, because a vacuum floor is a clean floor. Now, one of the most popular common questions that we get is, why do you install the flooring with the baseboards already on? Here's the answer to that. Because if the baseboards are on, my paintwork is done. And if my paintwork is done, then I don't have to cover all the flooring up in order to paint the house. You move from new construction into the world of renovation as soon as you go out of order. And the order should be finish everything from the top down, finish making a mess at least before you do your flooring, okay? And that will make your life a lot easier. Now, traditionally people, they're gonna be done, they're gonna use something like quarter round, okay? It's 1/4 of a piece of pie. So what they do, they put the quarter round on, okay? And that looks fine. You can caulk that and paint that in advance, and you can just stick this on with a little no nails adhesive, throw the odd nail near the top, and you can caulk it and finish it up. You're not gonna get any paint on your floor. Closes the gaps, leaves your expansion, right? It's perfectly fine, but it looks kind of new house construction like, doesn't it? Now, if you go with the 5.5-inch baseboard like I did, you don't want to use that. But since I shop at a trim store that gives me options, they have 12 different varieties of trim moldings for the baseboard, okay? A good trim shop will have really nice detailed trims that'll match the style of the baseboard. So when I install this, it's gonna look like part of the baseboard. It's not gonna look like a piece of trim added after the fact. And that is the key. This is gonna be incredibly sexy, and I can put it on afterwards. It'll be done in just a few minutes. And now for the install. But first, I'm going to share with you a new evolution in flooring technology in this area vent. Now, if you have seen the drywall video, you've seen us install one of these vents for the wall application. This is for the floor application. If you haven't seen the drywall video, you should click the link up there. Now, this thing right here is brilliant. This is basically a simple design. It's a new technique on the market for finishing off your floor grates. So it comes two parts. This part gets thrown in the old hole of the old floor grate, as long as it's the right size. Once you got that bad boy pressed in there, just take a few of your blue ring drywalls, nails. Okay, these are the flathead nails. We're just nailing down the flange. You know, good practice. Boom, done. They give you a bunch of holes, but 2 is plenty. Now the premise behind this whole thing is the fact that this sits inside of here, okay? And it's structural, so you can actually stand on that, which is amazing. And it becomes part of the floor. So you bring your finished flooring up to the side, and then you put some blocks in the middle here to raise the inside, and you can put your finished floor inside as well, flush with the rest of the floor. So all you're left with is this gap around here, and that supplies all the volume necessary for this to function like a normal heat grate. I know. Well, we're going to put this aside for a minute. We're going to get going with the installation. We'll get back to that later. So there are basically 3 kinds of vinyl flooring on the market, and we've installed 2 of the 3. One of them has a cork underlay on the back, and that's the sound transmission control as well as the vinyl all rolled into one. Like I said, that was about $5.50 a square foot. The other one is something you'll get from like a Home Depot or a discount store. Similar to the Mohawk flooring we use in the bathroom, only that's a little higher quality. And that just goes direct on your surface. You can put that direct on concrete, direct on wood. It has a softer core on the bottom, and so it acts like an underpad. And so if you're just looking for a basic install without the underpad or no sound control, you can go that way. But it's still more expensive than this process, which is underpad and flooring combined. Now, we're going to use the underpad here. Now this is not a 2-in-1. This is not a vapor barrier and underpad. If you're going to install this flooring direct on concrete, then don't use the pad, okay? It's not necessary. In most applications, you're going to be using an underpad for sound transmission control, because this works for main floor to the basement, it works for upstairs to the main floor, and here we go. We're going to just roll this out. And we're going to cut it into place. It's a really simple process. Traditionally, a Rollo underpad is about 100 square feet, and I'm pretty sure it's the same with this. All right. For the purpose of keeping things from moving around, this is really one of these situations. You might want to just throw a couple of staples into the corners just to keep everything in place until you get some flooring on. When you get to one of these joints, the best thing to do, lightly tack that down, and then you cut through both pieces at the same time. Okay? There we go. We can just pull these staples afterwards. There we go. Perfect fit every time. Done. Now we just want to rub this a little bit where that hole is, so our grill makes an outline, and then we're going to just trim that off. So you know what, I'm going to trim that back to the edge. Yeah. There we go. That'll represent the thickness of the edge of that grill. The flooring is going to sit a lot nicer that way. Okay, so this is my first time working with this product, so I'm going to invent the wheel here, okay, along with you. There we go. So now we have one surface. Now I like that better. Okay, brilliant. So now here's our flooring. This is brilliant stuff, right? It's tongue and groove. So this is the tongue, okay? And so you always want to install the tongue facing you. And because of this joint system, it locks just by laying down. Okay, that's the joint, done. That's simple. It just locks and lays. It's because underneath, the joint's like this, and it can't pull apart, all right? So, all you have to do is get the tongue in the groove and lay it down, and your installation's done. Now, if you're with us earlier in the video series, you would have seen us install the baseboard and the casings. And what we did is we actually put the underpad and a piece of flooring in place. So we set the height So we can start our floor underneath. Okay? Now, if you want to be in a house and you got a nice flat floor, you can install all your baseboards and everything. Install them before the flooring goes in at the perfect thickness so that you can just slide it all in place too. And you don't even need the extra trims. That's such a sexy look, it's not even funny. So whenever you're working your first row, and around a door especially, it's going to take a few tries because most houses aren't square. Get that pad under there. We're going to try our best to get all of this in one row. And as long as I can get up to my edge of my casing here, if there's a little bit of a gap, that's okay, because we're going to come back with a piece of decorative trim after the fact up against the door. All right, here's 1 and 2. Before I can put the last piece in, I've got to cut it. So what we're going to do is take our tongue, we're going to reverse the board. So we're going to be measuring from finished edge, okay, to where the wall is. That's how we do this, all right? Now, right there, all we're going to do is take out our triangle and our knife, or our square, or a knife, depending on what you call it. We're going to scratch the surface. We're going to flip this over, and you're going to be amazed because we've done this on a couple of other products. We've tried the score and snap. Some of them work, some of them don't, but this one is a dream. I mean, that's laser sharp. Unbelievable. So generally speaking, you can take the snap off cut from the last piece to start your next row. In this case, we have something very unique. We have a 140-year-old home. The walls are not square to the heat register. So trying to get this done is going to be tricky because this will sit inside. And the instructions for this are to finish flush up against that lip, okay? Now, you've got a little bit of flexibility here, but not a lot. If I try to cut this piece like this, following this angle is going to be really tricky, I think. Let's try our best to cut this out. We're going to try an impossible cut. I'm just going to line up my square based on this, draw the line, and we're going to cut it out. We're going to see how clean we can make this. If we can make that really sexy. Wow. Yeah. We're going to start there. I think that's the perfect way to do it. You know, if everything is square, this is a lot simpler. It might even be simpler not to try it like this, but I don't like having joints around the corners. They always tend to break off. So I'm going to go fiddle around with this for a while. But if you don't have this problem, then I would suggest starting or ending a piece on one side and then just cut out the L. But you know, I'm a sucker for punishment, so I'm going to go do this and I'm going to show you how. So I'm going to just use the edge of my straight edge as a guide. There we go. We don't want to cut out too much. And I'm going to use my ceramic bit continuous rim grinder blade to cut the vinyl. Now we know this works because cutting vinyl on the vinyl siding worked amazing. It's a little messy, but it does a great job. also works on ceramic and porcelain as well. Now, obviously, this is a lot more complicated than if you just put your flooring in, use a jigsaw to cut the hole, and drop a grate over top, because it gives you a 1/2 inch overlay. But how sexy is that? Now, when we're all done, I'm going to finish off the inside as well. That's going to blow their mind. My wife is going to be so happy with me. Like with just about any flooring installation, the first row or so is kind of difficult, but this is where this product starts to shine because it's so simple to install. All we do is lay the tongue in the groove, okay? And you can see that we have a little bit of a gap here. That is not a problem. We're just going to use the claw. Now, slide towards the gap and lay it in. That is awesome. I'm not using the rubber mallet to lock it in place. I'm simply using the mallet to make sure that I got a good contact. I don't want to feel any ridges, closing gaps and making sure everything is nice and tight. That works out really well. Yeah, it's beautiful. Once you've got it in place and you're happy with the positioning, rubber mallet locks that joint in place, gets rid of the ridge. There's absolutely no catch there. That's amazing. What a beautiful looking floor. All right, again, now that we're gonna make this process a little more simplified, we're gonna flip it around, stick our board to the wall. In this particular situation at the other end, I'm actually adding a ceramic tile that goes right to the floor. And so when that's all finished, most likely going to be adding some sort of that trim mold or something to close the gap over here, because I don't want to build the tile off of the vinyl. So you flip it, you mark it, lay your square, you score it, turn it over, and just a little bit of pressure. That's it. Anybody can install this. Wow, that is beautiful. Perfect. All right, now we'll take the cut off and we'll finish the vent. We'll just keep on going. Okay, this is where this gets easy, because now I can trace. All right. Okay, so now that we have the hard part, we have the beginning, we've done the vent, now it's just straight installation. So we're gonna give you a couple minutes of real-time installation so you can get a good understanding of what kind of efforts actually involved, because this stuff is incredibly simple. Now, while I'm installing this stuff, if you feel like you can learn anything today, feel free. Give this video a thumbs up. One of the most common questions I get is, why don't you wear knee pads? I don't need them. Get it? I don't need them. I've been on my knees working and flooring for years. They're so built-in strong at this point. I don't even feel the burn until about 3 hours into a floor installation. But yes, I do wear them sometimes. When I'm crawling around on wood subfloor and underpad and vinyl flooring, really, like, you might require them, but not for me. You know the box. You know, this is interesting. Just a tiny little piece. Shouldn't be any harder. Not bad considering. The other vinyl floors I put in never would have been able to cut like that. You know, when something is this easy to install, it's almost a shame to have to pay somebody to put it in for you. Wow. No getting up and down to go to the saw. Loving it. Oh, and here we go. Finally, we have an issue. I'll start and end down there with that piece. Okay, so before I can go any further, I'm going to have to fill up the entire side of this wall. And we're going to play around with it and make sure that it's all in the same connection. We'll do that on camera in just a minute, but I'm just going to go have myself some lunch, fill up the other side, and then we'll join you back here to show you how to fix this mess. So what we've done is we set up the flooring on this side, and we've anticipated we're gonna have issues with making it perfect, so we didn't put the first row in. We've intentionally skipped that because we can snap that in from the backside later. We know that this wall's got a huge curve in it, so we're not expecting it to go in perfect. This allows us to cut and scribe every piece that we need after the fact. Now, on the other side of that flooring, we're gonna have to work off of that line because we had that specific heat grade issue. So I dropped a laser, which shows me exactly where the inside of my tongue is supposed to be. And so what we want to do is just make these adjustments so that this is perfectly in line, and then we'll start building from that side and then be able to cut around this detail. That'll make our life really easy. Our gap here is just about 1 inch. So what we're going to do is I'm going to cut this off at 1 1/4. Here we go. I'm going to trace this. Trace this. We're going to cut that out and install that. So one of the benefits of working with flooring like this is although the tongue and grooves hold the joints tight, they do slide vertically. So we can actually adjust rows left to right to keep our gaps straight and close this up the old-fashioned way. So Matt, I'm going to stand on this row. I want you to kick this row towards my joint. Go ahead. Nice. That was that simple. Now, pretty happy with that. Okay, you want to just...
a gap on the wall.
Yeah, but we're using a decorative shoe. I'd rather have a little bit of a gap and have the flexibility of moving things around. So we're going to show you the system for scribing in to finish the run at the end of the wall. Now whether it's the last piece and you're doing tongue and groove, or your first piece and filling in and doing groove and tongue, it's the same process. You just lay your board in the direction that you want it, okay? And then flip it straight over. And what that does is it'll give you the perfect scribe to the distance you want. Remember now, in this case, I've got the groove sitting out. So when I install the board, it'll actually be shorter, but since we're adding trim, we're gonna be okay. So I'm just gonna cut it a 1/16 longer than I need to. Now in this case, I laid the model all the way along, so that's my cut line. Now I take this board and I use another piece of flooring like a straight edge. Okay, just connect the dots, trace that out. Now I'm gonna go to the grinder and just cut that off. Now you could use a grinder or a table saw or even a skill saw for doing this. It's not a big deal, but I don't think you could score and snap it. That'd be pretty difficult. I like using the grinder. It's already plugged in for all my tricky cuts, so I have even more tools on the job. So for dropping it in, we're just gonna lay it in, slide it. And when you slide the flooring, it tends to grab the groove real nicely. And then lay it on in there. Now if you need a little bit of leverage, you can use a red bar or a laminate flooring pry bar, but generally just a little bit of a snug like that. You'll hear it lock. That's all there is to it. Okay, so we're almost there, just 3 more elements to talk about, and one of the 3 is specifically to IKEA. Now, if you're watching our whole project, Graham, then you're gonna be able to wanna understand how this operates. This piece of flooring is gonna go in like every other piece of flooring. Not a big deal. Right down here, there's a foot pedal. This thing's adjustable, right? And what happens is the IKEA kick plate snaps onto the leg, and the edge of that kick plate sits up against this plastic. So in an ideal world, you actually want your flooring up to that plastic. And one of the reasons I love IKEA is because the end panels that they supplied you with always go on the outside of their cabinet. They always have a finish end gable. And this gives you a really nice finish. Now in this case, this is my island and it's the back of it. And so this becomes the side panel. And you can cut this to fit and sit it right down tight on the floor. You don't have to cut around. There's no need for trims afterwards. That's really cute. Now the back of this panel gets something similar. Okay, so no problem. As long as you bring your floor up to flush with the back of your end panel, you're fine. But on the front of the cabinets, you're gonna have the feet. Now the IKEA kick plates, they come with these little plastic things that show up with the feet. This shows up with the leg box. Don't throw these out because these slide into the kick plate and then you rotate it into place. And that snaps into place. And then this will hold the end of that panel flush with the foot down here. So it's very important that this little leg is there. So when you're bringing your flooring in, you want to bring it right up to the leg panel itself, at least to the end of this. Then all of your finishings will be sitting on top of your floor and you won't have to install any extra trims. One of the last elements, of course, is the trim work. We're gonna just discuss that real quick. Now here I've got quarter round going underneath the door to close the gap. Then I'm gonna just bring a little bit of a detail to it. Beautiful. Just fire in. Probably 3 nails will be lots. That's done. Okay, nice. So you'll notice that this kind of trim, although the floor is wonky because it's so thin, you can manipulate it to follow any contour. That is beautiful. Okay, now here we are. Now we have to deal with this flooring element from Aria. Loving this. Now this particular part of the tray sits in the bottom and we build this out until it's flush at the top. Now this vent acts like a damper here, so we can actually open these gates to allow the heat in. It's near a door, so we're gonna open them up pretty wide. Okay, and like anything else in the house, if you wanna moderate, you can just close it again later, all right? Here we go. Sorry, let's put this together. 3 pieces of scrap. I did this off camera, okay? It turned out to be perfect thickness. 1 piece on top. I have these 2 little clips. We set this in, slide it over. How sexy does that look? Beautiful. And now time for the sales pitch. Last but not least, check this out. This company has got some amazing quality color products in here. So I told you earlier in the video that we found you a good deal. This is not just a good deal, this is a great deal. All right, this is a direct from an importer, straight to your door kind of deal. Now, we have a price that we've been given that we're making the supply for, but if you use the code in the video description, okay, that's the key. Go down to the description, it's right next to the comment section. You'll get a code and you can place your order for this flooring delivered to your home. I'm telling you right now, this is an amazing product. What I want everybody to do is go to our website because we have a page there called affiliates and we are increasing our list of people that we're doing business with, but only if it makes sense for you. So if you're in business, or if you're an importer or a manufacturer, and you're looking for a place to sell your product, send it to me. We'll check it out. If we like it, then we'll add you to our list, and we'll be able to pass along an amazing deal to you, our viewers, okay? That's what we're doing. We're taking advantage of the opportunity to bring the customer, which is my viewers, direct to the people who are making good products and making this available at a much better price for you. So the least we can do to say thanks for all of you guys helping us grow this channel. So this flooring is awesome. I'm loving it. I'm putting it in my luxury kitchen. You can put it in anywhere in your house. In this video, we are going to be installing 4-inch LED slimline lights. I got a whole string of them, about 30 of them to do in this room. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cover all the installation techniques, all the different product options that are out there, where you can buy them and where you can get your best value. So all of that's coming soon. But before we talk about where you should shop for them, I'm gonna show the demonstration for the installation. Now this is crucial. The largest mistake people make when they're installing their pot lights is the way that they cut the hole in their ceiling. Remember, you don't want to be drilling a hole until all of your finished paint is completely done, all right? This is the last step before you put your flooring in. What you want to do is get a drill, one of these little drill bits here, okay? You want to go to the store. Now I love the Milwaukee hole saw bits. What we're going to do is we're going to measure the diameter on the back of this light. From this edge to this edge, not the whole finish trim, just the part that goes inside the drywall. And then in this case, it's exactly 4 1/4 inches. So I went and I bought a 4 1/4 drill bit. Now they come in 1/8 inch increments. So it doesn't matter what manufacturer you buy, you can get a hole saw that fits perfectly. If you use a hole saw that's not the right size, you're gonna be fussing around with a knife to try to make the hole bigger, or your hole will be too big, and you can see that there's not a whole lot of mercy here. That's not a lot of overlap room, right? So if your hole is just a little bit too big, you run the risk of always having gaps showing, and then you're patching holes, making a mess of your ceiling. Do yourself a favor, get one of these bits, throw it in your drill, put your drill on low speed, okay? This is not a race. Generally speaking, there's 3 mistakes people make. They try to drill too fast because they're in a hurry. They drill in the wrong direction, right? And then they're pushing too hard. This situation, you want to let the drill bit do all the work. I know this is going to be interesting, but there are actually holes here that you can look up through, and you can find the mark on the ceiling that you made, and you can just start your drilling process. But here's the trick. Put it on reverse. The teeth are all sharp and pointing this way. And if you start drilling like that, and you aren't perfectly parallel to the ceiling, like you have a bit of an angle, the first tooth will grab, and then your saw blade's gonna run all over the place. You're gonna destroy your ceiling. So, you put it on reverse, set your blade, your pilot bit, which is longer than the teeth, put that in the drywall, you go real slow. Now, most of these drills come with a trigger finger kind of reaction. The harder you squeeze, the faster it goes, but you can go nice and gentle, a little bit of a squeeze, okay? Here we go. And we're creating a hole for the pilot bit first. Now we've got contact. We're still in reverse. So what we want to do now is we want to scratch up the drywall going backwards, because it's just paper, right? Just backwards, and you'll make a perfect scratch. Now here we go, I'm going to show you. Now I'm a little bit off center here. I'm actually going deeper on one side than the other. But because I'm going backwards, my drill isn't running all over the room. Now there's 2 things you can do. Now you can go into forward and you can drill through. It's nice and quick. But what I suggest, especially if you're a homeowner and you're new at this, you're gonna have wiring, because we run the wire in advance. You may or may not have everything where you want it. Your wires might be sitting right above the hole, and you're worried about damage. If you drill in reverse, okay? Like when you run your finger across the teeth backwards, it doesn't cut you. So if you drill in reverse and you make contact with the wire passively, it's not gonna wreck your wire, all right? And this is the system for going through. And as soon as you feel it release, just let go. There we go, that's a perfect hole. You don't have broken edges, right? So that when you install the light later, it's gonna have positive contact with those spring-loaded feet. And we just go like this, upside down, and that's how you clean out your drill. It's a dirty, messy job. You might want to wear some glasses if you're concerned about it. But that's the basic idea for how to drill a hole. Now, we're gonna get into a lot more information about pot lights right now, but where you can buy them, what kind to get, all the different color variations in the light, and how you wanna match that up with the rest of your room, and also how to map it and plan it. So let's get into the business of how to set up and have a perfect light installation. So if you're new to this kind of installation, I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice here, and that is take a scrap piece of drywall, take the new bit, drill your hole, okay? There we are. Now, I want you to open your package because you obviously have your light at this point because you've measured it out. And I want you to practice installing this and make sure that the hole is working for you. Get these spring-loaded clips in the hole, okay? And now push it around all 4 different sides, and you should not see the hole exposed, okay? That is key. There we go. So we know that that's going to be a good installation. Now let's talk about the quality of these lights, where you can buy them, the different products that are on the market, and then we're going to do the actual installation where we're going to wire up and power up and snap the box into place. So before we go into the installation, I want to talk about where do you find these things, because there are a lot of different products on the market. Now, I'm installing this product this time around. If you're used to our channel, you've seen me use different ones before. And I used a product before that the cable that came from this box went directly into this, right? And they were fixed. And that installation process, you had to do all your wiring after you drilled your holes, after your installation was done. And that's an option. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. But this product here, it has a low voltage harness on it, okay? And this harness, it lines up, there's a little hole, and then you can screw them together, right? And it works lovely. And now it operates just like the other ones did, okay? The difference is, this one, if you want to, if you're in an environment where that's beneficial, okay, you can do all the wiring and have this left in the ceiling. That's an option. Sometimes that's a really good option, and sometimes it's not. I prefer to wire after, simply because a lot of things can happen during a renovation. Plans can change, ideas can change, locations can change. And if someone changes a light location, even just a couple of inches, it can be, you know, a make it or break it moment there, because if this is all wired in advance, perhaps I can't get this short feed over to where I want the new light to be. But I always wire with plenty of extra wire in the ceiling. So if there is a change, I can move it almost 1 or 2 feet any direction I want. So I like to do it afterwards. Now, the lights themselves, all right? We did a video on a live stream not too long ago. We talked about where you can shop and get a great deal. So these lights, just out of curiosity, I went down to Home Depot to take a look at what they had. So the Home Depot, they have this little package of lights here. It's a 12 pack of lights. Great idea, right? It's like a project pack for homeowners. If you're doing a basement renovation or something like that, it's nice to buy in bulk. And so what Home Depot does is they show you, so each light at Home Depot, if you bought one of them, is $25. Now, if you buy their pack of 12, they're gonna give you a huge discount. They're gonna give you $100 off. Amazing, isn't it? $200 for 12. First glance, that looks like the deal of a lifetime, doesn't it? But here's the thing. There's a company in China that manufactures these lights. And they make 8 billion of these every 5 minutes. Let's just be honest. They're making these lights for probably 40, 50, maybe 100 or 200 different companies. And the only thing that they do different is they put the packaging for each person who's purchasing lights from them at a certain volume. They make unique packaging for them because the product itself has already been tested. It's already approved for wet areas even. But what they do is they change the name on that part of the sticker and they put it in a different box. There are hundreds of people selling these lights all over the world, and they're all coming from one plant. What you need to know is they're not worth $25 a piece. They're not worth 12 lights for $200. I bought them at Dragona, one of my favorite suppliers, and they sell mostly flooring. But because they're a wholesaler, they thought that would be a kind of a nice idea if they got into the lighting business. And so I actually bought these. Now these are superior quality. These are better than a lot of the products that are on the market because a lot of the products on the market come with really cheaply made springs, same factory. They come with no rubber gasket for wet areas, same factory. But these ones here, I picked up for $11.50 a light, not 25. 11.5 times 12, well, it's 145 bucks. My lights were still $50 cheaper for a 12 pack than they were at Home Depot after that amazing deal. And I'm not even ordering them by bulk from China Direct. So what I'm trying to tell you is, just because you're in a store and you think you're getting a great deal, think twice. Because this kind of light, oh, and just for the record, this one here is a much higher quality than the one from Home Depot. They're using the really weak springs, and the lights seem to sag off the drywall a lot. I'm not a big fan. But the point is this, there's one factory making lights, they make 2 or 3 different variations of quality, and if you want the high quality light, you need to go to the right location. Find one with that heavy duty spring, okay, that'll hold well. Find one that has this gasket on it. If there's no gasket and you put it in your bathroom, all that warm, moist air is racing up into your attic. Trust me. And then if you like it, you can get one with these connectors. It's a good little gig, right? This is kind of easy to work with because then when you're wiring your light, you don't have to wire with the whole assembly dangling. It's just the one little box, and then you connect them afterwards. So, with all that being said, that's the backstory on the industry and where these lights come from. It's not a real big secret. Most things that are manufactured in bulk are manufactured in China out of one plant, sold to a myriad of people who are all marketing them differently for different prices. But in a lot of cases, it's just the same product. So you'll see this with lights, you'll see this with bathroom fixtures and plumbing fixtures. You can buy something for $50 or $150 made from the same plant with a different sticker. You've really got to be keen to know where you're getting good value, all right? Now let's get into the installation. So wiring pot lights is relatively simple, right? The wire's going to go in the box, and there's half of this box is where the connections are made. So you don't have to strip too much wire, right? But you do want to have enough of the sheathing that goes into the connector that goes into the box. So if you're going to strip a couple of inches off of each of these things, then you're going to be in good shape. If you strip too much, then you're going to be cutting everything back, and then that's just going to be a problem. And we got that. We're going to pull out our handy dandy wire cutters here, and we're going to take off 1 inch. And it is supposed to be, and there we go. Now these snips, of course, have got the gauge on there. That's the same as the wire. This is a 14.2, which is a 14 gauge. So you put it in the 14 slot, it'll cut the sheathing without cutting through the wire. Give it a corner twist and pop that off. Now we're in business. You know you got a good pot light when you can snap the door open, you don't have a set screw. You snap it shut. I love this. This is so much easier than having to be up here with a drill. You still have this little punch out hole, okay? This one's easy. It only has connection on one side instead of 2, so you don't have to hammer through and wreck the box and rip it apart. Gotta love that. Of course, you're gonna need a cable connector because they sell these in little packages of 5, or you can buy a tub of like 100. They're not expensive, so just get what you need. And you just pop this in. Try to be sure. I'm going to show this on purpose. The cable connector comes with a missing spot here, so you can pinch it together and put it in the hole, and then it expands in the hole, sits in this groove so it stays fixed. There's a piece of sharp metal right here, okay? That's where the breakout was for that connector. Don't let your cable connector go in and leave that metal exposed, because that's where your wire is going to be going. So anything that's got wire running through it vibrates, so put it in, install it on the opposite side on purpose, okay? So there's the wear. Let's make sure we put the solid part of the cable connector there. That's just good practice. That'll help reduce your risk of having any kind of an issue over time. Now, we take both of our wires. I like to line them up and push them together at the same time. All right, here we go. Now, you can push through, and there's a little wedge in there that it gets caught if you try to pull it out, all right? So this is actually fixed in place. Let's just go pull all the blacks together, we'll pull the grounds together, and the whites together. We'll separate all this for the camera. And the green wire gets connected to those. Now you notice this is a quick connect system. It's amazing. All you do is push the wire into the hole, All right, here we are. Let's make sure it fit. There we go. Now that's in. There we go. That one's done. Now we're gonna do the white. Now there are, wow, it's really tough to do this on camera. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my pliers. Okay, I'm gonna hold the wire still, right? That way I can push this on and get good contact. Now watch, that's set in place and you can push it right in. That's why the depth that you strip these wires at is so important, because you're actually gonna put it in. You can see that on camera, okay? The copper goes all the way to the end. Okay, that one's done, that one's done. Just the black one. There's not a lot of room in these boxes, so if it's at all possible to set up your wiring configuration where you're only dealing with 2 wires, that's great. Always, what I do when I'm wiring my ceiling is I use 1 roll of wire and I'll loop it around and I keep all of these connections the same wire, it's just looped. And then when I'm ready to install my wire, I'll cut the loop in half. That gives me a lot of flexibility, so if, again, I said, if there's a position change or something, you can steal some of the length from one of the holes and pull it through to the next hole and allows you to move a location. It also gives you the flexibility. If you make a mistake when you're cutting or trimming, you can trim it back and you always have lots of wire to play with. Now that we got all these connections made, we're just gonna tuck all this in the box in such a way that the lid will close. All right, snap, that's good. Piece of cake, right? Now, the only thing left here is this, the tricky little part. I've got 2 holes, that's the contact, those are the wires. This other little divot here, you actually see that there's a detail that lines up. And it's a guide to make sure that the right pin in that hole goes in the right hole here, okay? And so you line that guide up, gentle here, you press it together, right? When you got positive contact, then you bring this down, go backwards until you feel it click, because it's plastic threading, and you don't want to cross thread this stuff. There we go. Now, let's take a second. What I'm going to suggest is you do this to all of the lights in the room. And then there's a secret ingredient you're going to need. Surgical gloves. Now I'm going to tell you about this because this is really important. Anybody who's been at this business for a while knows that when you paint a ceiling and you use a beautiful brand new flat paint, if you touch that ceiling with your hair or your hands, oils that naturally exist in your hair and hands is going to get on that ceiling. And in a couple of weeks, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, you know, you're finished, your project's all done, everything is lovely. A little bit of dirt that's going in the air is going to cling onto that. You're going to see your fingerprints and little head marks. Do not touch your flat ceiling with anything, all right? Wear your nitrile gloves. Now, that box just installs there, put it in a nice little comfy spot, fish your wire up. Now here's the secret. Rest your first pin. Slide it up, put the second pin up, okay? And then you can guide it into place, all right? Now, this is actually sitting a little bit off the drywall. And the reason for that, if you're taking it out, be careful. You don't want to just let it come snap down and rip the drywall. This gasket is a lovely thing to have in bathrooms, but everywhere else, get rid of it. And that'll make sure your light fits nice and snug. Now look at a good solid spring, snaps it right into place. Okay, the cheap lights you put in there and they just kind of sit a little, you're tapping them and trying to spin them and find that happy spot. It drives you nuts. Get a good one, and then it doesn't matter where I put this light, there's no hole showing. All things done. If you buy the right product for the right price, now don't forget, that's the cheapest light I can find in town. It's the highest quality. It has options for wiring before and after. Huh? Piece of cake, snap together connectors, no morettes needed. You don't have to buy these. These are totally useless. Buy these. If you're gonna go blue with electrical, go with the gloves, not the morettes, right? Now, this is amazing. I can put in my area on my electrical code 100 of these lights on a single light switch. Brilliant. So feel free to put as many as you like. and buy a switch with a dimmer, right? Now listen, this is part of our kitchen project. I know you're gonna love this. If you learned anything today and this was helpful, give us a thumbs up. Isn't that funny? I think it goes blue when you do that on the video. We are installing countertops, but not quartz and granite. Today we're going back to the old school, the good old-fashioned, reliable, cost-effective laminate countertops. I've got some Formica finishes here, so we're gonna go talk today about the product, how to measure it, how to order it, right? How to make sure you're not getting taken, you get a good deal. We're also gonna talk about how much it's gonna cost, and then we're gonna show you how to install it. So there's a lot of information in here that if you're gonna do your own DIY renovation in your kitchen, whether it's replacement or a new project like this, all the information is going to be very, very important so you have a successful outcome. So let's get right into this sucker. I've got 2 pieces of countertop today, one for each side of my stove, boom, which is going here. Now, we're going to have the sink for our kitchen in the island. The island is going to be quartz, and the reasoning behind this is I get to sell my house with a quartz kitchen island with the overhang bar, undermount sink, and I save all my money by putting a Formica top on the back. This is the utility area. It's where your blenders go, your other appliances, right? And you don't want to have quartz next to your stove in case you have to set a pot down in a quick hurry and destroy your quartz. If I'm going to wreck something with an accident, it's going to be something that I can buy for 200 bucks and replace in 5 minutes. So, bottom line is, if you have a Formica top, you can replace and reinstall a new one without doing any renovation in your kitchen whatsoever. In most cases. So this is why this is so effective. It's why it's so common. It's why it's been used all over North America for many, 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 many years, and all through Europe as well. So no matter where you live, this information today is probably going to be beneficial to you. So I'm a big fan of Formica just because basically there's a manufacturing facility not too far from here. So I've been using them on my sites for a long, long time. Now there's other manufacturers of this kind of product, but basically it's just a press board with laminate layers on top of it. And the reason it's been so popular for the last 50, 60, 70, 90, 100 years is because it is cost-effective performance, right? How else are you gonna get a countertop for $400 on 10 feet of wall? It's just not gonna happen. So, in recent years, the manufacturing processes have been getting a lot more competitive because people are spending more money on quartz and granite. So now there are actually some really amazing options. Like you can do a super wide Formica top with a waterfall effect. You can get writable surfaces, so you can use your laminates and make doors and stuff like that. They've got all kinds of really cool colors. You've got a lot of different finishes that look and act and feel like natural stone. So if you're gonna be shopping for countertops, take a second and consider the option. Do some research. Because if you put a quartz top on the front like we are, and then utility tops on the back, you can save yourself thousands of dollars, still have an amazing look, and have great performance. I think it's a win-win. So let's get into this. My process for measuring the countertop, it's really kind of easy. First, you got to install all your base cabinets. Before you go to the store to order countertops, remember it's an exact science. You have very little flexibility once you're on site. And let me get into that. So this piece of cabinet here, it's actually finished up against the stove and it's finished going into the fridge. Now the way that I'm building, I have flexibility with my fridge location. So I have a little bit of flexibility to move it left or right to make it nice and tight fit up against the stove here because you don't want a big gap. The stove, you want the counters basically sitting right against it. You're looking for 1/16 on either side, which means everything's got to be square. When you're measuring, you want to use a square like this up against your wall, all right, and check if your cabinets are square to the wall, right? Very important. Is your wall straight or does it have a bow? Because if you have a straight cabinet coming out like this on a bowed wall and then a straight cabinet going back like this, the back of the cabinet might be the right measurement, but the front will be wide open and ugly. So you really got to pay attention to all those details when you're measuring. And make sure that the front and the back are both going to be closed against your appliances. You can do that by dropping a laser line and measuring off the line. It's not that difficult. But in our situation, like in a lot of cases, it's relatively straight, so we're going to be okay, right? We're going to be installing a tile backsplash, and that gives us our 1/4 inch gap, so we can twist things a little bit to close up the gap. We're going to be just fine. Now, when you go to measure your countertop, they want to know a few basic things. One, is it a standard size cabinet, right? So they cut the top standard at 25.5 inches from the back wall, so you have a nice overhang on the front, so it covers all the doors and knobs, all right? It's a pretty standard practice. You can get them wider. If you want, you can get a bar top, which means it doesn't have a backsplash, okay? It's just flat like the ones we've ordered. And you can have them extended and hang over, finished on both ends, and you can make bar tops as well. Here we got a standard situation. So what I did is I ordered the right width plus a little bit of overhang, okay, for each side. So then I can adjust this panel a little tighter this way or open it up a little bit once my stove is in place. So I go and order it. I say, yes, I like the standard width. And then they manufacture my countertop. They finish both ends for me. All right, let me just tack this up. And when they manufacture it, everybody has a way of protecting the outside corners. Some people wrap it in, bubble wrap and packing tape. This company just uses leftovers and staple it in place so that during shipping, you don't damage your product. Now, the way I like to operate is I like to go to the store and go with the supply only option, which means I'm only I'm paying them to manufacture the product. I'm going there in my own truck and picking it up and delivering it to site myself. And that saves me a fair amount of money because I'm taking the responsibility for not just the install, but the delivery. So all I've got to do is make sure it's not damaged by the time it leaves the store. And that solves a lot of headaches. Okay. I'm also dealing with brand new cabinets, and these are IKEA cabinets. So instead of a thick wooden rail across here, it's just this little metal bar holding the cabinet together. So I ask for what's called build-up. And that means I'm not just getting the counter, but I'm also getting pieces of 1x3, okay, picture framed all around the side so that I've got a screwing surface here from underneath. Now, in some cases, you don't need build-up, but in most cases, it's pretty standard. In a lot of cases, when you go to order your countertops, you're gonna find that the name on the door is not the same as the name of the person that makes the countertops. So in our area, a company called Formatop actually applies the laminate on the countertop with the bullnose, okay? And they have different options for that. And then what happens is the measurements that I'm supplying goes to the countertop shop. They'll take a 12-foot piece, they'll cut it down, and they'll add the ends and the build-up on the sides. They do the finishing work on it, but this is already supplied. So because of that, they have usually limited supply in stock, and it can take a couple of weeks sometimes for an order to get in before they can even cut it. Strange enough. Here we go. Ba-da-dum. It's almost done. The install on this is actually kind of simple. Really all we have to do, I'll just go like this, is I have to put a screw in each one of these slots on these metal bars, and it goes into the buildup, which is stapled in place. And after that, most of what's happening here is gravity. So we're gonna set this one in place. Like I said, it has 2 finished edges, and I can go anywhere from 0 to hero on this one, okay, so that I can make sure my stove is nice and tight. The second piece is a little trickier. It goes up against a wall, so I'm gonna have an angle that I'm gonna have to cut for sure. And I bought it a little extra long so that I can make sure that when I'm on site installing, I've got the option to get my center line perfect. All right. Okay, now the buildup is all put on with staples, so when you're taking off the blocks, you have to make sure that you're prying against the buildup, or you're gonna just rip everything apart, okay? You can see, here's some of the offcuts, the different colors, textures, and patterns, different gloss. And every one of these different kinds of finishes has a different price point. So make sure that you're paying attention to the price point when you're shopping, because you can get from Mica Countertop for like around $20 a linear foot, which is the whole piece. But then they're gonna charge you a little fee for doing the end cuts, okay? And then of course there's always taxes. That's how you get your total price, plus the build-up fee. So when you're all done, you might be $30 or $40 a linear foot. And when you compare that to the cost of a natural stone, they're gonna advertise stone as low as $55 a square foot. But the truth is, it's 2 feet deep. So they're charging actually 110 a linear foot instead of 30, all right? Plus all of the extra fees associated with prepping that stone. So Your initial cost, what they're advertising, is not going to be your final bill. So be prepared for that, because natural stone will usually have $20 a square foot in up costs for polishing and cutting. And so you end up with something that gets to be $200 a linear foot instead of something that's $30. That's why this is so effective. Even if this countertop only lasts 10 years, and it should last 40 or 50, even if you want to change it out every 10 years because you want a new color, you can do that. And over 100 years, it'll be cheaper than buying granite once. All right, so I love renovating an 1880 farmhouse because every time I go to do anything, every task is the most difficult it can possibly be. So it gives us an opportunity to help you out solving all of your problems you're going to run into, because I get every problem that exists, right? So right here, we put the countertops on. We haven't screwed anything down yet. 36 and 2/16 is what I want to be. Now I've got a perfect measurement on the back. We're ready for this. Here we go. Big surprise, 35 3/4. Wow. So I've got two pieces of countertop that are wedged like this, like I was talking about in the beginning. So I'll just draw this out. I've got a long piece here, okay? And I've got another piece here. And it's on a bowed wall. So I got the perfect distance on the back, and it's actually, hang on a second. Oops, that's the inside. This is the outside wall, all right? It's actually bowed outwards, all right? So I've got the 36 perfect here and 35 3/4 here. My bad. Anyway, the only way that I can fix this is by rotating the countertops, okay? Makes sense? So I can take this countertop and I can open it up like this. And you'll see now that I'm 35 3/4 and I'm 36. That's pretty dramatic, and I don't have a tile big enough to cover that gap. But what I can do is I can take one of my finished tile. Oh, hashtag spoiler alert. Here we go. I'm going to stick it on the wall, all right? Now, I know that when I install this tile plus adhesive, even if it doesn't make direct contact with that countertop, it's going to be really, really close, okay? And so that gap, I'm going to say I'm good up to a quarter, even a little bit more, all right? Now I'm going to do the same with the other counter, and let's remeasure. Okay, so there's a quarter plus a bit, okay? Whew. Let's remeasure our countertop here now. Okay. There we go. Now they're the same measurement. That one's 35. We're going to call that 15/16. 35 7/8. Well, that's pretty darn close there, Pilgrim. Let's see. Yeah, I got room for just a little bit more of an adjustment. Yeah. So with adhesive, that'll work. Here we go. 35 7/8. 35 7/8. Whew. So now I've got them positioned where this is now parallel, and that's my goal. So now I've also got to install moving left to get this in position. Because right now my overhang, 1 1/4. Over here, I'm only 5/8. Okay, so now we have the positioning, the angle on the back wall. The next thing we have to do is find out where's our center line, and then we have to move these two counters so that visibly from the front, we have the same overhang when we're finished. So we'll measure off the back wall. And this is exactly 37, of course it's 5/8. It's always my favorite number to cut in half. Right? I'm going to call that 3/4 actually. Now, here's a great tip if you're not good with math. Take your measurement, 37 3/4, and hold it right down there at the end, the beginning of your tape. And you can go up here and you can find the middle. Turns out to be 18 7/8. Okay, just bend that till you can see where the line is. 18 7/8. If you want to double check, you can just add them together. All right, 14/8 is 8, 9, 10, 6, 6/8. That's 3/4. So we know we're right? 10, 20, 36 plus the 1. Boom, we're good. So I'm actually going to go 18 7/8 from the edge. There's my center line. Okay. Then I'm going to measure. I got 17 1/2, 18 1/4. So I'm off. 17 1/2, 18 1/4, I'm out 3/4. So I'll move both of these over 3/8. Okay, this one over 3/8. Okay, 17 7/8 here. Okay, I'm liking that. So this will be my new minus the 16th for the gap for the stove. 17 7/8. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just put a tape line on the wall so that I don't mess this up. And then I'm going to go down underneath this cabinet and screw it in place because this is going to be a finish resting place. So before I cut the other one, I'm going to get this screwed in place just so we can make sure it's not moving around. Now, real important to remember, most Formica countertops come 1.5 inches. Double check your measurement and make sure you get a screw that's at least 1/4 inch shorter than the total amount of material here. And if you're going through a wood top on your counter into another wood top, so you have your wood structure and then let's say you have a wood piece here, you're going to want to measure the total height of that minus that full 1/4 inch. And you might even want to buy a screw that has a nice flat head on it so it won't go into the wood. There is nothing worse than the feeling of screwing a screw through the top of this countertop. Or if you get too close even, you'll get a bump because all of that material is pushed up. So this is why the IKEA countertop is kind of cool, because I'm putting a screw when I have a metal piece here that's going to automatically stop the screw from going too far. Perfect every time. And just a quick note here, remember my advice, always have all your material on site way in advance. If I didn't have the tile here, I wouldn't know what my gap on the back could be to help solve this problem. You don't want to guess when you're installing your countertops, because if you're guessing and you cut it and install it, maybe you cut too much. You really don't know. So save the headaches, order everything, have it on site, be able to grab things and say, what's the thickness? It's just good practice. Now, always put the first screw in somewhere comfortable, like up front, because the back screws a little more awkward, and you want to make sure this isn't going to be moving around on you. Just a note, you might find it necessary to screw it and then reverse it and then put your weight on it again to hold it in place. Make sure you don't forget to screw the back. It's crucial. When they make these countertops, they usually have a bit of a bow, and then when they set them down, if you don't screw down the back, you're going to go do your tile backsplash following that curve. It'll make a mess of it. All right. All right, so my system for getting this perfect is actually involves using some painter's tape. Yeah, I use painter's tape, but not when I'm painting. Here we go. We're going to take care of this now. We got a measurement. Now we've got our angle. Just confirming that we have our position in place. I want the measurement front and back to be exactly the same. So our angle here is, measurement, sorry, is 35 5/8. 35 5/8. Bam. I'm really happy with that. So now this is fixed. These are parallel, but the gap here needs to be 36 plus a 16th on each side. So I'm looking for a 36 1/8 measurement. So in order to get that, I have to make an adjustment. Now these are exactly the same measurement, 35 5/8. Okay, so I need 36 1/8. Okay, in order to get there, I've got 3 more 8s, 4 more 8s, that's a 1/2 inch. So what I want to do is move down to the other end, and I'll show you how to get that perfect. we need to take off a 1/2 inch. And you see at the back we have contact, up the front we already have a gap. So all we're gonna do is scribe the 1/2 inch. We're just gonna set the tape in the corner, and I'm gonna mark where my 1/2 inch is. All right. Yeah, that looks pretty good. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my carpenter pencil. If I put it against the wall, it's not thick enough, so I'm gonna use my middle finger here to set the depth of my scribe and pinch the pencil in place. There we go, 0 to hero. Okay? Now, I'm going to put this back and I'm going to run this tape right across that edge, which is actually contoured with the wall because there's no tile going to go here. We want to get this absolutely perfect because we don't have any tile going against it. So I'm just going to press down a couple inches at a time, follow that pencil line. There's my bow. If I can get that within a 32nd of an inch, that's ideal. In order to follow that line, I have to cut from the surface here with my skill saw. So the reason I'm taping this down is to help resist the laminate from chipping. Okay? Also helpful to use a finishing blade that's brand new. Mine isn't, so hopefully this works out. Okay, so I'm just taking my pencil and helping to increase the contrast here from the tape and the countertop. It'd be a lot easier with I'm wearing these safety glasses to keep an eye on what the heck is going on. I think I just cut my finger. Yep. Careful, this stuff is sharp. All right. That stuff's in the way. Wear some safety glasses for this, folks. Laminate chips are actually quite dangerous. If that stabs you in the eye, you're gonna get infected, and that'll be a nasty mess. So, using the old beast of a skill saw again, I'm gonna pull the guard out of the way so I can see what's going on. Because I'm following a curve, I actually wanna watch where my blade is making contact with my material. I can't follow up here because this is curving. All right, so it takes a little bit more getting close and personal here to get a perfect cut. Well, I think that might just be pretty much perfect. Remember, you only get to do this once. So if you're at all concerned about your angle or your scribing skills, feel free to cut it a little long on purpose and then double check your work before you cut it a second time. Here we go, let's try this out. All right, so the cut isn't that bad. I'm just gonna throw a little bit of my favorite Band-Aid on there, just to close that gap. Keep it from getting infected. There we go. Boom. My first aid kit. All right, now listen, remember, this is really sharp stuff, so I want to get my pencil line off here now. I could use a wet sponge or a dry sponge. I'm doing a dry sponge because I actually want to round that edge just a little bit, okay? I don't want to be slicing my finger when I do my caulking joint later. That's much better. Let's see if it closes. And then we open up the joint. Okay, so that's my finished job. Now, that's pretty good. Let's go see if this measurement's any good. Should be 36 1/8. 36 3/16. Okay. Maybe I'm a little bit over too far, but that's okay. That's what IKEA kitchens are for. Now I'm just going to take my cabinet, slide it on that rail, 1/16 of an inch, and make this perfect. Love it. But my gap is exactly the same, 36 1/4. Love it. Let's confirm. Yes. That's the one. Okay, there we go. We're throwing a couple screws. Wow. Yeah, there we go. Be careful, you don't have a longer screw than you need. Now, for everybody out there who's going to be installing a sink in your Formica countertop, if you're doing a top mount, that's right, I said if, because nowadays you can actually do an undermount Formica sink. You're going to have the sink template for the factory when they cut it, because they actually router out all of the wood right up to the laminate, okay, to create a position to install that sink. It's a really interesting process. I haven't really done it on a job yet because I'm really not quite sure about the finished look, but if you're into that sort of thing, it's a possibility. Otherwise, if you have a template, all you do is you put your template on the counter. Make sure that you're giving yourself clearance to get past the inside of your cabinet, okay? So you actually want to measure from the back side of your rail here, all right, which is about here. You don't want your sink coming in front of that, okay? So you just throw down some tape. You would draw your template, drill a hole big enough for a jigsaw, drop this in, cut your hole, done. If you want to see that done, we did a video actually in this kitchen a few years back. We actually installed the different sink in a existing Formica countertop. Again, it's an old house and the cabinet was too small, so every situation you might run into, you can find. You can click the video right here and you can go watch that video as well. Today we are tackling a really cool project in my new kitchen in a really old house. So it's an 1880 farmhouse. We're doing the backsplash, but we're not just doing a backsplash. You'll notice that this wall has no upper cabinets. We're going open concept with the back wall. We're doing a huge hood fan here, some really massive build-out wooden trims with sills on the windows. It's gonna look really spectacular. And we have an awesome detail. We've got some big white pencil tile. I'll show you what that is in a minute. We're gonna frame in a box here to really highlight the area around the stove. We got a mixed fuel stove for the dials on front, so there's no back on it. So that gives us a space here between the hood fan and the stove to really dress it up a little bit. And we got a great plan to do that with the same wall tile in a different pattern, all right? So we're gonna do all the math and show you how to get this organized so you know exactly where to start. Today we are covering all the tools we're gonna need, and we're gonna need a lot of them because we got a lot of different cutting things going on. I need a different cutter, I need a grinder, I got a wet saw set up, I've got my tile snips. We're gonna need every trick I got in the book to get this done. But if you wanna have a designer tile job in your home and do it yourself, watch this video and we're gonna show you how to do it. So first of all, let's talk about preparation because your walls, they're walls. Nothing really special there. Whether they're painted or not, or the mud's finished or not, it really doesn't make a whole lot of difference. So don't get too worked up over it. But preparation is your issue. You want to have the right materials on site before you start. Measure your area that you're tiling. Get an extra 10 to even 20%. Almost every store in the world will let you take tile back if you don't need it, right? So it's better to have it on site in case of an accident or in case you open a box and you find an entire stack of broken corners. Trust me, it happens. Be prepared, have extra stuff available. Next thing you need is your supplies, right? We're talking about your trowels and your adhesive. Now, when you're doing a kitchen wall, if you don't have a sink in the area, it's not considered a wet area. You can use an adhesive. In most cases, every backsplash is done with an adhesive, even if there's a sink there. But if you're concerned about it, you can use a modified or even a non-modified cement in that application, and you're gonna be just fine. Now today we're using type 1 adhesive. It's got a really great bond, so it holds tiles in place. Now I've also got my spacers, and here's the math. Little trick for you for the tile world. Take your tiles and lay them out, okay? Because it might say 4 by 12, but it's not actually 4 inches. Measure the gap from your counter to your ceiling, and then buy the spacer that allows you to finish off with a full tile. That's it. It might be a 1/16, it might be 1/8, it might be a 3/16, but if you do that, you won't have cuts at the counter or the ceiling. Now in this old farmhouse, my counters are level. I installed these cabinets with a laser level. My ceiling, way out of whack. No way, after 140 years, my ceiling on this old house is gonna be anywhere near level. So we're gonna have a lot of custom cutting to follow the detail of the structure at the ceiling. The goal is to have enough wow and pop and pizzazz on the wall and enough lights in the ceiling. No one's really gonna be staring at it and making that an issue. If you gotta choose, put your cuts at the ceiling, but if you can avoid it, buy the right spacers, okay? Now, I need a roll of garbage bags. This is my protection for my counters. I'm gonna roll that out and do all my work on top of that, so when I'm done, I can fold it all up and get rid of my gooey mess. Nice. I need a pail with a sponge. Now this is just a basic tile sponge. You can get it anywhere. We also need some wedges. Now, these are because when you install tile on a counter, you wanna keep them off the counter. Just a little bit of a space. Now I'm talking a 32nd of an inch is all it takes. Because if you ever want to change your counter, you can unscrew it, slide them out, and put a brand new one right back in where it was. It's an awesome way that you can maintain your house without having issues. Plus, there is a rule in the tile world, whenever you're changing plane or materials, you need an expansion joint. This little spacer gives you that joint in case you need it. All right, so in the wintertime, when the wall starts to freeze on the outside and it starts to bow outwards a little bit, I'm not gonna have an issue. It's not gonna be attached to my counter. It's just gonna be sitting close to it with a silicone expansion joint. Perfect. Same thing for both ends, okay? Leave a little gap all the way around and make sure that you have room for things to grow and expand. Now, we also are gonna be using my continuous rimmed diamond cutting wheel. This is for porcelain. It's gonna cut through the ceramic like butter, all right? Probably some safety glasses, a scratch tool, my nips in case I need any fine details around my plugs. Got a measuring tape, knife, a marker. Whenever you're installing glazed tile, use black marker. Your pencil isn't gonna work. Bottom line, you can wipe this off after you made your cut. And I'm also using a nice trowel here. Because it's adhesive, it's a small groove. It's more like a 1/4 by 1/4. So what you're looking for, I'm cheating and I'm using my Schluter trowel today. Don't forget, a nice roll of tape can be handy for covering and protecting edges and taping down your plastic. And safety glasses are pretty important in this kind of scenario. Every once in a while, I know I'm a safety second kind of guy, but sometimes it's just necessary. Now, the only other thing that you're gonna need, which I highly recommend, is the laser level. If you have a laser level, you can make one line and put your first row of tile on, perfect, and then build from there. It saves you so much time and energy. There's nothing worse than when you're working around huge windows like this, then when you get to the top, and the tiles on the one side are higher than the tiles on the other. Trust me, having a laser level is going to change your renovation life. Now, let's get over and take a look at the pattern so you'll understand the math and how we're gonna lay this out. Because you can't just start in a corner on a kitchen like this. You gotta start with the thing that gets the most attention, and that's gonna be this pattern right here. So I got really lucky and I managed to find some ceramic pencils that are the same size as the tile that I'm using. Really cool. It's so close it's not even funny. So what I did is I laid out my tile. We're building the wall in a brick pattern, but the dimension is basically 3 tiles wide, which is 3 feet, and then 6 tiles high, which is 2 feet, because it's a 4 by 12. And I'm just laid out my pencils to get an idea of what's going on. And what I want to do is I want to miter the joint on the pencils on my wet saw so that I can have this picture framed. So if you can imagine full tiles across the bottom, brick pattern up the side, full tile across the top. Now, I know because I've laid this pattern out, I'm working inside the dimension of the finished tile. That's the key. And in here, all I'm gonna do is change the way I'm putting in the tile. I'm gonna throw in, boom, a little bit of herringbone action. Okay? And then all the cuts to go with it. But we're gonna build all this inside the confine of 3 full tile wide by 6 tiles high. That enables us to have a clean, perfect, finished look without any slivers. It's a great way to add an accent. This kind of situation, you're only gonna throw a little bit of square footage in the garbage, but ceramic tiles are relatively inexpensive. If you try to find a mosaic or something for in here, you can be paying up to $60 a square foot. And that can be a little bit ridiculous. It also will date your install, where a basic ceramic that looks like a natural stone is timeless. So this is a brilliant idea. So for years to come, it'll look brand new. Now the reason I'm showing you to start in the middle is because in this situation, we have a very symmetrical room. I have a middle of the wall, I have 2 big windows, I've got a hood fan, I've got a stove, I've got detail. I can't afford for anything to even be a 1/4 inch out, or there's gonna be a line somewhere sooner or later that screams, hey, he started on the left-hand side. Now, if you have just a great big wall, okay, like under your cabinets or something, and you wanna start on the left and work left to right, I get it. I've done this thousands of times, and just leave your cuts in the inside corner, and then you can start over here, work your way back and leave your cuts in the inside corner. Not a big deal. But in a situation like that, you want to map this area out more like it's a showroom, it's a showpiece, it's a work of art, right? So what we want to do is get our center line, boom, our measurement's 36 1/4, that's 18 1/8. Okay, I've already got the center line here from when I installed the countertops. If you want to see that video, just click the link right here. Now, what we want to do, put our laser line on the center line. Very important. There, all right? I've got center lines all over the place here. I'm glad I'm consistent. Now, what we want to do is we want to measure off one of our tiles and use our marker to put the center line on that tile. Remember, our piece that goes in the middle was 3 tiles wide. So our center line is the middle of the first tile. So, I'm just going to take our measurement here, 11 1/2. So that is 5 3/4. Okay. So there is my mark. Now my tile, I can put it on the wall and put that mark right on that laser line, and I know I'm in position from left to right. Now top to bottom, I've dropped my laser line right here. Check this out, okay? I'm going to build all of my tile right there so the laser is just above the tile. Okay? And I'm going to use my wedges to set the tiles at the perfect height, because there's a slight variation here. It's not always perfect. And you'll notice that all of my plugs were also installed with a laser level, so they're all at the same height. So the finished trim covers the grout line. My plan is to make sure that when I'm done, that grout line all the way across the whole kitchen, every single plug finishes in exactly the same location. Now, I've got an option because the set screw on these plugs has a little bit 3/16 of an adjustment. So what I did is I screwed all these plugs in at the lowest possible point, checking them with a laser line, making sure that my cover is going to cover over my grout line in every case, and then I can get them out of the way because I don't need them anymore. All right. In a lot of cases, when I'm all finished, I'm going to be wiring these plugs. I'm going to need longer screws. I put them in here just so that I could double check my work on my setup and my install. And it helped me to formulate a plan in my brain that I could visually see was going to work out. You can see that the electrical boxes I used, the mounting screw is actually inside the rectangular of the box, okay? And so the plate here actually extends past where I cut the drywall. So when I'm installing my tile, as long as I come up to the edge of that cut drywall, I'm going to be fine. And then watch this. People ask me, don't you have to cut around the screw detail? Not if you buy these plates. This is a snap-on, okay? And that's it. No screws necessary, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to tile first, then I'm going to wire all the plugs, and then we're going to snap on all the covers, and it's going to be as simple as just cutting rectangles, and I don't have to worry about the detail with the grinder of cutting around the screw holes and risking having one of my cuts a little bit too big. It simplifies the install and makes everything a lot easier. So quick checklist. Let's make sure we got this straight. We've got our center line. We've got our plan for our design. We have our horizontal line. We've got our wedges and our spacers. We're ready to put adhesive on the wall and start attaching our tile. First, we want to protect the new countertops that we just installed. And this is my favorite system for doing it, because this is actually 3mm plastic. And as a garbage bag, it's 6mm, which is really super thick, okay? And I can lay this down, and if I want to, I can throw a little bit of tape on the edge just so that I can maintain the integrity of the area that I'm working in, and I'm not going to cause damage to my new countertops. Okay, once I get all my plastic tape down, we'll start putting the tile on. So we're ready to get started. We're going to use the wet saw for the half and half cuts. Remember, when you're putting a tile on a brick pattern and you cut it in half, if you use a scratch tool, it's actually too long. So if you use a wet saw, then the blade of that saw takes away the material, and then what's left over is exactly the right fit when you're adding that grout line to the dimension. That was confusing. We'll show you what we mean when we start building it. Take those in half, please. Thank you. Now, just another quick note. Because we're using an IKEA kitchen, we're going to be adding this panel on the side gable of every end of the cabinet. So I'm not just bringing tile across the back, I'm actually tiling all the wall behind the stove and fridge. It's really beneficial for helping keep things clean long term. And in the case of the fridge isn't quite as big as the space, so it's nice to have that detail finished off, so no matter which angle you're looking at your kitchen, people aren't seeing a painted wall behind. So when we're done the tile, we'll cut the panel to fit right up to the wall, which is about here. So now I know when I'm working, I can slide my tile in behind, nice and quick. And last, of course, we're going to open the pail. If you just take the knife to get this started here, and generally this is like a release strip, and then you just peel it back. You could use a pail opener, but these big cans are not as hard as the little ones. Once you get them started, they just generally give up the ghost, no problem at all. There we go. So I'm going to just rescue all of this adhesive on the lid and get that on my wall. Okay, here we go. Now, we're going to start off with the tile right up to the red line. And we're going to do a good chunk of this wall behind where the stove is, just to make our life easier. Now, in the world of tiling, of course, there's all these rules from the Tile Association as far as a proper tile installation. This is not a wet area, so 85% coverage is good. And realistically, what that means is you have directional troweling, you set your tile on, and you slide it contrary to the groove to flatten it out, and you'll get really good adhesion. Right? You don't have to trowel it on in the same direction, you just have to finish with directional troweling, okay? There we go. I have my laser installed, so I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna slide that up until my laser line is right above my tile, and my center line is there. Okay, that's perfect. Now just the process of sliding it into place gets me the good bond. So out of curiosity, we're gonna double check. All right, and it's not perfect, right? But that's fine, that's the point of an 85% adhesion. We don't have to worry about perfection, just close. Trust me, in new home construction, your adhesion rate is gonna be somewhere around 50%. If you're lucky. They move way too fast to worry about whether or not every tile has got perfect bonding. All right, so there may be a tile standard, but an industry standard is so much lower that it's not even worth having that discussion. If you're a DIYer, you're gonna make sure that every one of the tiles that you put on is firmly in place, and that really is the goal. One more thing you wanna know about, a lot of these glossy tiles come in a stack with the back to the front, and they have wax. Now in this case, this little waxy substance here, it looks like a sprayed on ring. You can see that? All right, that's just there to protect the tile. If you can remove all that before you install it, it's helpful, okay? Because, there we go. Installing a clean tile means that when you go to grout, you know you have a clean wall. If you don't clean it before, you might forget it until later, and then it'll get in the grout lines and mess everything up. For the sake of getting our line started, we're gonna mark 5 3/4. That's our center line, that's our grout line. And that's all we have to do to establish our brick pattern. Okay, you see that right there? The other thing is this tile should be on the side of the laser. Let the laser be basically the grout line in this case. Okay, this makes life really simple. And you can stick it on and then collapse the ridges to the left and then slide it back in place to make sure you got a good bond. That's really all you got to do. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. You can almost give a full-time job to some kid to take this wax off for you while you go. No? You don't want to do that? Now here we have our spacers. We're using 1/8. And what we want to do just for consistency is we want to start the grout lines with the spacers. Okay? We're generally only using it to determine the height of the tile to the ceiling, and keeping these grout lines consistent. But if you do a lot of tiling, generally you can just go by eye. But if you're new to this, then having the spacers has a huge benefit to keeping everything consistent, so that when you grout, you don't have to worry about over-grouting and then cleaning out grout to adjust your lines. It's just so much nicer. Now in this situation, we actually set the depth of the counter so that the tile goes in behind, which is cool. But it's not going to go behind the metal bracket on an IKEA kitchen. So we are going to measure from the cabinet just a little bit wide of our grout line, and then we'll use the scratch tool to cut that one. Okay, and we're going to slide this tile in place here now. Okay, beautiful. Now, same thing. Every time you start another row, mark your 5 3/4 or your center line, install it to the side, and then collapse your ridges with pressure. Set your grout line depth, bam. One of the best things about this adhesive is that it holds the weight of the tile in position. So this isn't going to be sliding around. Don't try to cheap out and save money by buying a cheap adhesive. It doesn't have that holding strength. Okay? And there are different options, especially when you go to the box store. You'll know what I'm talking about. You'll have a little mini tub for $20 and then a mini tub for $30. When it comes to tile supplies, you get what you pay for. So don't be afraid to spend a little bit extra, because trying to do work like this, going from the top building down, is really frustrating if it doesn't hold the weight of the tile. Okay, and then finish everything in the same direction. There we go.
That sound is terrible.
Whatever. Okay, so now we're going to be setting the bottom row. We want it to have that perfect level. We're using wedges. So this situation, I'm going to maybe suggest, especially if you have plugs you have to cut around, get your tiles ready and then trowel the tile instead. Okay? Now, just a little word of advice. If you're doing this, when you're troweling, if you hold the trowel too flat when you do it, you won't leave much adhesive on there. Stand the trowel almost straight up, because that's the dimension of the hole. Okay? All right. Here we go. Now, just run your finger along the edge real quick. Get rid of the extra. Okay. Collapse the ridges. Set the height. And then as an extra bonus, you can always put a wedge right in there. okay? Just to help make sure. Now, if you're using the good adhesive like this, you won't need the wedge. But I wanted to demonstrate that so you all know what I'm doing. So it turns out my math was really lousy on my half tile. I had Matthew cut a bunch of these. I wasn't on the center. I had him measured off 5 3/4 for the center line. That's obviously wrong. So I double checked, 5 7/8. Man, oh man, oh man. Good reason if you're gonna do something like that, cut one tile, double check. And then go back and figure out how to do math again. Here you go. I'm ever glad I didn't get you to do 20 rows. Here we are, beginning our detail. Now here's the best part about this job. The wall isn't straight and our contact is lousy. Because it's a pencil, I'm just filling up the back side of it now to make sure I'm going to guarantee my contact on this curved wall. It's always easier to squeeze in a little bit extra out than to not have enough. Make sure we got expansion and contraction or set up around here.
Tiles expand and contract?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Now the good news is that near a stove, when it gets hot, it actually gets smaller. Tile expands when it's cold. So generally, you're not going to have shear causing growth during your cooking time, causing things to break off the wall. But if the power goes out, things are going to get a little bit cold around here. There we go. Just set that in place with your square. Okay, so here we go. And that is going to go like that. Now, because we're just starting this row, we're going to rely a little bit more on the spacers here, just to make sure that our detail is perfect. Okay, a little bit of a grout line there. Double check this now, because it looks off. It was. So we have a couple of details we have to work around. One is the window. Now we're going to have a finished window jamb coming out at this point. There's a lot of space there to cover, right? But our window jamb is 3/4 thick, and our casing is 3 1/2. That's why we bought it, because nothing about the framing here is normal in an old 1880s home. So we're actually going to install our tile all the way around. No, I'm going to come around the height of this drywall. Okay, so I'm going to mark it here, up to about here, and then off here. All right, let's do that one to start. Thank you. And then I'm going to do around the plug now. Establish my grout line, mark the outside of my box. Okay. And then that's the top of my box. I'm just going to line my fingers up to scribe this. Confirm. Okay, that's going to be a grinder. You got the other cut through button? All right, let's get this here now. Sooner than later, we'll get rid of your extra marks there. There, nice. And this one. Okay. Is 7, 8 rows. I need 4 of these. I'm just going to show you a couple of tricks here. We're using this straight edge, and we're just going to run some adhesive into that groove. All right, we want to basically fill that groove up, because we don't want to rely on just the contact of the two edges, the outside edges. So we're filling up that groove right there. There we go. more than we're gonna need, right? We're definitely gonna have a lot more than we need. And that's fine, because I want this to be a little bit sloppy at this point, really. I wanna be able to press that in place, because I'm following the contour of a wall here, so I wanna be able to seesaw that a little bit and get my edges all nice. I've got a laser line drawn on the wall. That's for the bottom of my tile, so I just gotta keep my line consistent here. Take the edge, clean off the extra cement, or adhesive like it is in this case anyway. Here we go. And that's really the whole trick. Now I had my son miter the joints on the wet saw. This is one of these situations where you need a $400 tool to spend 3.5 minutes cutting some tile to get a really good result. My gap down there is pretty consistent. All right, and now I know. Now we're gonna roll that in. Okay, so what I've done here is I've just mocked up the idea of what's gonna go inside the square. So I just started off doing a herringbone pattern, nice and simple, and then I established a measurement from one of the tips to the tip, because that is the perfect width of this thing, right? I'm just taking my square, I'm drawing my lines, and I'm cutting tile to lay on the countertop inside the context of this, and creating all of my cuts, like that, and like this. This is the best part of my job. This is so much fun. Beautiful. So I can actually finish doing all of the cuts and laying it out and marking it here, and then just translate this over inside the pattern. And it's done. Nice and simple. This is how you make sure everything stays nice and square. I can't emphasize how awesome this is, because when this is all finished, I can add my adhesive, which dries generally about 10 or 15 minutes, so you can't move the tile. I can translate all that over here real quick. It gives me time to push things around just a little bit if I need to fix a detail or adjust a grout line. That's the way to do something like this. This context of a herringbone inside of the brick pattern is going to be fantastic. Hey, it's Jeff from Home Renovision DIY, and if you are interested in planning a new kitchen remodel or renovation, or you're thinking of taking out a wall and opening up your space and adding an island to your kitchen, then you need to watch this video, because we're going to go through all the things necessary to design and build your own island and save you a ton of money. Let's get into this. Step number one is to know your space. And what I mean by that is understand the basic design rule, okay? And that is 40 inches. You want to have 40 inches from countertop to countertop when you are designing an island. You also want 40 inches off the corners of your island to any other obstructions like doors and walls or chairs or furniture, so you can have a nice flow around the space without it feeling like it's taking over a hallway or going too far into the eating area, or just making it uncomfortable for people to actually enjoy the kitchen when you're having those dinner parties. Because let's face it, that's why we're making islands, to have our friends over and have a good time. So make everybody comfortable, keep that rule of 40 inches. It's not new, but it's so important. And a lot of people will sacrifice that 40 inches so they can get all their bells and whistles in. I'm telling you right now, it's a mistake. You're gonna affect the valuation of your home when you go to resale, because other people aren't gonna have the same value about your bells and whistles in your island as they are about the flow in the room. So resist the temptation to encroach on your 40 inches. Unless it's your own kitchen working space and behind the island, there you can sometimes cheat and shave off an inch or so if you need to. But that's the basic rule. Second thing you need to know, quartz and granite countertops. If you want to save money on your countertop installation, then what I suggest you do is you go down to your local quartz and granite stores and you ask them what they have that's in stock, especially when you're dealing with quartz. A lot of times they'll have half a slab, 9 feet long, left over, that someone else has paid the premium on to have that piece cut. Now they're available to give it to you at a better price. Now, anytime you make an island that's countertop is less than 9 feet, you can get it in one piece. That also saves money on installation, so that means money in your bank, right? So your countertop is basically going to be 24 inches, plus 1.5 inches for overhang on this side, plus you want to have at least 10 inches overhang for your eating area. Okay, 12 is better, but 10 is your minimum so that you can sit at the counter on a stool comfortably and eat. The other thing you want to consider is how many people are going to be sitting at your island. with 9 feet, you can go with 4, but sometimes 3 just looks better. Remember, 2 couples in a kitchen, 3 in the chair, 1 hosting, that really works well. It's also aesthetically pleasing for your lighting, because then you can have 1 light for each person sitting at the counter. Organizing your pendants and your lighting is very key. Get all that run ahead of time. Now, we have the basics of design laid out. We want lighting for every person. We want to have enough space. We want to have the overhang. You also want to make sure you figure out if you need to cheat on your space because of an overhang, you can do what's called a radius corner, okay? That means the counter can come out and then you can actually, instead of doing a square, you can have them cut around, okay? So in our area, we were actually a little tight. We did a 6-inch radius corner, which measures back 6 inch and over 6 inch, and then they just do a circle. Nice and simple, gives you a little extra room. When it comes to planning your island, you really want to think about function, because it's all about function in an island, right? Our island, we're actually putting our sink. Because we have a huge picture window on the other side of the room across the way, this still works great for a kitchen, because you can be working at the sink and still have lots of sunshine and a great view. So I encourage people to put their island in their sink, especially in old farmhouses, because remember, your foundation wall is almost 2 feet thick, and it makes running mechanical and keeping your vapor barrier and thermal systems in place really, really difficult. Something always suffers there. So now we're stuck here. We're going to have a sink. You remember you're going to want to have a dishwasher next to your sink. That's important. You're also going to want to have your garbage. And nowadays it means 2 things, probably regular garbage and wet garbage compostables. So you can buy cabinets that have pull-out drawers that have all that as well. So you're going to have your garbage and then your sink and then your dishwasher. And my favorite thing to do in an island is add a fridge. Yeah, right off the end. What that does is it keeps the traffic for people who want to have a fridge like this one from King's Bottle. Something like this may cost a little bit of money, but it is a selling feature that has a wow factor in your kitchen that won't require you to spend a ton of money in a lot of other places. Remember, when you're looking for resale, one feature that says wow is all it takes to make people love your kitchen, as long as it functions well. So, there's the basics of design. We got lighting, we got counters, we've talked all that stuff. Now we got to deal with your mechanical, because the mechanical needs of an island are very specific, and there's a lot of code issues going on here. So you need to understand your limitations in your house for your mechanical situations as well, because you're going to be adding potentially a lot of electrical circuits. First, you got to check your panel. Do you have enough room for that? Maybe, maybe not. You might have to hire an electrician to add onto your panel to provide you additional circuits, because on an island this long, you need to have 2 plugs. Now, I recently had the electrical inspector in before we put the drywall on, and we were talking about the counter specifically. I said, where do they need to be? Does it matter? And he said, no. As long as there's 2 on the island, he doesn't care where they are. He doesn't care if they're functional at all. So we're actually going to go through the back of the cabinet on each end and put in plugs with those little USB adapters in them, and they're going to be on a GFI circuit because it's still close enough to the sink. The GFI is going to be hooked up in the basement somewhere so that I can have that service for people sitting at the island so they can be charging their phone. It's a good thing to think about, and that is available. You don't have to have the cubes, right? Very nice. The second thing you're going to need is, if you're adding the fridge, you're going to need a plug for that as well, right? Refrigerators need to be on dedicated circuits. So now you've got 2 circuits. The sink itself is going to need plumbing. And you've got 2 options. If you want to get the extra storage in your island, then you can get away with connecting your 2 drains, putting this drain back to the back corner and taking it into the basement. Traditionally, a P-trap looks something like this, usually not quite so dirty. It has a clean out on it, right? And this is only good if you have access to it. If you don't have access to it, it has to be non-existent. It has to be actually glued consistent, just like a tub. But the P-trap, if you put it underneath, if you have a finished basement, you might not have enough room for that. But what you can do is you can install your P-trap on an angle. And what I mean by that, okay, you can actually have your P-trap like this. It can be on a 45 degrees in between floor joists, right? The goal here is to keep the water line so that air can't pass through the pipe. And if it's on an angle, it still passes code inspection because the P-trap itself is still full of water. So that's an option for you. You don't necessarily have to have all of that contraption in your sink cavity. You can just connect them, run a pipe down to the back corner, and then put this in the ceiling downstairs. that's another consideration. When it comes to actually laying this out, I'm going to use the IKEA Cabinet System as my guideline because it's important. The timeline for building an island like this can actually be just around about a week, week and a half. I know that sounds crazy, but the truth is, you can put all your flooring in, have all your lighting done, have the paint done, grab your cabinets, stick them together, and then just grab a couple of 1x5s like this, okay? And you can line it up on your cabinet and extend it out, all right? And it'll give you a good representation of where your counter is going to go. And you can put your fridge in place and make sure that you leave your 24 inches for your dishwasher, which is a standard gap. Plus, you're going to have an end panel on each side, right? That's so that it looks really nice up front. So that adds another 8 inch and a quarter. So 25 and a quarter brings your fridge to here. And then you can actually order your countertop right over the phone. You add an inch and a quarter down that end, and you bring it over to the end of your fridge. Boom, 105 and a half. Now, you can literally just take a piece of paper, say give me 105 and a half, okay? 24, 34 inches, 6-inch radius corners on the one side, all right? And now you just gotta find out where your sink goes. All you do for that, you would mark the center line right there, measure over here, add your inch and a half. You can take that number now and go 37 and a half. Nice and simple, right? And then if you want to, you can fax them the template or you can drop it off, or a lot of countertop guys like to come out and measure themselves, right? It's a great big waste of time, but having that template when they manufacture is the key to success. Now they can have this thing ready for you in about a week from when you order it. Because what you do before you build your kitchen is you go down to the quartz place, you find out what they've got for inventory, and you put a deposit on that piece of stone that's left over that you want. Then when you're ready to go, you can have that measurement in and they can start cutting that the next day. It only takes a few days to prep these things for delivery. Voila, instant kitchen. You have enough time to build the cabinets, run your mechanical, and install everything in less than a week. What a great deal. Today we are talking about finishing it off because our process here was really quite simple. First, we put in the cabinets, designed our space, got our appliances all sorted out, got those purchased, and now we're back here finishing off all of the different kinds of options here. So this is cool. We originally weren't sure how to finish this off. Do we go with a 3-drawer or the 2-pot drawer system? All the different bells and whistles that IKEA has to offer. So what we have here is a combination of what's going to work really well for us. And we're going to show you how to install the doors and the drawers, the garbage unit, the 3-drawer unit, the pot drawer unit, all the end gables, the island, all the unique differences when it comes to working with the dishwasher space. There's no dishwasher yet, but we can measure off and put in our end panels. We have our King's bottle fridge here that's facing out the other end, so we have to finish off around this as well. And we also have an area at the far end where the cabinet meets the wall. That means we have to build a fake return out of the finished trim. So we're going to go through the steps to build your own custom return pieces as well, so you can install that and have it look like a professional did it. When we're all done, I have my whole installation here so far. My investment is at about $2,200 Canadian. So that means that I've got all my cabinets and all my doors and drawers and hardware for 2,200 bucks for this whole kitchen. That's a steal of a deal. So just remember, if you're designing your own kitchen, don't be afraid to think IKEA. We went without upper cabinets to save a fortune, built ourselves a little bit of a pantry on the side here. We got more storage than we could ever dream possible, and it's going to function really well. So let's get into how to open the IKEA box. Don't use a knife. So the first thing you need is a knife. But don't cut through the top, because all of these finished panels are just a piece of cardboard and a finished panel. There's no protection. You don't want to scratch it. So what you want to do is come from the end. Get underneath that cardboard and cut that tape joint right there. All right, and then it just peels open. The packing tape is not very strong. They've designed this so that it's very easy to manipulate and open up on your own. And that is the finish that we're going with. Ta-da! Our door, this is our color, that's our design. Now, I think the best way to handle this is to get the camera repositioned so that we can have really good close-up shots of where the assembly and the installation, because I'm not an IKEA installation expert, but I have installed a few IKEA kitchens before over the last 15 or 20 years. And so I'm going to be reading through the instructions and going through all the mistakes and all the changes that I've experienced in my lifetime. Hopefully that information will help you out, and it'll take some of the fear out of doing this on your own. Because honestly, if you have a screwdriver, you can do IKEA. So the first thing that you want to do is you go down to IKEA, you have your plan, all of your base cabinets, the measurements of them, and you go to the little kiosk there where the person in the yellow shirt is sitting there. They're going to look through. They know their system. There's thousands upon thousands of options for purchasing orders. So don't try to do this online yourself. Take the time to go down, put them to work, because they're going to get everything you need, and you're not going to make mistakes and leave things out that are crucial to success. So what I did is I said, I have this cabinet and this is what I want to do. And he just went bam, 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 typed it in. I went and picked up the order. Took me 20 minutes, done, right? Nice. What they do is they're going to send you with all these doors and drawers. So what I do when I get home is I take the whole order and I locate everything in the cabinets that I'm going to be installing them in, and I put the doors and drawer faces on the top of the cabinet. Now I'm organized, right? Because if you just have 100 boxes sitting in a room, you're going to be totally lost. So organizing yourself before you start makes a huge, huge difference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take my knife and I'm going to cut through the glue strip, that adhesive there, so I can open this up. Now, wow. Usually these guys got a lot of packaging. You get an idea what's inside that box, right? So now that I know how this box is packed, I know that I can take my knife and I can just cut this open. All right, now we can work. Now, years ago, I worked for a company that installed office furniture. And that doesn't sound like a glorious job because, well, it wasn't. But I did learn a few things about installing furniture. And we always keep the box and build on top of the box, because that'll protect the surface underneath from making mistakes. Now, these systems are, at first glance, a little complicated, but the reality is they stick together, relatively simple. We're just looking for the instructions here real quick. Here we go. Wow, lots of paperwork. Oh, I love it when it's a whole book. God help us all. Generally with IKEA, as long as you can look at the picture of the product before you start, you have an idea what's going on. Feel free to read through this, because this one piece of information is going to be the same for every one of the same boxes. I only have to do this once. And trust me, these boxes here, they look a lot different, but it's the same situation. It's the same kit in here, but this panel is actually the bottom of the drawer, okay? So it comes attached to it. Because these are huge pot drawers, the panel comes attached, but it's the same situation. So the process for installing is going to be exactly the same. I would imagine. If I'm wrong, we'll find out in a minute. So it's going through the process. So, boom, 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 slide that in. Yes, okay, click. What is the options? For inside there. Otherwise, turn to page 14. Okay. Great. So you'll see that the instructions have options for you. The IKEA Kitchen cabinet drawers can be installed on the interior, all right, of the unit. And then you have a door. And you open the door and then you can pull the drawers out, or they can be installed with drawer faces that go close to the outside of the cabinet. So they tell you to go to page 14 to learn this system, because these little connectors here are going to have a different location. And that makes sense. Everything snaps together. Number 14, where is it here? Oh, here we are. Okay. That's for the bottom drawer location. For the top two, go to page 20. They make this really easy. So let's just go through this one step at a time. We'll put this together. Try not to waste too much time on camera, showing and talking. And right away, that's hinge locations. Fantastic. This comes in every box. The hinge locations, you just count up the number of holes to a certain place, and that's where all your tracks go. So they show you all the different configuration options. Brilliant. Keep that handy. All right, let's start with this. First of all, make sure that you pay attention to the detail in the pictures. Okay, look at that, the angles and the profiles, because you can't assemble it in the wrong direction, and that will drive you nuts. So this is the back of the cabinet, of the drawer, sorry, and this is the inside of the drawer. So when I'm clicking this together, I want to be doing this a certain way. Now, you'll see it's actually pretty easy. Okay, so I'm going to show the detail. This right here, these little two things, they're actually going to snap over top of the detail of the drawer, and they're going to snap in place, right? So if you don't hear that snapping sound, it's not installed properly. So do be careful, because that would be maddening, going through all of that work to install your drawer, and then it doesn't slide in because hasn't been snapped together properly. Now these are the mounting tracks. We're going to set those aside for later. Here's the bottom of our drawer. They have a groove track, a finished end, and an unfinished end. Okay? The groove track goes facing down, right? And the unfinished end goes into the base first, because that's actually the back of the drawer and this will be the front. So we just got to line this up. All right? And you have to have this pinched to the right width so that the grooves that are in this tracking go inside those grooves. There we go. So now it's solid. It won't pull apart. Drawer number 1. Okay? Now all of this hardware pretty much is for the drawer face, sorry. We'll go through this, that's for the face. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just so that I can make quick work of the assembly, is I'm going to keep all of the hardware and the tracks set aside, and I'm going to build all 3 of these drawers because I need room to install this stuff. And we will just get organized for mass production here. Okay, so here we are. We're at page 14 to do our drawer faces. Now, here's the thing. The drawer on the bottom, it's installed a little bit different than the other 2 on top. And what I mean by that is, and I learned this one the hard way, in my experience, this is one of the reasons why I've learned to read instructions. I built the kitchen and I put all the drawers on, and I didn't read the fine detail about the location, and I ended up having all of my bottom drawers were sitting in the wrong location. So it was kind of maddening. Now, you'll see that there's a detail, and in the picture, there's a detail of the sticker. Very important that you position this, relatively speaking, to the instructions. And this is why you want the cardboard, because that's your finish. Let's try to keep things clean here. You want the sticker in the same location, and then you take out your hardware pack. It comes in 2 sections. All right, we've got these. We got all of this. Okay. You want to take that same location, and it goes into these holes here. Now, this is the key. You see this? These 2 holes line up, but there's 3 hole locations on that hardware, all right? And so for the bottom drawer, we're going to use this location here. I know that doesn't sound like much, but is it ever a change? Because on page 20, for the other 2, the hole locations are different. Same spot on the door, but if you come over here, the other 2 drawers get installed. It's this hole and the one in the back. This is only 3/4 of an inch from the edge. This is 1 1/4 inches from the edge. You see the difference? And what that does is it takes the face of this drawer and it drops it down to cover the bottom of the cabinet. So these 2 are designed that the drawer faces will be next to each other. This one's designed to go lower. So very important to get the right combination of install here. Otherwise, you're going to have a whole lot of trouble. Now, in this particular drawer set, I've got a big one, a medium, and then a tiny one. So it's a 5, a 10, and a 15. So I do have that benefit of being able to identify which one goes on the bottom real easily. Here we go. Now I'm going to screw that together, and I'm going to finish assembling that drawer all together. Like I'm going to put the racks and the rails in. I'm going to do the whole drawer once so I don't confuse this and start running into problems. Now, they do suggest in the picture to use a screwdriver to put all this in. Okay. Because you don't want to over tighten. If you over tighten, you'll end up stripping the material that this is made of. Remember, this is a high density fiber board. And so if you screw and you drive and you drive and you drive, you're just going to end up shredding the interior of that material, and it's not going to hold the hardware. Okay, if you're snugging up, feel free to stop. Now, I've been using these drills for a lot of years, and I got a good relationship with the sensitivity on that trigger. But when I'm done, you know, if you have to work too hard to try to turn that screw, then, yeah, there you go. Then you just really shouldn't be. You're going to run into all kinds of trouble. Let's go through the rest of the assembly. It also has, because it's the bottom drawer, this other hardware clip. Let's get all of this somewhere where it's not going to cause an issue. A lot of little moving parts. Truth is, guys, once you get going on this, you can do it more assembly line-like. You can fire through this whole project relatively quickly. Let's get rid of the plastic. Okay, just sort them out so that you can identify all your parts. You seem to have two of just about everything here, except for this. Okay. Now we're organized. Okay, I'm reading upside down and backwards. Both of these products are exactly the same. We don't have a left and a right. That makes life easy. But again, we have 3 hole opportunities. So because we're following the bottom drawer installation, we have to go back to number 14 for the location of this hardware and the location of those screws. So that's the location of the hardware. And the screw location is the top 2. Okay, there we go. Once we have that figured out, we're okay. Again, these are plastic hardware. Using the drill is dangerous. I like a little risk in my life, otherwise it just gets boring. You know, for the sake of the camera, I'll show you how long this takes to do this by hand. You can spend all day long doing this if you like. You get a good workout, making sure you don't go too tight, but I'm using the drill. Okay, now we're ready to attach it to our drawer. Wow, that took no time at all. Now, here we go. Now, if we go any further, I'm going to mention this because they don't show you this in the book. They don't show you how to disengage this if you make a mistake. But I ran into this problem once, and I went back to IKEA and I said, hey, how do I disengage this locking system once it's in there? And they showed me the system. There you go. That's ready. Now, if you ever have to disengage this bad boy, you will see there's a screw right here. And that's the adjusting screw. But underneath here, you can actually get in there and you can turn this thing as well and disengage it. I'll show that a little bit later on. Let's get back to building these things. So this is our drawer for the bottom of the cabinet, right? Now before we can install that, we've got to get our rails on. They come left and right. Make sure you have one of each, okay? Okay, so here's our first little hiccup with our system. When we installed this, we have the high back. I have 2 of them, and I have, here's the second one. I'm just gonna show everybody what's going on here because you're gonna run into the same problem. And here's the short back, okay? You see this? It's a really short rise. Now, according to their instructions here, if you have a short back, which is that picture, this clip here goes on the second holes because it's relative to the same height as this. And that is where this rod, where's the rod? That's relative to where the rod goes, okay? But on the high back, the rod goes way up here. Okay, so this location is actually wrong for the bottom drawer. So I'm like, why am I confused? Because I'm following this. In this scenario, it's the bottom drawer. The bottom drawer is tall. I'm looking. It's a tall cabinet. It's got 3 holes. But now I'm realizing that these instructions are based on the size of the back. I went through the whole book. There's a tall one, but it's a tall face with a short back. There's no option in the book for the tall face with a tall back. And so it's going to leave a lot of confusion in here for everybody. IKEA put in the instructions for the tall face with the tall back, and maybe write it out in the language that we all communicate in so we know what's going on. How maddening is that? Okay, so right out of the gate, I've got to make a change with my installation. Because following the instructions step by step in this scenario is going to result in a failure. Interesting. I promised to show you the good, bad, and the ugly. Here's part of it. Okay, so now the hardware that came in this package makes sense. We have these clips here. Okay, yeah, that lines up with that hole. Great, okay. So now I'm following the clip advice here because it shows the short clips. Now I have a package with the short clips, but only for one of my drawers. My other 2 drawers are both getting this installation. So in theory, we will follow this. See if they have information here regarding the clips. So this is entertaining. All right, so what I did is I realized that I'm probably following the instructions for the other hardware because there's a minor difference in the package. So I checked the box for the instructions in the other package, and sure enough, here it is. Wow. Okay, so they don't have one instruction manual for every drawer. So note to self, when you're doing this, make sure you open up, read the instructions from the box you're installing, because if they're going to have different instructions for every different variation of box, you're going to get confused to no end. What I'm going to suggest is perhaps organize yourself like we are. Do all of the bottom drawers from all of the same box codes, following the same instructions. This is where experience is going to pay off. My goodness. Okay. So, yes, this is going to show it. These little clips here, they go down in here, and you just force those into place. My fingers are too fat for that, but there we go. All right. Well, we'll keep on following along here. Now we're going to snap in the arms. They come white and gray so that you know what. Why are they different? Oh, that's the left and the right. That makes sense. This snaps in again. You should hear the snap. There we go. And okay. And then that snaps in and that covers over. But for now, let's leave this off. Because what this is, it's actually an adjustment bar. This part I know. So when you put your drawer in, if your drawer is opening at the top or the bottom and it's off kilter, you can actually adjust the distance between the back and the front with this little wheel here, okay? And so that you can get a nice flush finish. So we'll leave that detail off for now. Look at that, they even use the word click. Make sure you hear the click. They show how to do that and demonstrate that. Okay. Now, we have another feature here underneath. Now make sure always have your finished cabinet on the cardboard when you're working. They have this little gizmo here. So this goes at the face of the cabinet, and we get 3 screws here for this. The idea here is they want to put this little safety clip here, which actually physically attaches the inside of the drawer to the drawer face. Yeah, this is really entertaining. And what it does, it's structural strength. Wow, this is going to be really hard for me to do this on camera, upside down and backwards. I'm going to do it. And of course you're thinking to yourself, just like I am, how come IKEA doesn't have a pre-drilled hole? But since these drawer faces can be installed in different locations, I guess they figure it best not to pre-drill. Here we go. This is an important detail actually, because these drawers, the hardware on the sides and everything else is designed to carry a lot of weight. But this is just particle board, so if you don't reinforce it in the middle between these tracks, then all of that weight is going to bow out. At the back you've got a metal tracking system that carries lots of weight, but right here is the weak spot. So if you don't put these clips in, you're going to run into trouble down the road. Okay, so that's done. Let's move on now. Oh, finally we get to install the cabinet. Okay, so now we have the instructions for where to put the tracks. Now, left and right side, of course. This is the front of the drawer, and they're showing to install it. I know there's holes all the way in the back, but generally those are for shelves. These drawer glides get screwed into here and the mid part, okay? And generally speaking, the first hole goes in the first line, the third hole goes in the third line, and they all correspond. The first drawer gets sit right on the bottom, so this one's actually kind of easy to install. I'm just going to install, I mean like just a hair off the bottom. So don't be alarmed if it moves when you're screwing it in. It's just a little bit of gap there, so it's for the mobility of the unit. Okay, and then 3 for the other side. I'm excited, Max, because we're about to put the first drawer in. Now, now we also have to take into account the soft close system for the drawers. So the soft close you can install before or after. But basically what happens is it just sits on the top of the track and then you pull it into position, okay? So I'm just gonna reach back here and slide that in. There we go. There we go. And we can see if it works. Perfect. The last little bit of information on the drawer system is, of course, yeah, this and this. Okay, well, let's get this in then. All right, so let's put our drawer in and make sure it functions properly. This is it's gonna feel really clunky here. Force it all in, it assembles all of the track system, done. Okay, now it's assembled, it won't slide off, and it has soft close. That is the strangest feeling in the world when you're putting that together. You really gotta just trust the system, because it's just clunk, 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 clunk into place, but that means it's working. Now, you have decorative panels here to cover up the side of this to make it look pretty. But for now, we're gonna just leave it in the drawer along with the stops that come for the panel, because we're going to align everything and balance it all out later. Not sure why I have a screw. It's the most irritating part of the whole assembly is to have a screw left over. I'm gonna save that for later too, just in case. Okay, so now we've got the 15 is done. So every 15-inch drawer face will be exactly the same. So all my pot drawers are going to be 15s. So the bottoms get installed just a little differently with that one locking hardware to adjust the face to cover the bottom. Other than that, all of the drawers in this whole kitchen are exactly the same as what I just did, except for the 10 and the 5. All right, here we go. Small modification here. Again, make sure you're reading your instruction manual. So I'm going to turn this around so that we're looking at it the same direction as the camera. Again, there's the sticker, okay? Let's get our hardware. This is this one. This again is where having the guy at the store is really crucial. They know the difference when they're ordering the tall back of the cabinet versus the short back of the cabinet, and they know which hardware pack goes with what, so feel free to let them do their job. All right, let's get all of our screws and hardware out. So now we've got everything orientated the same way. Now here we are. So the top drawers get installed a little different. The bottom drawers are like this. The top drawers are all up here, right? So let's make sure we get this all installed. And really the key is when you're reading your instructions, make sure you're on the page that has a picture of the location of the drawer where you're putting it. There's only two kinds. There's inside the cabinet at the top, whether it's a 3 or 4 cabinet, they're all the same, the top 3. The bottoms are the ones that are different, and you need to follow the right instructions on that particular page. and everything will go well. Okay, now in this orientation, go to the next page. Because we're doing the tall drawer, right? This goes down here and it goes in those two holes. Again, there's that long screw. Wonder where it's supposed to go. Okay, snap that in, snap these on, put in the anchor legs. You can see that there's not a whole lot of variation one to the next, but the devil is in the details when it comes to the location of that hardware, right? Okay, here we go. My favorite part of the job. All right, so that is done. We'll set that out of the way. All right, so this is where the other book comes in handy. This little thing comes in every one of these kits, and it is the master kit for all the different assembly options that you have. So what you have to do is you have to pick the one that works for you. So we have a 3-drawer system, and this little clip means the top of the hardware. So you want to look at the picture for what your system is. That's mine, 5, 10, and a 15. So that's us. So now I am 13 holes. So while I've got this out, I'm going to install the rest of these guides in the box. Because according to my picture, I am 13 holes from the bottom and then 21. So I figured this is a really good time to put these in. All right. Get the soft close installed first. That's a left side. And the right side. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm ready for my box. So 13 holes. Now, if you look really careful at this diagram, okay, you'll see there's a little dash next to that 13. That's in line with the bottom of these two holes. So that means the 13th hole, the screws go in there. And this is in the way for doing that one. You actually have to pull the drawer forward a little bit in order to access that hole. Fun, wow. But let's do it proper, okay? I'm going to use the back to count. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this is where I want to go. So here's my 13th hole, all right? So I want to do that, make that mark, and then 21, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. Okay? Translate that information to both sides. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13. Okay? And once you've got that set up, that'll make installation a whole lot easier. Okay. Whew. Okay. So on and so on and so on and so on. Then we're ready to install all of our cabinet drawers. A little irritated right now if you can't tell, because I'm looking at this, I'm like, no, I've got it assembled right, everything's at the right track height, the bottom is covered, this is my gap for the top, but the guy from IKEA gave me the wrong back of the drawer. Ay, 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 ay. That means I've got the wrong box with the wrong hardware, and I've got to go back to the store. No big surprise. That's just lovely. So, I can't finish this assembly until then. So let's move on. Don't be surprised if this happens to you. Like I said, there are thousands of products, a lot of different options intermingled. And even the guys that are sitting in that computer all day long ordering this product for us, they're making mistakes. So, this is human, this is life, moving on. I don't have the right information here to even attach the face of that drawer to this cabinet, so I can't even put the hardware on it. And what I'm gonna do to protect it is I'm gonna leave this on paper in this drawer, because at least that's the right product. And the rest of this is going back to IKEA, because it all came in the same box. And I'm gonna have to exchange it. Now the good news is, IKEA, even with an open package, will take a return. I'm not gonna have any problem with that. The downside is I can't finish my kitchen install today. But, you know, holy first world problem, right? At least I got the option to solve my problem just with a quick drive into town, and I'm not gonna be waiting 6 to 8 weeks for delivery. Because when a kitchen company that manufactures a custom kitchen makes a mistake, and they do, you gotta wait. It's usually the best turnaround time I've ever found was up to 2 weeks if they manufacture it on site. But most of these guys are manufacturing in some obscure place near a forestry region, and then they're gonna be shipping it to you. So at least when you have an IKEA problem, you have an IKEA solution. Here we go. So the next one we're gonna show you is the base cabinet that's designed to be the garbage. Now this is the garbage and recycling unit. There's actually, the entire cabinet is one pull-out drawer. So they have a unique system designed for that, because it actually has 2 drawer faces. They have this little hardware assembly here to connect it all, and a traditional drawer install, I'm sure, that goes with it. Yep, we've seen all this before. Nothing new here. Fantastic. Now, for the rest of the install, I'm going to build it all standing up, because that is a lot of fatigue crouching on the ground doing this, I'll tell you. I'm getting too old for that. Now, there, you see that? This is one of these moments where you just go, oh, am I ever glad I didn't have an attitude about IKEA, because I'm the idiot that made the mistake. These are both 18-inch cabinets. And I, by my own ignorance, wasn't paying enough attention to the picture. I don't know the codes. I don't work with this every day, and you won't either. The point is this. The drawer that I was assembling over there is actually designed to go in here, and this one is designed to go at the top over there. I missed that when I was sorting it out. So, tell you what, I'm gonna finish building the drawer for that cabinet right now. Egg on face. Okay, here we go. No worries. Listen, I'm doing this to help you, right? Because this is the kind of maddening garbage you're gonna go through. So when something bad happens and you feel frustrated, take a step back, because you might have made your own mistake and not even realized it, and that's okay. So this is the information we need for that cabinet. Right on. Let's build that drawer real quick, because this is not gonna take a lot of time. So what I found is if you hold it with your fingers, right, and you line it up, you can use your palm of your hand to keep the drawer kind of square and tight, and then feed it down. There you go. That's nice. Now, we're just going to rescue the other drawer face, because this is what we need. We're going to identify the location. Yes, this is what I was looking for. This piece of information right here, right? So I've got my picture, I've got that, I've got my hardware. And relative to the picture, my hardware is here and here with those screw locations. That was the missing information that I was unable to just move forward without having. You don't want to ever guess, because every time you think you understand IKEA, they will surprise you and do something completely contrary to what you're used to, and it won't make sense until you're done. Okay. You know, I was a glutton for punishment even taking this project on camera, because, you know, when you don't install this stuff every day of your life, there's just so many little details. This snaps in here, comme ça. Alrighty. And you'll notice that on the small drawers, they don't have the need for that hardware, because they're not going to have the same kind of weight in it That's an interesting concept. Details 21. Yes, that isn't going to change. We're going to just stick that in now. Now, I always suggest pulling the arms out, setting it down. There we go. Okay. Now we're back to the garbage. Let's just get some of this hardware installed and out of our way. The soft close for the drawer. Yeah, everything is very left and right sided sensitive, eh? Okay. You know, if this YouTube thing doesn't work out, I could always maybe get a job installing IKEA. By the time you're done one of these kitchens, you're going to be pretty much an expert. Here we go. So this cabinet is made up of two, oh good, just packing dust, two 15-inch doors, right? So that gives you 30 inches in total, which is the height of all of these base cabinets. And that's information that'll help you disseminate what goes where when you're building. So here we are. Now we have to open up this little piece of hardware here and read the instructions for how to assemble these two doors together. Hardware pack. Once again, all of this is going to be very detailed, I'm sure, in the instructions. And I love how they do little details like this cutout here. It may not even be a functional issue, but they make sure, I mean, they've got arrows printed on everything. They do a really good job of keeping things organized so that you can follow the instructions. And when in doubt, take one of your drawers that you have installed and use it for all your extra hardware, okay? Don't ever throw anything out. You might be surprised. You know, even a week from now, you might be like, oh, I wish I had a couple more of those little bumper pads. Just keep it all in one spot. There we go. Now let's get back to this. The end of our cabinet looks like we're supposed to attach these with long screws. Got them. All right. Okay. So we got the hardware here. It's showing an interesting location. Oh yeah, look at that. Right down there. Okay. So it's going to take a little oomph, all right? You really want to sit on this, snap that down, and then line it up. There's a hole over here on each side. You can line that up, all right? And then they want you to put a screw in it. That's a lot of screw. Yeah, they're asking to put a lot of screw. Okay. I'm going to take their advice. Remember, IKEA is the engineer of their own system. If you don't want to follow their system and follow their advice, then you're just going to be making up your own system with their product. You're running all kinds of problems. I want to make sure that yeah, it's pre-drilled, so it'll take it in the right direction. Nice. That's what that long screw is for. You can put it down the middle. Oh, okay. Sure, if you really feel it's necessary. They're showing us here, depending on the number of doors and panels, you can cut down the bracket. Okay, the top isn't actually necessary, so you could cut this off if you wanted to and have a separate top drawer pull, but we're not doing that, thank God. There's enough work installing these kitchens already. Last thing I need to do is get creative. Now we got to find the picture that corresponds with our assembly. It's the two drawers, page 21. Love it when I can turn near the back. Here we go. So for the bottom drawer, they're telling us to assemble the track system here in conjunction with the pins that lock the drawer together. That's detailed information. There you go. Screw all that together. Hats off to the IKEA engineers. This is really easy. I honestly thought this was going to be the hardest part of the assembly, but that's just ridiculously easy. Of course, they're going to be showing us to put more screws in. In conjunction with these. Okay, let's follow this now. All right, here we go. That location's there. Up. I need some more of those screws. A handy dandy hardware drawer. Okay. Oh, it's so much nicer standing up to do this. I think I would have passed out if I had to be crawling around on the floor all day building this stuff. All right. Okay. Now, they don't want these nice and tight. They do want these spacers in here. Looks like they're just temporary spacers for during assembly. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, so many screws, eh? And everywhere, basically, you see a hole in the cabinet poking through the hardware, they want you to screw it down. And that'll make this incredibly rigid. That's why there's a plethora of screws. Okay. Ding. Now, wow, okay. Oh, I see, these are two. This takes you back to model plane building here. Put this on as a cap. Oh, I see, it's just a decorative cap to cover the edge. Probably because it's gonna be for garbage and they don't want crap getting stuck in that gap. That's really well thought out. Next up is to put that in. I got a little zealous here. Get ahead of the game just a touch. Okay. So even though we're incorporating a new system with the track, the way the door and everything else is being assembled is absolutely identical. You really want to make sure that you're lined up as square as you can possibly be on this, because there's room for a little bit of movement. There we go. And now they give you all of these screws. We're going to use them all. Incredible. What they want you to do is screw on both sides of the hole in the middle. Real careful here because you can twist things out of position in a hurry. You really want to get right in the middle of the hole. And then one over here. Do the same on both sides. And then you check again for your square. And if everybody's happy, then you fill up every one of these holes with a screw. Because that, at the end of the day, you're going to be opening this up with one handle at the top. And you're going to have potentially garbage cans that have got a fair amount of weight in them. So they're using every one of these screws to help transfer the load of that pulling action. They are not messing around. They want this thing screwed together like a submarine. This is unbelievable. That is like almost 40 screws. And they've got the picture telling you, use a hand screwdriver. Somebody's been drinking. That's not happening. All right. Okay, dokie. Now we get to assemble the drawer. Here we go. Let's really find out if we know what we're doing. And haha, that's much better. Now, I'm going to screw that little door to the back. I still think that would be a great place for a pre-drilled hole. Okay, so in this situation, they're asking for 2 more clips. And oddly enough, they want that one on an angle. Here we go. These cute little black screws for this. They're really over-engineering the idea of this carrying a lot of weight. You know, but better to over-engineer than to under-engineer, I guess. Eh? Okay. Snapping our control rods. There we go. Now, since this drawer is installed in the base of the cabinet, the 2 tracks for that go in exactly the same place as the last one, right on the ground, and then you just stick those 6 screws in. All right, so we're getting near the end of the experimentation phase with the assembly here. That's quite a solid unit actually. I'm gonna set that in there. Again, all that bumping around, that's not an issue. Okay, so, like before, we use the control arms, we can make all of our adjustments. And that is good. We're gonna put the bumpers on that. Just a small modification down here. But remember, I was mentioning earlier about the idea of popping a drawer off if you needed to. I'm gonna show you that right now. We're gonna just explain this because this is really awesome. There's a set screw in the back and it will raise or lower this drawer face. And then this one here will adjust the side to side position, okay? And if you feel like you've made a mistake and you need to take it off, right here, there's a little flat piece. And there's a slot at the bottom of that if you lift the flat piece, it exposes a slot head screwdriver, okay? So you take your screwdriver and you just ram that in there and you give it a turn and it will actually pop off the assembly. It releases it, okay? Now, once you've done that to both sides, okay, it comes right off. There we go. This is in case you've assembled the hardware on the wrong location on the door. We're using the wrong screw set and it's not closing properly. You can take that off, you can reset the screws, then you can snap all this back together again. There you go. That'll give you the ability to make all the adjustments you need to get everything lined up, because you do not want to install a handle on any of the hardware until everything is lined up. Whew. Now let's go work on the base cabinet. So the base cabinet here, I have a 36-inch and they have a 10-inch top plate and then two 20-inch tall doors. Now I asked him about the top and apparently the hardware comes in the box. Let's see if he was right. No hardware here. Okay. And I'm not putting any faith at all that there's going to be hardware in the door kit. Because why in the heck would there be hardware in the door kit? Yeah. Okay. That's just great. Yeah, and there's obviously a bracket that we're missing here that gets screwed to this. I do not have any extra bags. So I'm not worried about this because I'm actually just mad with myself because I asked him, I said, so the hardware comes in the box or where is it? Because I know it's like a huge L bracket. And you put in the screws and you can adjust them a little bit. You can crawl underneath your cabinet and lay in there and make minor adjustments up and down. Oh well, that's maddening. But it's not going to stop us from getting the rest of the kitchen installed. We're going to do that later. Let me just get my door hardware here. The door hinge hardware, this is where you'll find the instructions. It's like opening up a Chinese fortune cookie. All right, here, it's obviously how you do it. And location. Good. Nothing new there. If you're not sure where to put it, just remember that the doors will cover the bottom of the cabinet, just like the drawer does. All right? Now this is the best system ever. You push that in the hole, and then when you close this bracket here, it causes an expansion to happen with these side panels, okay? Here, let me show you here. And that expansion is all it takes to create enough compression to hold it in place. See, right now they're loose, and now they're firm, but they're pushed out. It's actually kind of cool. Done. For installing it, if you need a guide, all you do is just hold your door flush with the bottom, right? And you can see it's on the second, and it's here. I'm just going to take a moment and take my marker and mark my location. So that one and that one. Good. Okay. because this mounting hardware is really difficult to install if you attach it to the door hinge first. All right, just take it, push it in the holes. Grab yourself a soft mallet or a tape measure. All right, and then you screw in the screws. Be careful. Again, you're dealing with some plastic in the hardware, so you don't want to over tighten this. Now these just sit in the bracket and then snap in. It's also a quick release, okay? So like when we're time for us to do the plumbing and connect the sink, I'm actually gonna just pop the doors off, put them somewhere safe so they don't get damaged while we're doing it. Okay, here we go. And of course, everything gets these little tabs. So we put the tab on the bottom of the door and it makes contact. There is also, you have to buy these separate, okay, for all your hardware. But IKEA is famous for their soft close technology. And all you do is you set it on top right in here. Now, I've got to make sure I get this right. There we go. Okay, so a little disappointing about the top plate, but hey. If you made it this far in your kitchen and you're doing it yourself, I'm sure you can figure out how to put on an L bracket. We're not going to lose any sleep over that demonstration today. One of my favorite design elements about the IKEA kitchen is that they always have these gables, right? So we have a take a look at the drawer cabinet. You can see that's the end of the box. But then these gable elements come out and they extend past the box to encapsulate all your doors and drawers. Now they come 26 by 36, so the 24-inch cabinet, usually when you put this on up against a wall, you're fine, and they give it a little extra room so that you can scribe them into place. They're also amazing in an island because it can encapsulate both sides. This is why they're 26 inches. I'll just demonstrate this before we cut the height. In this scenario, I can go full extension over here for that side, and then over here, I can put a back panel on, and I have enough depth left over to add a back panel and decorative doors. So if I wanted to do a replication of all doors across the back of this to look like cabinets, then you can do that, and you would be perfectly fine to do that. What we're doing is actually, we're gonna be doing a build out in a custom-made back side of the island, so we're gonna leave the full extension on it, but I've gotta measure and cut for the height. Now, the way you do that is you don't want to cut the gable at the countertop. That's a mistake, okay? That'll be very noticeable and very ugly. So, find a surface where you can lay it down. Always sticker side up. That means this is the inside of the cabinet, okay? And generally you want to do something like mark the top so you can keep your reference, okay? And just take your measuring tape, because especially in an old house like this, nothing's ever level. You go 34 and 1/8, and you measure from the top down. You use a straight line, connect the dots, and then we'll run it out to the saw. One thing to pay attention to when you're opening up your boxes, it says don't use a knife. It means down the side here, because this is the finished panel. There's not a lot of mercy there, right? But there's a little box right here. Always save the box, because this is custom size screws for attaching the panel to the cabinets. If you go to the hardware store and you buy cabinet screws, you're gonna find them are gonna come at 1 1/4 inch long. Now, get ready for this. This screw is 1 1/8, all right? And the difference is this. I'll just take this random panel here. If you were to measure and put this screw up here, let's say we're screwing from inside the cabinet. I got lots of room there, right? That looks great. If that screw was a little bit further, that's like the standard in a box is 1 1/4, you only have 1/8 of an inch material left. And because this is like a high density fiber board, okay? What happens when you drive that screw in at 1 1/4, you get little raised dents in the panel. So you don't want to have that ugly look. So make sure you set aside these screws because they are a lifesaver. Now these screws are amazing. You can use the pre-drilled holes if you like. Doesn't really matter, but I'm old school. And you just drive it until the drill says otherwise. There we go. Beautiful. So the last thing I'm going to show you about the IKEA system is, of course, the baseboard. Now, if you remember, I told you at the beginning of the video, save these little weird shaped looking things. And here's why. The way this all installs, once we get rid of the packaging, this stuff here is like for model airplanes. Break it off, and you can stick it on the end if you have an exposed end. But since we're using all these end panels, we don't have need of that. There we go. This system is simple. You put these in, you can rotate them and lock them in position, and they lock on the legs. Right? Nice and easy. All you have to do is cut the length and then the height. Now there's two sides to this. One end has a little rubber gasket here, and it's designed to keep water from getting under the counter when you wash your floors. And the other side is designed for easy cutting, so you can cut the height. Remember, the legs for these counters are adjustable, so you might have a situation like I do in my old house where you have to scribe a little bit the detail on this, but that's no big deal. Now, for the purpose of our education today, I went ahead and I prepped this one up for us. Okay, and I'll show you how easy it is to snap these things in place. Hey, we'll just get down into position here. So remember when we put the feet together, we have these adjustable discs that slide up and down. And we're going to put these down now near the bottom. And what that does is it sets a depth the same as the ring, okay, that sets. So this will end up square when you push it all together. Oh, there we go. Now we got to get that in there. And all we do is slide it in place. There we go, and snap it on. Baseboards. So just to bring you all up to speed with what's going on in the process here, I had my plug installed here originally. I knew it was kind of temporary because we hadn't really finalized the design as far as which hood fan we were going with. We had a few options available. I knew I needed power up here. I knew it'd have to be a plug, but I didn't know location. So originally, we thought we were going to be using a hood that's kind of a flat bottom, and it would look something like this, right? And then the side of the hood is going to be very vertical, and my plug would be covered by that little tower that goes with it. But it turns out we end up getting something a little bigger. It has a different design. It looks more something like this. All right. Okay, problem. Now my plug is completely buried behind the hood. So I had to cut a hole, reach in, find that power supply, pull the wire loose, connect it to a new box. Now it's floating because I have to put a 6-inch exhaust. The tower that it comes with is only 9 inches wide, and you really don't want to have a cavity more than 8 just to be on the safe side. So what I'm looking at doing is I want to put in my exhaust from the outside, get it ready to be connected to the top of the unit, which sits around here. And then I'm going to find a location for this, and I might even just have it sitting here. I don't really know yet. We're going to figure that out later. There is some wood up here that I can screw it to, and I'd like to have it mounted if I could. But at the end of the day, once this is all installed, if I have to have it sitting here, it's not the end of the world because it's behind something that's all fixed and attached to the wall. And it's completely enclosed with a cover on. So let's get into locating the outside, drilling this out, and installing our exhaust vent. Once we have that, we're going to measure off our location, put in our screws so that we can mount the unit on the wall. Then we'll confirm the location and that everything is level before we proceed with connection. Now you can see I'm dealing with the old wooden siding here, and there's 2 layers and there's nails everywhere. So the last thing I want to do is pull out an expensive 6-inch round drill bit and core drill this. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use this to isolate a few locations outside so that I can cut the siding on the outside nice and clean. It's getting cool outside, and that means that if I use any kind of cutting tool, I risk shattering that siding. It's going to look like crap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill through, take the grinder out, cut a nice circle, then I'm going to take the Sawzall and I'm going to connect all the dots. And then we're going to have a beautiful looking hole in the wall. And daylight. Yeah, we got a couple inches of wood to get through, that's for darn sure. Unbelievable, eh? The reason I'm drilling so many holes is because when I'm on the outside using the reciprocator, I can just connect the dot, kind of like that old tracing game in school. You know, they give you a picture with nothing but dots, and you have to connect all the dots. I'm just going to take the reciprocator and go from one hole to the next. That'll do it. It takes a little bit more time to be this exact, but the smaller the hole, the easier it is to finish nice. Bam. Okay, so we're done with that tool. Now we got to go inside, figure out how much we got to cut back off that material, and I'll show you why. Okay, so before we go put that in, there's a couple things we want to go through. When dealing with hood fans, one of the concerns that you're going to have is if you can imagine this being the wall and this being the mounted hood fan, look how close the exhaust is to the wall. So when I install this, I have to make a 90-degree turn to go out the wall. So here's my flexible ducting, and I can get relatively 90 degrees. And this is the piece that goes into my wall. So I've really got to be able to get that in there a couple of inches. So let's take a look and see if this works. First, okay. Yeah, that's going to fit inside. And I mean, just freaking barely. Now here's the consideration. If that fits inside, and I'm coming off the wall a couple of inches, all right, I need to make sure that my hood fan cover is going to leave me enough room. So what I want to do is I want to actually cut this back to about a couple of inches inside the depth of the wall, so that this is on my wall and this connection is happening inside my wall. If that makes enough sense. You know, it's funny because there are a lot of different hood fans out in the market and a lot of different situations for install. And in a lot of cases, if you don't buy the right product, you're going to have to install your hood fan and then do all your ducting after the fact. And you aren't going to have the flexibility that you need to make that corner, make that installation. This product here that comes with the Z-Line hood fan is amazing because for me, it's too long. But I have the luxury of being able to unscrew the end, measure the length that I want, cut off all the excess, screw that end back on again, and I'm in business. Okay, so the way I'm going to finish this off later is I'm going to be filling this cavity with expansion foam. All right, it's the only way that I can get anything close to resembling a good insulation level, which means the first 2 or 3 inches of that cavity is going to be foam. I can actually cut my tin way back inside there, right? Then I can put the exhaust on, screw it from the outside, put on the protective seal. Even though there's a light rain and it's only a couple of degrees outside, the exterior caulking that we've purchased is going to be no problem to perform and cure in that kind of weather scenario. So I'm more than happy to take care of that today. Get that all finished up and sealed up, And then once we get this installed here, I can foam this area. Then we can worry about mounting the hood. There you go, eh? By cutting a nice perfect circle, you got lots of meat to screw these pieces in here. Just don't over compress because you'll end up distorting the siding. Here we go. Across the top. A little bit on the nails, on the screws, sorry. Now I'm using exterior deck screws so they won't deteriorate, but my caulking is the same color as my hood fan, so this will blend a lot nicer. And then if it does happen to rust somewhere in the future, that solves that problem. Now, when you're caulking, make sure you caulk in behind the flange and these gaps, because that's where the wind is going to drive the rain, and that's how that's going to get in. So what I want to do now is I want to actually measure the height from my finished hood fan up into the screw mount. Now that's tricky, but since they give us this packaging, I'm going to just use it as my square. There we go. I'm going to mark a hole on my styrofoam, and I'm going to trace my line for the bottom. Bam. Now, I can measure. So I want to put my screws 12 3/4 higher than my finish of my hood fan. So let's take a look and see what our options are. Now, I want my hood fan to finish on the raised side of this beveled tile. You can see there's a bevel line here, okay? So I'm just going to mark so you can see what I'm thinking here. That's the bevel. So anywhere underneath this bevel is a nice flat surface for the most part, which is ideal for the hood fan. My hood fan should be 30 to 36 inches higher. So I think instead of going 30, we're going to go for the 31 mark, which is just below the bevel line. Now remember, in earlier videos, we use the laser level to put our plugs on the wall, to set our countertop height, to install all of our tile. Everything in this room, even the windows, has been done with the laser level. So by using it now, we are going to guarantee everything is going to be absolutely perfect. This is one thing you just don't want to live without. So that makes it 12 inches there. 12 3/4 is too close to the top of that tile. I think we're going to drop it down just a bit. Yeah. So we're going to wait for the bouncing to stop. There. I'm going to trace my line where my screws are going to go. To that grout line, because that grout line is actually my center, because that's how we established the tile when we installed it. Right there. I'm going to mark my center line. Okay. Now we'll turn the laser off because we don't need it anymore. We also want to know exactly how far between the holes we are. So that's 4. All right, the holes are centered exactly 7 inches. So let's translate 3.5 inches each way, and then confirm that we got that right. Good. So that's where I'm going to be drilling to put my holes. It's that simple. Nice. sweet. I think we can get rid of all this picture time now, right? Now, if you follow our videos, you know I love using the 1/4-inch yellow wall plugs. I buy them in one pack. I use them for everything. That way I only ever have to buy a 1/4-inch drill. There we go. Elmo song. All right, I'm gonna cut that off. Now that gives you a really good grip. These wall plugs are never coming out. Now we want to hold them off the wall a little bit because it slips over. Then we'll tighten them up. So this fan is a Z-line Snow White stainless steel finish, designed to go with my dual fuel stove. And as a result of that, I had to upgrade the power of this up to 760 instead of your traditional 400 CFM. Just because whenever you're dealing with gas appliances, you want a little bit better exhaust. Okay, here we go. Now, some of you might actually even enjoy doing this. I really am not a big fan of all of this packaging on the stainless steel. I get why they do it, but the amount of fingerprints and everything you leave on the stainless when you're taking all this off, I just don't think it's worth the benefit of protecting it. But hey, who am I to complain? There we go. And okay. That's just way too much easy, isn't it? All right. Now that we got it on the screw mount, we'll just tighten her up. So before we go any further, I should mention that Z-Line is supplying the appliances for my kitchen. Just want to be perfectly honest here. Now, the reason we were absolutely enthralled with the idea of doing this collaboration is Appliance Educator is a group of guys that are really working hard to try to develop themselves as an authority and helping people install appliances. And they've got a YouTube video and a lot of blogs and a lot of vlogs all about information to help people out. So they contacted us and said, hey, can we do a collaboration? I said, sure. Who's your favorite appliance company to deal with? They introduced me to Z-Line. Now, they're not available in Canada yet, so if you're a Canadian viewer, be patient. But if you're down in the United States, they're all over the place. Feel free to check them out. The quality's great. It's a family-owned company. You can't go wrong with that. They're made in America. So I'm really pleased. And so far, this stuff is absolutely gorgeous. I'm a big believer that if you're going to renovate your own space, the finishings that you put in your house, your countertops, your kitchens, your appliances, those things spend good money on. That's where you get value in your home, okay? So that's where the investment is. Put an investment in good quality finishings. That's your wow factor. That's your value in your home when you get it appraised. So don't cheap out in situations like this. This is where you want to save your money. The reason you're doing DIY is so that you can buy the nice things to put in your house. That's where you get your valuation. Anyway, let's carry on with the installation. It has LED lights. It has 3 grills that go underneath that are dishwasher safe. Yay, awesome, awesome. Various speeds, various lighting. Here's the cord. It just plugs in. Boom. All we have to do now is foam up around the hole and then cut and measure our ducting so that we can finish this off and then install the tower. The installation is not that bad once you get all of the work in the wall done. So really the key is, if you have the opportunity, unlike myself, have this on site before you renovate your space so you can get all your locations perfect before you start. Otherwise, this is how you do it if you don't. Okay, I'm going to set that there. Now this might seem pretty extreme for some folks, putting this much foam in the hole. But remember, I've gone through great lengths to try to make a nice thermal and vapor barrier around here. And if you want to see how we did it, you can watch that other video. We'll put the link up here. It's a lot of work doing thermal and vapor barrier on an old home. But when it's done right, my God, is it ever comfortable. You know, one of the benefits I almost mentioned is the snow finish on this stainless. Apparently, they've got special buffing pads that you can use to continually maintain this gorgeous shine. We're gonna try that out. It's shipping in the mail, so as soon as we get it, I think we'll try it out on the stove when we install the stove. But I'm looking forward to seeing that because that makes maintenance a brand new world. Stainless is lovely, but sometimes it's gonna be a pain to clean. Apparently they've solved that problem. All right, so let's rough to make the measurement fully extended, because if I make it too big, I can always shrink it, right? And then somewhere around here, like that. Okay, so we'll just take these two grooves here and line them up. Got it. Woohoo! That's not as easy as it looks. So this actually goes inside my steel round. I think that's going to be the most challenging part of the fit, isn't it? Glad I saved the twist tie for the electrical. This is going to keep that out of the way while I do the rest of my install. Okay. Sweet. I'm really happy with that, except for that one spot where my ducting seems to have a little bit of a hole. So I'm going to seal that up with my foam. Done. There we go. Okay. Whew. Okay, now for the hard part. Now when you open your package and you see this little plastic square, don't throw that out. It's actually important. Because unlike most hood fans that are out there, this one comes pretty much restaurant quality, and that is actually a grease trap. There's two holes in the bottom of the blower that when you take out your filters to wash, you can check this out. You can slide it out, pour out any of the grease that's been dripping inside the ductwork, and then you're right back in business again. Great for maintenance. Now these are the great covers for the fan. They slide in place, and then there's a locking mechanism. That's it, nice and simple. And you will notice that there is no filter in this, okay? We're not filtering the air here, we're exhausting it. Now, if you wanted to have a system where you're recirculating the air back into the kitchen, then on the top where we added the ducting, there is a activated carbon filter you can put on that, but then you also have to get a tower that has vented sides, okay? So that is an option, but for me, I like to exhaust the air. Just makes life simple. Basically, this design is to grab grease and dirt and just collect it, okay? That's it. So that's why you throw it in the dishwasher once a week, whatever, and keep it clean. Nice and easy. So this is the Designer series. And they call it Designer. Basically what that means is it's a lot more difficult to install. There are systems out there. Now you have an option to buy a two-piece sleeves. You know, one will sit on the fan, the other one you lift up to the ceiling, you screw it into a bracket, nice and simple. This one, there's a mounting screw here, and that actually attaches just at the top of the housing on the back of the fan. And then there's this. This wall plate actually installs against the wall at the ceiling height, okay? And it's cut out like this in case you have an exhaust that goes up through the roof and out through the roof. Since ours goes out the side, we don't have to worry about the hole, but we do have a decorative trim for the crown molding. So you mount that on the wall, you leave just a little bit of room from the ceiling, and then you can slide this crown molding to get that finish. That's the Designer finish. It's sleek, there's no joints, right? You can wipe it down and clean without slicing your hand open on that exposed edge. And it looks pretty good. So this is what we're gonna do. And because of that, we have the ability to cut it to size. Now, I have never been a big fan of cutting stainless steel. I did go to the store and I picked up a blade for my grinder. Here's hoping that it works. Now, here's that location for the mounting screw I was talking about. So we want to measure from that groove up to the ceiling. Now, since the crown molding is 2 inches thick, we got a lot of mercy here. So for the purpose of making our cut, we're just going to take a little bit off the top. We'll go 18.5, just so we don't have any issues. Now, I know I'm a safety second kind of guy, but to not wear glasses right now would make safety third. Gotta be smart. Get her done. All right, so it's a stroke of genius, the engineering here. Remember our screw holes were 7" apart to the middle of the screw? This mounting flange, center line, same gap, 7 inches, which means I can take my laser level, throw it on the wall, hit my screw, and then my spot on the roof is exactly the same spot. So I'm gonna put this up here, not tight though. Remember, the finished trim goes over top. So we're gonna drop it down just a hair. Okay, I'll mark my spot. I'll move the laser line to the other side, do the same, and we'll screw it in. This will ensure that my tower is exactly level. I'm just loving it. There's nothing on this wall that wasn't done with a laser level. Gotta buy that tool. It's in our Amazon link. Check it out. La, la, la. All right. Okay. Right. Love it. So now, this one goes on here. Okay. Now this goes actually behind. Okay, we'll get the set screws. Yeah, loving that. Okay. That's very discreet. Love that. And now the moment of truth. Oh, very cool. Okay. Interesting. Now, I know it looks a little ugly up there. Reality is my house is bowed. The last course of tile, I installed it because I wanted to see how ugly it was and talk about options. We decided we're going to pull this off. We're going to be putting a 3/8" piece of good one-side plywood all the way across, and then we're going to add a new crown molding to both sides of the room to balance the lookout. It's the only way we can do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off for now. I'm going to get all that installed, and then we're going to reinstate this later. Nice and tight. So let's take a look at this. Boom. Nice. It's got the backlighting. One of the reasons why we did the herringbone tile is because we wanted a fan with backlighting. A lot of times the lights are here, but that's not needed because we have lots of lights in the ceiling. This is where you need your light. That's awesome. Now here's the fan. We're going to go through the different stages here. This is a cooking temperature, cooking speed, sorry. That right there is running 400 CFM. No problem at all, right? Of course, You can ramp it up depending on what you're doing. If you've got all 6 burners of your stove going and you got smoke and steam and grease flying everywhere, you can crank her right up, all right? There you go. All the power you need, and at the same time, the lowest decibels imaginable. This is awesome. All right, so the hood fan's all installed. Let's take a peek at the lights. Now, you're gonna notice this is a white and this is a yellow. The reason for that is I've changed this light bulb because I have a ton of pot lights in my room. They're all like 4,000 color temperature, and the yellow lights here really stood out and said, hey, I'm yellow. So what we're gonna show you now is how to replace it. Because we contacted Z-Line and they sent up some replacement lights. And the best part about this is, if you're renovating and you're doing the same thing, this light here pops right out, okay? And it has a little harness on it. It disengages, just a click together. So you can swap out the light. Nice and easy. Now I'm wearing this headlamp so I can see what I'm doing in here. Boom, done. Okay, there you go. Now, boom. Now everything's white light, just like the rest of the house. That is a quick, easy fix. So glad the folks at Z-Line figured out how to do that. That's a DIY repair. Beautiful. Now I got gorgeous downlight, just like the rest of the room. Hi, I'm Jeff from Home Renovision DIY. In today's video, we are installing a brand new mixed fuel stove and a brand new dishwasher, courtesy of our friends from Z-Line. Yes, it's a sponsored video, but don't worry, there's a ton of great information here for you. So whether you're doing a brand new renovation or just a remodel or maybe removing a cabinet to add a dishwasher, we're going to show you all the steps for all the hookups and how to connect everything so that you can have a great functioning kitchen and save yourself a ton of money, all right? So take that money you're gonna save from the install and put it into some quality equipment. Now, the only thing I did in this video that wasn't DIY is I called my gas guy, because when you get good professionals do stuff like that, that's money in the bank. All right, let's just get started. So for most dishwasher installations, you're gonna basically need just a couple things. One of them is you're gonna have to go out and buy your own water supply hookup. Now, the dishwashers come with 2 standards. One of them is like a garden hose standard, and the other one is it'll come with a female thread that matches this, or the garden hose thread. Then you'll need the gasket to go with it. In this situation, we're not using the garden hose, which is good. I kind of prefer the elbow thread better. Here we go. Wow, they really got this tied together, don't they? Okay. So let's separate the wheat from the chaff here. Boom, get rid of that. I'm not a big fan of having stickers laying around, so there we go. Now, the trickiest part about this is that this hose goes through the hole at the bottom of the cabinet and connects to a water shutoff valve just on the other side. We'll get to all that in a minute. But you'll see that the hose itself is only so long. And in these kind of situations, the dishwasher itself has a track system that this will sit in, but this doesn't want to play ball. Look at that. Like, it's very not nice. So what you want to do is you want to drill your hole a little bit bigger than you need. I went 1.25 inches, and I'm actually going to tape a line to this, okay, so that I can pull it through after. That way, I can set this under the dishwasher without any difficulty. Okay, so for installing a dishwasher, you need 3 basic things. You need power, you need a water supply, and you need a drain. So the water supply traditionally does not come with the dishwasher. The drain does, okay? So you have to go out and pick out your water supply. Now there's 2 standards. There's this L with a male thread on it, or there's this kind of thing here with a gasket and more like a garden hose hookup. This is not as common anymore. It's more common with older machines. Most of the newer ones are using this system, okay? So you buy this at the local hardware store, and it's just dishwasher supply line. It's one standard, it's nice and simple. Now, if your particular dishwasher is set up where you're gonna be not in a traditional system next to the sink, where you have the water supply, you can get extensions that will tie together, and you could braid another 20, 30 inches, 6 feet, 10 feet, doesn't really matter. As long as you need to make it. You also need power supply. Now, today dishwashers are running on less and less and less power. They're getting more energy efficient, like all appliances, right? So what I gotta do here is I'm going to actually just drill a hole, run my wire into the basement, and I'm going to make my connection down there later. It's an unfinished basement. But I am going to write dishwasher on the line, just to avoid any confusion in the future. Okay, now a lot of modern dishwashers, they're getting very, very quiet. And the one I'm using here is actually supplied to us by Z-Line, and their claim to fame is that they're very energy efficient, but incredibly quiet. Like they're even quieter than their hood fans. So if you're looking for a high quality machine, I'm gonna maybe recommend that. We're gonna run it through a few cycles and have a really good experience, hopefully, with it. But it does have a unique feature. It installs, like a lot of other newer machines, where the base is solid and has a groove track for the electrical and a groove track for the plumbing, and all the connections are done up front. It's nice and convenient. So when you're setting this up, you can actually put a line 4 inches, okay, and this is where your electrical is, this is where your plumbing line is. So what I do is I'm just going to basically drill my hole 4 inches off the wall at the back, okay, because that's the flexibility that you have. Most of these machines are about 22 inches deep, and your cabinet is 24, 24 and a half, depending on the situation. So you got a little buffer room in the back for running your hoses. Now in my situation, that leaves me right on top of the tree in my basement. Yeah, that's right, I'm in an 1880 farmhouse and it's a tree, so I'm gonna have to drill to the left. But what I am gonna do is I'm going to leave lots of slack here, so that when I'm sliding my machine back, I'm going over top of my electrical and plumbing lines in that track system, and I'm not gonna get any kinks. So, very important, before you drill a hole in a floor, go downstairs and confirm that you don't have any gas lines or electrical. All these things that making drilling a hole rather costly. Avoid that if you can. Dishwasher line goes right down there. Okay, that's plenty. Now I'm going to feed this over here, and I'm going to have lots to lighten that up. Okay. Now that I have that, I have my plumbing supply line and I have my drain. Now I've already drilled the hole. You can see up here, the top back of the cabinet, I drilled my hole for my drain line because you want the drain to go up and then come down into the connection in the plumbing so that it's always evacuating, okay? And that ends up holding water in the drain line and acts like a P-trap. And that's very beneficial for the dishwasher. Now there's not a whole lot to do other than get the dishwasher and let's stick it in the back of the hole. Alrighty. Brilliant. Sexy little machine. Now this little machine here has a customized panel for the front, so you can go stainless steel like we are, or you can actually get a door that's the same as the cabinetry in the kitchen, and you can make it a hidden dishwasher. It's up to you, but the idea here is simple. We have the hose in the back. The only trick with installing a dishwasher is getting all 3 of these different source lines into the back of the cabinet area and through the holes without getting them kinked. That's the only trick. So we'll start with the hose, the drain line. I'm going to stick it in that top corner. I'm going to take the electrical line, okay, and we're going to feed it through that groove that's underneath the machine for the electrical side. Okay. Now that's in place. Now I'm going to take the water supply, put it through its track system here, till it comes out the other side. And then we'll pull this up just a little bit. The whole idea here is to keep the machine flat on the floor, because the electrical and the plumbing both move freely. So, we reach through the back, stick that in the hole. All right. Whew. Now, it takes a little bit of effort here, but you want to move the machine back a few inches at a time. Move the machine, reach back into the sink, grab the water supply line and the drain line, and keep putting on tension. And keep all these lines from kinking. We'll go a few inches. Okay, there we go. We are in great shape. Now, this particular cabinet, we set the hole up to be at 24 inches, which is perfect for this machine. Look at that. Now, when we have the panel installed, we'll be able to set the perfect depth. Okay, look at that. Okay, so I got a couple of questions about the installation. Water supply, the power, no problem hooking all that up. I'm a little bit concerned about the gap. I just want to make sure that I'm installing this properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get on the phone, I'm going to call the appliance educator, and get them on the phone just to talk me through this and see if they got any pointers to help me out. Well, I'm looking at 2 1/4 inches. So do I just raise the feet so that closes the top?
Yeah.
Alrighty, yeah, because I'm looking. It doesn't seem like there's a side install option.
Yeah, it looked basically to us like they were just those 2 anchor screws on the top of the unit, and that was pretty much what's gonna keep it sitting in place.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of mounting, most situations when you open the door, you've got a gasket seal for the door, right?
Okay.
And then there is a secondary interior gasket, and that creates that about 1 1/4 inch gap between the 2 gaskets with the side rail. And in most dishwashers, you can screw through the side of that into your cabinetry if you can't screw through the top.
And that'll actually, I mean, that makes sense too as far as stability when the thing's running. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, huge, because then you can anchor both sides when you have a stone countertop without doing some fake facade silliness, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like
You're dealing with a granite countertop, right? Because the sides are going to be wood and stuff to granite.
yeah, it looks like that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just pre-drill the hole from the outside, and then I'll put my screw and mount it. I have the ability to level the feet. Okay, there we go. Well, there we go. I finally got my answer. Now listen, just in case you're wondering, I'm getting all of my technical advice from this guy's right here, the appliance educator. Now, they're a young, new YouTube channel. You really need to check these guys out. They're doing a lot of videos all around, how to install. It's not an easy business, but I didn't know how to level this bloody thing, and now I do. So hats off to the appliance educator. I was just looking at their YouTube channel, and they've got all the details on here for the whole process. So instead of me taking all the time off your schedule to go through the whole process, I'm going to cover the basics. And if you want more specific details dealing with Z-Line, then I suggest you go check them out, because these guys know what the heck they're talking about. That is awesome. Oh, it's good to have resources, eh? So the leveling system basically is right here. There you go. That was just way too easy. When you're installing your dishwasher, let's just recap. There's only precious few things that you need to do. One, you've got to get your drain hose connected to your plumbing underneath the sink. We did that. 2, you got to get your water supply connected to a shutoff valve, hot water, of course. We did that. Now we've got to connect this to the machine. And 3, you got to get your power supply connected to the machine. Now, once this is level and all that is connected, the only thing left is for us to install our door on here, and then we'll set it nice and flush with the rest of the cabinet. We'll open it up and screw it in. And I'll show you a secret for that, because whenever you're dealing with quartz or marble tops, it really limits your ability to fasten it to the top. So you can actually cheat and screw it into the side. And that's what I'm going to do today. But for now, let's just focus on our mechanical assembly and get this all done. Of course, dishwashers come standard. Almost every dishwasher in the world now comes with this little elbow, okay? There's still a few models out there that are using like a garden hose fitting, but most of the time, this is what you're going to get. It comes attached to the hose in the kit. Take it off, add the thread, the Teflon tape there, and then you want to thread that in. Okay? There we go. All right. And you want to get it turned around until it is facing down. I'm going to come in from the side here. Okay? I'm going to hand tighten this thread. Now the supply line itself has a rubber gasket. So the secret here is to go hand tight. And once you got it on, hand tight. Use the wrench until you can feel that gasket engage. There we go, right there. And then we'll push the extra line back out of the way. And that should be perfect right there and not kinked. Okay, awesome. All right, so dishwasher electrics are very simple. Listen, I went downstairs, I turned off my breaker, and still, I'm gonna double check it with my proximity tester. These are awesome. If the power's on, it'll flash red. And very good, I think we're good. Oh, no, it usually beeps too if you have a fresh battery. That's fine. Nice to have one of these, just a little safety device there. Turn this off. There we go. So what we gotta do is line up and strip our wires. Okay, and then we're gonna put on our connector. Now these, you can buy these things at Home Depot, little packages of like 5. Okay, until the sheathing starts to come through from the wire cover. Note, if you ever need to test wire to see, you can always go like this and close your eyes. If the power was on, it would blow up. I've used that many times before. All right, here we go. Now, we're just gonna be connecting white to white, black to black, and then green to the ground screw that's in the machine. And this little grommet actually clips right in here. All right. And we got it. Very good. There. I want to hear that clip. Okay, so we're going to back off the screw and wrap our wire around that for the ground. Boy, it sure pays to have little fingers in situations like this. You can actually use your strippers. Grab the end of your wire and maneuver things. Pinch them together. There we go. Now, when you're using a 14-2 wire with an appliance wire like this, you're going to want to have the smaller. Can't use the great big wire caps. You have to use the little ones. They just won't grab properly. Bend them back into position. Here we go. It's just a little bit too long. Okay, we'll put the box back on. We're just going to screw on our kick plate now to keep all of our mechanicals safe. Just the height. There we go. Now time for the door. All right, so there's only 2 more steps for the dishwasher, and then we'll get on with installing our stove. But all we had to do was just attach all the hardware on this panel, according to the instructions. They got pre-drilled holes, nice and simple. We just set this up against the area here, and give it a push, and lock it in place. So now you want to set your depth. Okay, nice. Hold that position there, because we have a quartz we can't screw up to the top. We're actually going to go through the side. And I'm going to do that right now. But before I can, I have to pre-drill the hole. Now there's a gasket on the inside and a gasket on the outside. So this area here actually stays dry during the cycle. So we're going to drill out this hole and then add a screw. On both sides. There we go. Now, installing your dishwasher is a lot like installing a window. You don't want to tighten the screws too much until you have both sides installed. Now I'm a moment of truth, eh? Then we got to turn on the water. I'm gonna flip on the breaker and we'll run this through for a cycle and see how she performs. Checking for leaks the whole time. Aside from the fact that I should have been wearing gloves because I messed this up, it doesn't really matter. The Z-line stainless steel cleans off so easy. So we have 2 cycles, heavy and normal. 20 bucks a year to use a dishwasher if you're on natural gas, 31 if you're on electricity. The Energy EcoSmart rating applies to both cycles, which is awesome. Wow, yeah. I'm gonna have to read the instructions to know how to use all this. So here we are, operating instructions. So you hit which function you want, then you hit this, and then you got 4 seconds to close the door. Look at how quiet that is. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so let's just quick recap. We got our hood fan installed, we got our dishwasher installed, and you know what, that was pretty painless considering. And now we just gotta assemble the rest of the stove. Now, I cheated. I didn't DIY this, but I had to convert it from natural gas to propane because I live out in the country. And I called up the guy that did my furnace work and ran my new supply lines. And for $300, he came out, converted this, and then ran the line and connected the stove and had it all ready for me when I got home from work. Money well spent. But the point is this, all of the hardware needed for the conversion came with the stove. The proper screwdriver size came with the stove. And so even he mentioned that he had a real easy time getting it done. So that was nice. Oh, I got lots of packaging. The folks over here at Z-Line, they take real good care of their products when they're shipping them, I'll tell you. So like most oven doors, the bracket goes in right there as far as you can, and when you set it down, you'll see the separation when I push on the door, and the weight is off. This pin is just there to keep the bracket from snapping back, right? So if you remove the 2 pins, that should be it. Wow, I'm glad they didn't reinvent the wheel, because that works just amazing. And now it's also locked inside. So the only way that you can take the door out again is to put in the pins, and then you can lift this, right? So these 2 pins now become somewhat valuable. We're gonna put them with the rest of the spare hardware bag that I've got going in the drawer. Awesome. Just a quick note. Make sure that before you fire these things up and use them, remove all of your stickers and all the protective coating on all the stainless steel. Remember, this does clean up with soapy water, but just as a bonus, Z-Line did send me these abrasive pads. Now this snow stainless actually can be worked on with these abrasive pads to bring the finish right back to its normal glory if you find that it gets a little bit old and worn looking. Believe it or not, stainless steel can be wiped with a green scrubby pad. So they got instructions and they sent me the pads so I can do maintenance on it, which is awesome. But for the most part, a stainless steel cleaner is going to take care of this and maintain it for a long time to come. Now remember, when you're renovating your house and you do it yourself, you're saving a fortune. So buy nice appliances. Get good flooring and good fixtures. Don't be afraid to invest money on things that stay valuable as a part of the house, so you increase the value of your home, all right? Wow, I can't wait to cook dinner on this thing because it's been a long time since I've cooked on gas. Wow, just loving how clean that burns. Now, if anybody knows me, and from our live shows, you might have heard that a lot of years ago I tried to become a chef. I still love to cook, but I never did become a chef. Okay, hey, it's Jeff from Home Renovision DIY, and today I'm here showing you how to do all of the plumbing, installing your sink and faucet on a brand new build island. Now listen, there's a lot of information here. Because it's a new build, we're going to show you some tips and tricks and sequences of events that'll help make life easier for you. Let's get into this right away. So, first of all, before we get started, we have to think through our process because we have a sink, we have a faucet, and we have a dishwasher. Now, there is a lot of cramped spaces involved in this, so if you have an opportunity after your counter goes in to take care of drilling all your holes and sorting out all your mechanical issues, that is the time to do it before you put your sink in, right? Now in the bottom of this cabinet, I've got my holes drilled for my water supply and for my drain. But what I don't have is I don't have the holes drilled for the dishwasher yet. So what we want to do is we want to put in a hole for the water supply going to the dishwasher and a hole for the pipe that comes from the dishwasher for the discharge. And generally you want that pipe coming up near the top of the cabinet and then coming down to the drain. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to take 1 1/4 bit and I'm going to drill a hole near the top of the cabinet at the back, and I'm going to drill one near the bottom at the back to take care of that, so that when it's time for me to install my dishwasher, I'm not going to be fussing around on my back upside down drilling holes. So our sink and our faucet are supplied by Stylish. This is a company I met at a Toronto home show 2 years ago. It's kind of brilliant. They're a Canadian company that got into the designer sink and faucet market, but they're bringing a really high quality product at a much more affordable price. So most homeowners can afford to go delve into that lap of luxury as far as quality is concerned without buying plastic and really cheap stainless steel. So there's going to be a link to the Amazon page where you can actually take a look at these products. But I've absolutely just loved the quality. This faucet here right now has got to be almost 12 pounds. I mean, brilliant. We're going to stick that one in first. That's got a big hole. Here we go. So we're going to stick all of our water supply lines and our adjustable hose line through the standard 1 1/4 inch hole that gets drilled by the quartz guy. And get rid of that. We don't need the snow, right? Okay. There we go. Comes with a weight and this middle clip. Now, this bracket goes over all the hoses collectively. If you organize them properly, they'll all fit nice and comfortable and nothing will get bound. And then all you do is drive these screws into this metal plate underneath the sink. It gives you really good tension to hold this in steady for years and years to come. Whew. Now, without a sink here, this is actually a really easy operation. So, let's get everything nicely organized. Because of the quick connect end here, I have to go over top of this first and then feed the water supply lines through. So we're going to put a cold there, put a hot there, go like that, okay, and then the one that's moving around will go right through the middle. There we go. And we just start the thread off nice and simple. Yeah. Now I want to have access to all of these screws, so be careful where I finish off. 2 screws in the back, that's actually a good spot. Now it's important, all of this is flexible, right? We want to square this off really nicely, and then drive these screws home to create the compression. Don't over tighten it, you'll just strip the screw and then you won't be able to make adjustments if you ever need to in the future. There we go. Oh, love it. All right. What a great spot for video, eh, Max? Okay, now, the weight is what gets wrapped around the hose. So that creates tension to lift up on this. And that way you can pull down on the weight and it'll pull it up into the seat really nice here. We just have to disengage the screw on both sides. Okay. There we go. Install it on this big freaking hose over here. So this connects, quick connect, right in there, done, locked. And push and pinch the 2, you can release it. But that's locked in place. So now when it's hanging, and I got some tension on that rod, I want to have this weight right at the bottom, okay? So So now I'm going to pinch and now I'm going to screw back together. Most faucets that have a pull-out drain operate with a similar system. This is not new technology. It's just really, really convenient. Okay, so here we are. Here's my hot and my cold lines. And after, we'll be able to connect that to our shut-off valves right here. Piece of cake. Now, all this is done. So now we have nothing left to connect. Ready to put the sink in. Now for a shameless product placement. This is the stylish sink. Now, I contacted these guys because I saw them at the home show. So I reached out to them and I said, hey, would you be interested in supplying the sink for the kitchen renovation? And then I'm gonna do a review on the product. So it's not an unboxing, obviously. I've already ripped the box apart, but first thing I'm noticing is right out of the gate, the features and benefits of the sink are absolutely phenomenal. So we had a little difficulty getting the quartz cut to fit the template because it's such a unique style. The guys at the quartz store didn't bother reading the template instructions. So if you end up buying this, make sure you beat them over the head with the template instructions so they actually follow it, because it has to be very precise. You can see that this is the undermount, but this track here is for all of the features and benefits to operate. So it had to be exact, and it couldn't be too small, which is what happened to us. Frustrating. But anyway, it comes with the bamboo cutting board, and this is brilliant. It actually has the drain groove that runs right off back into the sink. Genius, right? Those little details. 16 gauge sink, stainless steel, silicone wrapped drying rack that goes across the top as well. Colander, And check this out. Okay, all stainless steel. Oh, that's cool. It's got the food trap in the basket strainer that hangs underneath. That is a cool feature. I'm telling you, the world is changing. Companies that don't adapt soon are going to get left behind, because companies like this are coming on the market and they're sourcing out these products and bringing them to market for half the traditional cost for these kind of designer sinks. It's unbelievable. Of course, if you wanted to buy one, there's a link in the Amazon store. There we go, right? That goes in the bottom to protect the bottom of the sink from scratches. Brilliant. What we're doing right now is we're going to install this. Okay. Me and my son are going to install this. It's actually quite heavy. It's a pretty good sized sink. And we're not going to just silicone it, okay? We can't get away with that kind of weight, with that capacity of water, to just silicone it to the countertop. But we're going to start by siliconing it to the countertop. And I'm going to show you a different trick than I've shown in other sink videos so that you can install this at home and you don't have to pay the premium price at the quartz counter shop to get this done. You can buy your quartz and have them delivered on site, and then you can finish all the installation yourself and save a ton of money. So let's get into this. I gotta set this aside and wait for him to come back. Just going to the store for a few minutes to grab me something that I forgot. So the secret here is to take a 2x4 and I cut the bottom piece just a little bit smaller than the sink. And I set it underneath the sink and I marked 2 locations in the middle of the drain so that I can do this. I can take 1/2-inch threaded rod, okay, put it through the hole, all right, washer and a nut, and I can use this underneath the sink to lift it in place while I have compression from on top. See this? Drill the hole, maybe too exact. It'll get there in a second. There we go. Washer and nut, okay? And so I can build this assembly with the sink underneath in the cavity, put all this together, and then I can lift the bottom into place. And then using compression to pull it all together nice and tight. It's a good little system. And it'll make sure that my bond is perfect to the underside of the counter. And it gives me the ability to have all that weight carrying and transferred to the gable ends of the counter so that I can locate it in the perfect position before I use the wrench to tighten it into position. Once it's all dried, I'm going to put in supports for the weight underneath. We'll show you that a little later. But, oh, here we go. Matthew's back. Let's pull this apart and get this installed. Okay, so I've got my nuts and my washers ready. I've got my short 2x4 with my holes drilled already. I got my sink, I got my rod, my bracket, I got my Matthew. All right, here we go. If you can reach in and grab that sink.
Yeah, got it.
All right. Now I'm just going to go connect the nuts and washers underneath here. Hey. How you doing, Matt?
I'm good, man.
Okay. Now, real quick, suggesting new flexed silicone. Okay, I've been using this stuff for the last 6 or 7 years. Never had a countertop fail on me. Now, in conjunction with the silicone, I am going to put a support rod in there. We're going to add that in the little later in the video. So, no, New Flex is not sponsoring us or anything. It's just when you know something that you love, you share it with the world. So here we go. Now I'm ready to go. I've got my weight being held by my rod on my 2x4. The sink is just kind of swinging around. It's cantilevered because the drains are to the back, okay? So my front is wide open. What I'm gonna do is run a bead of silicone all across the front, just about 1 inch around the corner. And then I'm gonna lift it into place, clamp it, and then I'm gonna run the bead around the rest of that and then tighten up all the nut and thread assembly until everything's under compression and in place, waiting to be cured. Now, note, make sure your countertop is at room temperature before you do this. The quartz company that brought this in actually set it in place and was about to silicone everything, but it was so cold that day, I told them, I said, just don't touch anything with your silicone because it's not gonna bond. What's the point of doing it now? If you're gonna do something, you know, you gotta make sure it works. You know, I don't wanna say do it right. That would just be wrong. So, here we go. Nice and simple. Now, my overhang is about 1 inch, okay? I'm actually using this tip nozzle to push the silicone towards the back side of that 1 inch. When it's all said and done, I'll be able to do a decorative bead all around the joint, but I don't want to have it all squeezing all over the place and making a mess. So I'm going to start out here. Takes a little bit of patience and precision. Remember, this is an adhesive application, so less is more. Just doing a huge mountain of silicone is just going to make a bigger and bigger mess. Here we go. I like that. There's this little piece of wood here. One of these situations where it's just nice to have an extra pair of hands around. Okay, well, everything is nice and wet. Take a dry finger, just wipe away any excess. Now I'm just going to silicone the rest of that sink. All right, I'm just going to lift it up now. Get this in position here. All right, and before we compress everything with the nuts, just want to look for little extra bits of silicone to get rid of. Okay, I'm just going to tighten these up. That'll put everything under compression all the way around. So there we go, that is the rough in for the sink. Now we are going to be back here again in about 48 hours to do the finishing off. Now I know a lot of guys in the business, they'll do something like this at the end of the day. The next morning they're right in there doing the plumbing. And that's the secret to why so many of these sinks fail, because We're dealing with stone and stainless steel, and those materials don't stay very warm, okay? So give it 24 hours to 48 hours, depending on the temperature conditions. Let that silicone finish its curing and bonding process. And before you take off your rods and assembly, you're gonna wanna follow the next step. But we'll show you that after the ad. And we're back. Here we are. It's been a couple of days actually since we put the sink in. Unfortunately, Max has had himself a little accident and he's unable to come and film for us. So we have our friend Chris. Thanks, Chris, for coming out today. Chris is going to take care of the rest of the filming for today, and hopefully Max will be better soon. Anyway, we are just going to disassemble our sink rods now, which is relatively simple. It would be easier if my son didn't buy such a long threaded rod. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Whew. There we go. Get this out of here. Okay, so now we got all the rods out and our clamps are gone. We can see our sink's in really good condition here. We just gotta get rid of all the stainless steel packaging. There we go. Then we can install our drains, connect all of our water supply, take this baby for a test run. So here are the two basket strainers that come with the sink. And hopefully they have a gasket because I don't have any plumber's putty on me today. Yes, we are in business. So assembling the sink drainer is a little bit complicated to do on camera, so I'm going to show you up here first. And that is, we drop this piece in, it has the foam gasket that seals up against the sink. And then we have this can here that goes underneath with this rubber gasket. And that's designed to have perfect compression with the sink itself. And we have this locking nut here, which will be what gives us that compression. Here we are, okay. That'll tighten that assembly together. And then we have another ring with another washer and the tail piece, which has got a flared end. So you put the rubber gasket inside of here, and then we'll throw that on. Wow, and that'll be how the whole thing is assembled underneath. Now I gotta get underneath the sink and put all this together. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. This is a little bit of a pain in the butt, but once we get this locking ring on, we'll be all right. Come on, baby. The secret here is to go backwards until you feel it there, catch. Now this is just a little bit of an OCD moment here, but I'll show you this. Inside the drain, it has the stylish name on it. So I am trying to position that at the 12 o'clock position inside the sink. Call me crazy, but I know that if it's not in the right spot, it's going to look real funny forever and ever and ever. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. You know, the secret to doing plumbing on your own is making sure that everywhere there's a connection, you have a seal, whether it's a gasket or a pipe thread or putty or tape. Everything needs a seal. Don't ever just rely on metal to metal. Okay. This fitting here, these are awesome. Be careful when you go to the store because they also make the same fitting with a smaller hole. That's for bathroom sinks. Kitchen sinks, this is 1.5 inches. Make sure you get the right size. All right. Whew. All right, so all we got to do now is connect our P-trap with our joints. Love my rigid pipe cutting tool. Has a little tooth on it here. And we just want to make enough pipe to go inside the fitting to connect everything together. So we just need about 1 inch and a bit. Doesn't get any easier than that, eh? We still want to have a bit of a slope here, so I cut 2 pieces. I took the short one, I put it on this side, the long one on this side. That just makes my life easier. A little hint for you when you're working with your adhesive: a nice thick shop towel in case you drip. Alright, so that's the basics of that. We're also going to connect our P-trap, okay? And we need this little thing here. Now this is for the dishwasher. So we are half installed on the dishwasher right now, so I'm going to finish this part of the installation along with the sink. If you're watching the install a dishwasher video, you're going to see this twice. But it's important to show. So we're going to need a ring clamp, and we put that hose over here. And one of the things we want to do when we're working like this is work from the back to the front of the sink. All right, so we have all of our main elements in place here as far as the plumbing is concerned there. We're just going to finish hooking up all of our water supply back here first. Okay. So once we connect all of the drain, it'll be really difficult to work in the back. Now I'm going to connect my water line to my shutoff valve first, and then I'll attach it to the pipe. First, I'm going to take my decorative cap, add the ring. I'm going to give my ring just a little bit of a pinch. That'll keep it from sliding around. All right. That's the cold water. Now you'll notice that in this situation, actually I'm bringing the hot water on the opposite side of a traditional. My dishwasher is coming from this side. So that's why we're doing that. The supply line for the dishwasher is the same 3/8 hose. So that is nice and simple. There we go. And always when you're putting on a line that has a gasket, give it a couple turns with a wrench after you go finger tight, because there's just a lot of room left in that gasket. Okay. There we go. Now these are quarter turns, and when the handle is across the pipe, it's off, and when it's in line with the pipe, it's on. So we're going to leave everything off for now, just for the purpose of doing a water test. Now you can see assembling plumbing with these crimpers is really quite easy. And you can always rotate your hoses and your valves after the fact. Right? There we go. So we'll connect this supply line now. That's okay. Whew. Okay, so now you can see we have our pull-out faucet on our weighted line, hot and cold supply line, teed off for the dishwasher, our connection for our drain. Make sure that the connection is pointing in the direction that the water is going to be flowing. And now all we have to do is just assemble it all. Of course, we're going to want a P-trap. And when you're under a sink like this, you want a P-trap that gives you an access here, okay? This is in case of the wedding ring, folks. Hopefully, your wedding ring is real and it'll be heavy enough that it'll sit in the bottom of that P-trap. If it doesn't, then you know it wasn't real. There we go. Apply the Teflon in the same direction that you're going to be threading your pieces together, okay? And what that does is it allows you to get a good seal hand tight without having to over torque it. Because the problem with these fittings, with plastic especially, is that if you tighten it too much by using a wrench, you'll actually force it into an oblong shape, like an oval. And when it goes oval, it's not watertight anymore. All right? So you want the Teflon because it allows you to tighten this watertight with your fingers. You don't need to use any tools. I'm going to leave that a little loose for now because we want to get this right in exactly the right location. All right. Okay, so first thing here, I'm going to get this fitting here ready to go. Now, the connections process is simple. We need to go from here to here with this interrupting on the way, and then there's the P-trap over here, and then connect to the down drain, which is just sitting in here right now, and I'll make that the right height as I go. There we go. I'm leaving myself lots of room. Okay. There we go. I want a nice distance between here and here of at least 2 inches so that there's room for adding this fitting to take the water back down. Okay? And there we go. Nice. It's time to connect the drain over here. Okay. You can work pretty quick with this stuff. Just remember, always solvent both sides, the pipe and the fitting. You want to measure from this point here, the edge, to the edge. All right, so we're not doing a 7-inch piece. We're actually cutting it at 8.5. 8.5 is right there. Love it. I'm going to do this whole pipe all at once here. and we'll just close it together. Nice. Whew. Now, we're going to loosen up these and lift all of this up as far as it goes. Oh, that one is already, okay. And a quarter turn. Okay. So here we go. The bubble is just a little bit to the left. Now, that's level. I'm pushing down until the bubble is on the other side of my little line here. That's how I know I got the right slope. Bam. Then we'll tighten that in position. Plus a quarter. All right, now all we gotta do is get this over to here. So, I'm gonna hold this fitting in position and then mark the bottom of this pipe. Now that line there represents the bottom of the fitting. So I'm actually going to cut it up here because the pipe goes inside the fitting, the depth of that. All right. Brilliant. The fitting and the pipe. And then we just need to measure the right depth to here. And the same thing as before. Solvent. And then we'll tighten this up. There we go. Whew. Now the only thing that's left for me to do here now is to connect the pipe to my my macerator pump in the basement, and then we can turn the water back on and give this a test. All right, so the last couple connections are gonna be right down here in the basement. Just gotta take that pipe that came through the ceiling, run it over to my macerator, and the installation of this is awesome for flexibility. I used it to run my other bathroom, and I'm gonna use it now. And then later on in the next video series at this house, we're gonna be putting in a nice bar in the front room as well, and I'll take all that plumbing down here as well. So flexible. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna expose the cap. I had that done the last video. If you wanna know how to install this bad boy, I'll put a card up in the description here. You can always take a look at that. But basically, this is plug and play. It's just some gear clamps, rubber gaskets. It ties everything together, and it has two motors that work independently. So they actually take turns operating one then the other. It has an alarm system on it if anything fails. It's just brilliant. It's total DIY plumbing. There we go. Now I'm connected to my sewer system. What this does is has the ability to pump sewage after it's been blended up and macerated up 30 feet and out 100. So no matter where you are in your building, this will get the sewage over to your septic tank, and it'll extend the life of your tank as well because it comes pre-whipped up. Beautiful. The only thing now to do, a couple more glued fittings, and then we're going to turn the water back on and try this thing out. Okay. Brilliant. All right, so I've got the water lines charged. I got the drain all hooked up to the macerator. Just going to go through the last few details about this sink. And listen, if you're interested in taking a look at the stylish products, the faucet and the sink, we'll have descriptions in the link below, and you can go check them out. You can get some of these products from Amazon as well. So we have the sink protectors that go in the bottom. Wow, and they've got rubber feet and extra corners. And the cool thing is they came with a little bag with extra hardware. So if you lose any over time, good to have that hanging around in the back. Look at that. We got the basket strainers. These are awesome because they're really recessed and they'll hold lots of food. And then they got the caps. That's beautiful, eh? Other features of this, we have a stainless steel drying rail system here. So you can put things on there. It's coated in silicone. And this entire sink is designed to function, right? Even the cutting board has groove lines in it to drain back into the sink. That's awesome. You also have the colander. So if you're having a party, you can fill that up full of ice. I'm just loving my new sink. But pretty is one thing. Now we're gonna find out if it actually works. Okay, open the shutoff valves. So when you're testing your sink to see if it's functioning, there's a couple of different pieces of the process you wanna go through. One is you wanna turn it on and try each drain. Give it about 30 seconds, okay? Let it run for a little while. Then try the other one and make sure that every one of these fittings is tested. With the sink filled up with water and then a quick release on the drain, you will give the ultimate test. So just check the drain real quick, right out of the gate, and see if it leaks. And then if you're happy with everything, then you test it by filling your sink. Because if you can fill the sink and it doesn't leak, then you know you're in good shape. That sounded kind of funny. We gotta get the air out of the system here first. So far, so good. I know that renovating is a lot of work, but it is also very rewarding. Not just personal satisfaction, but dollars and cents. This project is making us a fortune, and we're gonna share that with you later. But for now, make sure you hit the thumbs up button if you like this information. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't. But more importantly, make sure you check out the other videos that are A to Z. Very comprehensive information here on how to do all of your finished carpentry and all of your drywall work. We'll see you again soon.